Hello everyone and welcome to the Buckmore Park 24-hour 2025 where the sun is shining down here in Kent at the 1 kilometre circuit here on a wonderful day of what hopefully will be a nice and sunshiny, maybe slightly cloudy day. We haven't had one of those for a while at the Buckmore Park 24-hour, so here's hoping. Cross your fingers with me. My name is Kieran McGinley and I'm joined here this year, one of the commentators, by Yusuf bin Zahel. Yusuf, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Kieran. It's a pleasure to be alongside you. It feels like it was almost yesterday that we had the Buckmore Park 24 hours 2024, but a year has rolled on, and from what we see, it's looking like it might be a dry event as well. If you like rain, start doing your rain dances, but we're just a few minutes away from the start of a new 24 hours, and I can't be more excited.
Well, we are here at the 1 kilometre Buckmore Park with 12 turns waiting up for us. Plenty of undulation as well to challenge our drivers, as it does every single year. The analogy is that Buckmore Park normally has its own climate. That's rung true for many, many years. But at the moment, it's looking cloudy for the foreseeable. Quite warm out there and not so much breeze, about 3 to 4 miles per hour for the foreseeable. But that's just over the next 4 hours or so. Let's see what happens over the whole event. We shall have a wait and see. But in the meantime, let's see how a lap should be taken around Buckmore Park. So on we go then towards the first corner, in towards Conways we go. It's a very high-speed corner that blends then in towards Henry's Bend, in towards turn 2. You size up your first braking point of the circuit, in towards hairpin 1, nice and tight to the hairpin. Let the car run wide, and then you have to get to the right-hand side of the track then, in towards hairpin 2. It's a very late apex. Don't take too much red on the right-hand side. Half a cut's width is all you're allowed. Through the S's then we go as we start to descend our way down in towards Symes Sweep and towards Pullman. It's a very tricky corner here. The car can oversteer under you, and then we head away in towards Paddock then, back on the power as you climb away up towards Garda. Garda, a very late apex corner, turn in late, apex is late. Through the centre chicane we go, and we start climbing. It's full throttle all the way from here through the dry, in towards Cafe Curve. Keep tight to that left, open up the steering to get some curve on the right hand side, and that is a 1 kilometre lap of Buckmore Park. Our drivers will have 24 hours of fun with this circuit, and that is just one of those laps. And another commentator who'll be joining us for the entire 24 hours as well is Adam Reed. Adam, welcome along. Why don't you introduce yourself and take us through Buckmore Park?
Of course, yeah, Buckmore Park is an incredible circuit with the layout that was just shown in that hot lap. Thank you very much, Kieran, for that. That was a really well explained hot lap. Of course, so many UK talents in motorsports have gone through this circuit and, of course, gone through all the sweeps and the elevation. You know, the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button, Anthony Davidson have been around here. And, of course, some of the upcoming talents like Arvid Lundblad, of course, Freddie Slater, who's up at Silverstone today, up at the GB3 Championship, and many, many more who are making their way through the motorsport ladder, up their way to Formula 1 and, of course, other championships as well. This is my debut in the 24 hours of Buckmore Park. Of course, I've been here as a spectator before, but never been as a commentator or a racer at all. So I know the circuit well, of course, as my local circuit, because not very far away. But you can see that everyone is now starting to grid up here, and Kieran McGinley is joined by Phil Ling.
Yes, absolutely. I am Phil Ling, Managing Director of Buckmore Park. Phil, we're back here again for another 24 hours, twice around the clock. I mean, talk us through it. I mean, it's been great so far. What's different for this year?
The main difference for this year is the fact that, as far as we know, it's going to be dry. Yeah, fingers crossed. I think for everybody, you know, the last couple of these that we've done, there has been a absolute torrential downpour at least one point during the race. And in fact, you know, teams turned up even yesterday with extra wetsuits and things, just because they know what it's like here. It's its own microclimate.
I mean, it really is. It just has a climate of its own. I mean, it's hard to describe for people who've never been here before.
Yeah, definitely. You know, although we're kind of in a bowl, we are at the top of quite a high hill, which means that if there is any kind of bad weather, low cloud, it does seem to affect us and not a mile down the road.
Yeah, and a couple of modifications. I say modifications, but a couple of surface layouts as well around the track. What's new this year that was not here yet last year?
Yeah, so every year, obviously, we try and resurface different parts of the circuit. You know, we've got to keep the upkeep going. Some quite substantial changes this year, especially around Cafe Curve, you know, a very fast-flowing corner, and outside the old kart shop as well, very much a dip. And actually, where a puddle used to form quite a lot, we've now changed it so the puddle doesn't form. It looks like we're not going to see that this year, though, anyway.
Rats, we'll have to come back next year and hope that it works. But, I mean, obviously, Phil, you've been here for a while now, a long, long while. It's so great to see the circuit in such great shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so 25 years, actually, I marked just at the end of last year, and I've seen so many changes, obviously, throughout the years, not just kind of this building that we're standing in now, but, you know, just generally the level of operation of the circuit, the way that it looks, it's just coming on leaps and bounds. And, you know, we've got so much more planned for the future.
And I see you've got your sort of sim centre as well. Talk us through that, because that was a big development.
Yeah, something that we haven't publicly announced yet, so thanks. But it is something that we're going to be trialling over this weekend with some regular drivers, and there'll be more news to come on that, well, very soon.
Yeah, sorry about that. But also, you've got your paddock club as well. I mean, that had a chance. I know that one's been announced over the bank holiday. How did that go?
Yeah, so the Paddock Car Club, we did the inaugural one of those, over 170 kind of high-end vehicles. And really, it's just a coffee and car meet, you know, wanting again to make kind of Buckmore an overall motorsport venue, and that is our plans obviously for the paddock building, and things like the simulators and the Paddock Car Club all go towards kind of building that community. First one went off really well, and the second one planned for the next bank holiday in May.
And if people want to sort of sign up to that, where can they go?
Yeah, they can go to the paddockcarclub.co.uk, and it's got all the details.
Fantastic. And you said about sort of plans in the future as well. What's on the horizon? What can you tell us now that I won't reveal on the stream?
So obviously we've announced a lot already in terms of our new development we're looking to put into the paddock with the sim room, and obviously using it as kind of, again, a motorsport hub with the motorsport themed restaurant bar in there as well, simulator room, conference meeting. It's great for owner drivers and visitors to the circuit because they'll be able to use that. But all in all, it's just really just for us just to keep pushing forward and remaining at the top of the game.
And sort of we've got some very popular names here. We've got some very fast drivers. I mean, who's sort of on your radar for the 24 hours?
Yeah, I try not to comment on that, to be honest, because if it goes right, then I'll be told I'm biased, and if it goes wrong, well, that just looks bad on me. What I will say is just looking at the results so far in qualifying, you know, you've got the top 8 teams within 3 tenths at the moment, or 6 tenths. It's very close, obviously, on the top row at the minute. And as long as the teams look after their tyres throughout this warm weekend, I think we're going to see some really close racing.
Great stuff, Phil. All the hard work has led up to this. Let's have a good race. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
And with that, then, I will hand down to Yusuf, who's down at the track. Yusuf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. We're here on the grid for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. We've got a number of very, very quick karts, quick teams as well, but none so quite as quick as Senior Tadpoles on pole.
Hey, come on, Tadpoles!
They think we're going to interview them, but we're going to save the best for last. So we're going to come back around. We're going to let them prepare some answers, figure out, you know, what random questions we might be asking them. There's a lot of stints. One of the biggest things about the 24 hours isn't just pace, it's about having consistency, making sure your strategies are spot on. And one of the things that a lot of teams often forget is being able to get in and out of the kart quickly during a pit stop. You can easily gain about 10 seconds or even lose 10 seconds in that scenario. No rain forecasted, so no one has to worry about who the specialist driver is going to be in those wet conditions, saving that driver for the predetermined terror, let's say, that inevitably does unfold. Let's have a chat then with our first interviewees. Who are we talking to? What team is this?
This is Meaden's Motorsport.
Now, if I remember correctly, you guys are in the rookie class and you've qualified 3rd in class, right?
Yes.
Good start to the day.
It'll do. It'll start us off.
Are you going to be starting the race?
I'm not. We're passing it on to one of our drivers called Carl, and he's a banker driver. He can put in a smashing time, and he's an absolute roadblock to get past.
Where is Carl?
Carl, Come over here.
Oh, it's a proper bandit as well in a Buckmore Park rental suit. Is that one of the rental suits?
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a rental suit, yes.
It looks very, very fine on you, sir.
Oh, thank you. It's a bit baggy around the crotch.
Fair enough. Well, a bit more air resistance down the straight, right?
Yeah, that's the one. It is a parachute, to be fair.
What's the plan for the race start?
Oh, do you know what? I'm quite nervous. I'm just going to... I'm either going to send it or keep it out of trouble, or both.
So, in other words, you've got no idea what you're going to do?
No, I'm just going to see how it pans out. I'm going to see how it pans out. I'm going to at least keep our position, but I'd like us to be top 3 in the rookies by the end of the stint.
Okay, so essentially stay where you are at the moment.
Yeah. Happy or improve.
Final question, are the aviators staying on?
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll then be flying.
Thank you very much.
So we've got our first terrible pun out of the way. There'll be many, many more. For those of you who have tuned into previous 24 hours, you all know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's have a look at these guys. These guys are looking very smart. Sorry to get in. Can I jump in for the camera photo as well? Yeah. Go on, smile, guys. What team are we?
Slimy swordfish.
Slimy swordfish?
Yeah, that's the one.
Have you ever come across a swordfish before?
Not many times, nah, not really.
Not many times or not at all?
Not at all.
How do you fancy your chances fighting against a swordfish?
I'd have him, 100%.
I'm not sure. Never seen one before.
Maybe win on land, lose against it in water?
Yeah, probably.
Do you feel that the fact that it won't be wet will affect the sliminess of your swordfish?
Probably, depending on what driver.
Okay. What's the plan for the race?
Keep it on the track.
That tends to help, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Have you had any briefing about letting everyone know where the track is, where the track isn't?
I guess practice helped that.
Okay. Who's starting the race?
James is starting.
Are you any good?
Yeah, on my day I'm all right. Decent peddler.
And who do we have over here?
Oh, I'm Wilf.
Will, is it his day?
We'll soon see. We'll see after first lap if it's his day or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Slimy Swordfish, and best of luck for the race start. That, I think, is one of my favourite team names so far. There's lots of really good team names that we come across over the course of the 24 hours. We'll find some more. We'll have a little poll as well in the YouTube chat. Right, we're very quickly going to go a little bit further down towards the back end of the grid before going back up, because if I don't speak to our pole sitters, I'm going to get into a lot of trouble. So let's go all the way to the back. See, this team, they look fully kitted out. We've got our own hoodies and everything. What's going on down here?
Yeah, just a bunch of miscreants from Cornwall, to be honest.
Okay, now I've got a question. So we're starting last.
Yes.
But you've got custom helmets here, so that's a bit of a mismatch. What's going on?
We had some problems in qualifying. Believe a slack throttle maybe, but we were running way slower than we were in practice this morning, but we've managed to get a fresh kart, which we're going into 24 hours blind with, so see what happens.
Okay, what's your team name?
We're Richard's Racing Team.
Richard's Racing Team, best of luck, and hopefully there won't be anything slacking during the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to make our way back up to the front of the grid, and hopefully our pole sitters and the likes are ready for us. We've got some insults prepared. I've been planning this for a while. I've known some of the drivers who are going to be competing, who are indeed competing, and there's always a little bit of banter going around in the karting community. So it'll be fun to throw some of those curveballs their way, see how prepared they are. Hopefully they're less prepared for my questions than they will be prepared for the race start, which is just a few moments away. I checked my watch, but I don't have a watch, so I don't really know how much longer we have. I'm guessing it's about 3 to 4 minutes. I do want to have one quick chat. We can never discount TRX Motorsport. Hello.
Hiya, how are you?
How you doing?
Really good, really good.
Where have you qualified?
We have qualified 7th.
7th? That's not bad.
Not bad, not bad. And we weren't far off the lead either. So, yeah, we're really happy with qualifying.
It's really, really close at the front end of the field. What's the plan for the race start? I'm guessing you're starting.
I'm actually not. No, I was just posing for some pictures.
Oh, okay, yeah, might as well.
But plan for the race start is just try and hold position. I think if you take too many risks on the race start, it can all unfold. And we just want to stay where we are. And it's 24 hours, so you can move forward throughout the race.
Very sensible. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, CTRX at a number of different karting events, various events. I think we can squeeze through here. Then we've got Cameron Dasser, will be one that we're watching out for over the course of the race. Right, Rory, get over here. So, you've got a friend who's asked me to ask you a few questions.
Who's this? Fraser? Andrew?
No, the shorter one.
Andrew?
Yeah, the one who can make the height restriction to actually race.
Oh, yeah, Andrew, yeah.
So one of the questions he asked is, apparently you're very good at racing, notably in Club 100, but whenever junior drivers are involved, you start coming second. Is that why you've been out-qualified by the juniors?
No, we're just sandbagging a bit, just to give them a chance, and then throughout the race we'll kind of, progressively work our way up.
The other question is, what strategies do you have in plan to prevent track rod ends from breaking?
Just avoid the curbs part of the time.
Avoid the curbs.
And hope for the best, maybe.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any, in all seriousness, any big plans then for this race?
Just trying to keep the car alive, go as long as we can, really.
And who's starting?
Myself.
Oh, you're doing qualifying and the start?
I am, yeah.
So who did you have to pay to get all of these honours? Are you also ending the race as well?
I'm not, no, that'd be Trent. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
slower one.
So, right, Trent, come over here.
There we go.
Right. Can we just get a confirmation on chat? Am I the only one who thinks you look like Lando Norris?
No, actually. But
Okay, good.
I don't see it, but I will take it. So
Are you as fast as Lando Norris?
wouldn't say so, no.
See, Lando raced here a few years ago and he wasn't actually that quick.
So maybe yes.
I think you're quicker.
I guess so.
Yeah. And unlike your team, you do have a name as well.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. But I guess I'm just the South African Lando Norris, huh?
Yeah. Fair enough. Is Rory going to bin it on the first stint?
Well, hopefully not, but he is trying something on the start, which I'm hoping he ends up head first in the seat just for funny reasons. So that's.
And then he's got to come from the back.
Yeah, exactly. It's a comeback story. Everyone likes a little underdog story. Who doesn't?
Well, we'll keep an eye out for him headbutting his seat on the way in.
Please do. We all want it on film.
Yeah. Thank you, Trent, and good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Right, we have to talk to our team in second, Team Rango with Red Mist. Guys, we're meant to be rookies. What are we doing up here?
Quickest driver here.
What's your name, sir?
John.
So, John, what are now the probability that you get bumped up to pro?
Pretty high. We're hoping to sandbag a bit, though.
We're on camera. Right, let's start that again. What do you think are the chances that you're going to get bumped up to pro?
Pretty high. We're going to send it first corner. There you go.
Do you think you can beat them?
No, they're so quick. Have you seen them?
I mean, they're all about 5'2", aren't they?
Yeah, but they're so light. They're probably 70-ish, but they're all champions, aren't they? So,
if you don't mind me asking, how much do you weigh?
I'm about 72. So
you're at the weight limit. What are you complaining about?
Yeah, I'm not complaining too much about that. I'm just saying they're insanely quick.
Is there anyone on your team who might be a bit over the weight limit that you're wondering maybe they're going to let us down a bit?
I don't want to out anyone here.
Okay, very, very smart. Best of luck then for the race. Are you starting?
No, I'm letting my dad start.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Hello.
Not my dad. I've forgotten his name already. What's your son's name?
John.
John. I thought for a second there, I thought you had forgotten his name.
No, yeah, well, no, I haven't. No.
Done a lot of karting?
I don't know, 10 years.
Lots of experience then?
Yeah, maybe a bit.
Have you ever started a 24-hour?
I have. But at the back.
Oh, okay. So what's the plan for this? Is it, hold everyone up, send those guys?
No, we'll just see. I'll hop in and go.
Okay. Well, best of luck.
See what happens. Thank you.
Right, and let's talk then to our car number 5, Senior Tadpoles. First of all, any relations to Senior Frogs?
We're just a young version and obviously better.
And funnier?
Yeah, of course.
And faster?
Obviously.
And shorter?
Maybe.
Who's starting the race?
William Strower over there.
William, get over here, William.
Hello.
It's a nice new suit.
It is a nice new suit. Shout out Palace Connections for the amazing sponsorship, sponsoring me for the 2025 season.
Wow, see, professional driver right here, knows how to get his sponsors out. Is that going to go on the CV, send it off to the sponsor? See, look, I talked about you and...
I mean, I think anything you can do as a racing driver to get sponsorship and to please the sponsors, I think that's kind of key to securing financial gain. So yeah,
so staying in first as well.
I think that's going to be quite a high priority. I don't know, we've got some quick people behind us. Yeah, it's a long race as well.
very long race. Is there going to be a lot of nose to tail over the first hour then?
I don't know. I think if you watch the last 2 or 3 Buckmore 24 hours, it was very, very close up until a point, and then everyone gets black flags. Roy O'Regan, loads of other people. But as long as, like, I think if you avoid penalties, it can be as close as it can be. I think the karts are really good at the moment.
Now, you've mentioned a really good point about those black flags. Do you want to talk a little bit about those, how teams get that, or are we keeping that so that maybe some other teams forget about it?
I don't know. Last year, I didn't get black flagged, but our team got black flagged for an Alfano, so it can be anything from mechanical to driver helmets. I remember Senor Frogs last year, them getting black flagged for that. I think yellow flags, though, that's going to be the key, really, slowing down under yellows.
Yeah, and as you said, you do have to slow down under yellows. It's very eager just to get a little bit too greedy. How are you going to kind of combat that and make sure, you do take your foot off the throttle a little bit?
I think if we are in first, obviously then you're kind of a pace setter. I've been watching a lot of Club 100 recently, and a lot of the junior drivers and some of the senior drivers, they will slow it right down if there's a yellow or a Battenberg.
Quick question, what on earth is your teammate Jamie Tyler-Gooden doing over there?
I mean, Jamie's Jamie. He'll do whatever he pleases, to be honest.
Let's go and have a chat with Jamie. Jamie, no, let's sit down. Let's have a sit down. I'll try not to break my radio as I sit down. It's quite cool over here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty nice here at Buckmore Park.
Is this how you kind of channel getting closer down to the tarmac and feel the essence of Buckmore Park?
Yeah, I like to visualize. I like to stroke the track to make sure, just so I can get all my vital performance into the car.
I see you're visualizing facing the wrong direction as well.
That wasn't intended, but yeah.
The reverse track.
This is why you have to, fully visualize and understand what you're doing. It's not wet, so you can't do a cool 360 to impress anyone.
No, I hope it doesn't rain, to be honest.
No, none of us do. What's the plan? When are you going out on circuit?
6:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m.
That's very precise.
Yeah, well, around that time, to be honest. Yeah.
Is anyone going to run out of fuel?
I hope not. I hope we can have just everything goes swimmingly, to be honest.
Well, not swimmingly, because we don't want rain.
Yeah, of course not, of course not.
Well, best of luck, Jamie.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Right, now I need to get up, and I need to use my hand, otherwise I'm going to end up leaning on a radio, break a radio, then I'm going to get in trouble, and I'm never going to be allowed to do this grid walk again, and we don't want that. So we've been a little bit too early with our walk going down the grid. Now, I do want to have a chat with Accelerate, and I'm going to quickly grab Ollie Smith. Ollie, how's it going? Camera's over there.
Hello.
Lots of very nice shiny helmets.
Yeah? Well, we clean them.
Yours is looking particularly dirty.
You haven't seen my suit.
The part... Oh!
That's a fire at Teesside. That's fine. Yeah, the cars don't catch fire here.
Yeah, that's helpful. Have you considered, maybe after a suit burns, getting a new one?
Nah, I'm cheap.
Yeah, fair enough. Not slow, though.
Not too bad, not ideal, but we're okay with it. Yeah.
Well, starting fourth, are you starting the race?
I'm not. That's going to be Mr. Tom Langford, who's our calmest driver.
Where is Tom?
Just over there drinking a Red Bull. Other drinks are available.
Does that help keep him calm?
You have to ask him.
Okay. Tom.
Hi.
Do Red Bulls keep you calm?
They do, yes. So, well, I'm getting the energy I need for the start of the race, but I think, I think I'll be all right. Not too bad.
What's the plan for the race? Have you started a 24-hour before?
Yeah, started last year. Started in 2019, so I'm used to it now. But the pre-race nerves still set in, regardless of how many times you've done it. So just looking forward to it now. I just hope that I can get the first stint out of the way, nice and clean, with the leading pack, and then just hopefully let the race build from there. Really.
Now, I saw Ollie pointing at the logo. Nice new jackets. Is that helping Accelerate get even faster this year?
It is in terms of race budget. Yeah, thank you to Kent Brewery for sponsoring us again this year. Really thankful for that. It's nice to have new team kit and everything, and just looking forward to starting the race now.
Well, you're going to have to get that off because I just heard the announcement. So it's time to go racing. Good luck.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So, there you are, Laura. So, with that, we've heard the announcement that it's time for spectators to be making their way off the circuit, which means that we're also going to be heading off the circuit and handing back over to the commentary box for Kieran and Adam.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Yes, always a highlight of the calendar, having a Yusuf track walk. I really enjoyed that. Did you, Adam?
I absolutely did. Part of me wishes I was down there, but maybe give it another year. I'll be potentially down there. Yeah, you can see that everyone now starting to fill out of the grid and just make it more clear for our karts to get going before our 24 hours gets the classic Le Mans getaway, and we get to see 30 karts travel all the way down towards turn number 1, and hopefully see maybe we'll probably see 3 wide. Is that
Yeah.
normality?
Yeah, normally. I mean, you've been to a couple of 24 hours. You know it can't be 1 at the first corner, but it can certainly go the whole way of losing at the first corner. So just be careful of that. Keep the kart facing forward. That's going to be the main aim. But yes, we've had a couple of dramas as well. The previous 2 years, we've had, say, the top 6 or the top 7 actually get black flagged for track limits or overtaking under yellows or even speeding under yellows. So that's going to be something that we're going to set our challenge to that top 7 this time around. Make sure you don't get a black flag, because what that means is it's a black flag penalty. You'll have to be drawn into the pits. You'll be given a talking to as to why you've been given a black flag, and then you'll be set off after a certain amount of time. But these karts are ready to go, Adam, and I am too.
I am very much excited. So I'm guessing we do get the big old Union Jack flag.
Absolutely, we do. There is race director Clint at the start line holding the Union flag, and it will be a Le Mans start. So the drivers you'll see organise themselves on the left-hand side of the track. There you can see some drivers already in position, someone even getting a bit of a practice in as well. Why not? Just be careful, don't do that too many times, otherwise you might wear yourself out for the start of the race. But we'll start from those blocks there. And then once the flag goes down, the drivers will then run to the karts. Now, there is someone over there from your team to hold the kart in place. They're not allowed to push the kart off for you. You have to make sure the kart gets away under its own power, i.e. your right foot is going to be the difference here. And we've seen positions won and lost on these Le Mans starts. They're always a slightly bit chaotic, which is always great to watch there. Clint already organising the drivers as he's kept on track limits, he's kept on contacts, he's kept on overtaking under yellows through the practice and the qualifying. He's done this before. You can see he's already organising the drivers. He's already making sure they're in position behind the line, I'm sure, making sure no one gets an early advantage. But he will be one of the race directors here today, and he will be our starter.
Absolutely. So, Kieran?
Yusuf, you're back. Very good very good walk, yes. I said it's always a highlight on my calendar, one of your grid walks. Always a highlight.
I usually don't do many grid walks, to be fair.
Well, to be honest, it looked great. It looked great. Well, Clint is making his way up towards the start here. We are due at a start at 14:30 local time, so there's about 90 seconds or so from now. And drivers are already keen and eager. It's always really good to see the mentality of these drivers. Who's calm and composed. You've got some drivers who'll be shaking, just making sure well, this is the start that's... This is the start that everybody wants to see, sprinting all the way then. Less than 60 seconds to go then, Yusuf.
Less than 60 seconds, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of tension, pressure that rises up, and all kind of comes down to how many times have these teams and drivers done it. The more times you do it, the more comfortable you'll be. You know how to jump in. You know where your right foot's meant to be. Sometimes you throw yourself in and you're like, where's the throttle pedal? And you can't get onto the power.
Right. So, all eyes on Clint at the head of the grid then. We've got about 20 seconds before we go racing then. At the drop of the Union flag, it will signal the start of the Buckmore Park 24-hour 2025. All eyes on the flag. And this is where the Union flag feels like it really is being stared at. But you see the karts on the left-hand side of your picture being held in place. They're not allowed to be pushed off by that member of the team. But here we go then. We are underway then for the Buckmore Park 24-hour of 2025. And this is where that running start all comes into effect then, as we're already going 4 wide maybe in towards that first corner. I do believe, though, it was the number 5 kart. It's Senior Tadpoles who got away and are leading the way. But of course, we have a mega long way to go then, as already our drivers are making their way through in towards hairpin 2, and back on the power we go. It is the Senior Tadpoles who are breaking away at the top of the order. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in second place, but it's a whole gaggle of kart making their way through the S's, Yusuf.
I believe it's Accelerate Kent Brewery up to second. Thomas Langford, if I remember correctly, at the wheel for the number 3 kart, as we've got 3 karts heading very close to each other as they make their way up the hill into Garda Corner. There is the number 1 car of Spicy Boys, our rookie champions from 2024. Started this race in P5. I think they've dropped back 1 or 2 positions, and we'll get confirmation of that as we cross the line for the very first time.
Yeah, 1 lap down, many more to go. There's normally about 14 to 1,500 laps of Buckmore Park. I believe the record is about 1,460 odd laps in a whole 24-hour race, but you can see elbows out already very early on. The number 6 there, that's TRX OGs, who are making their their third appearance at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. They entered as 3 teams last year, and this year they've only entered as the 1, the TRX OGs, which I'm assuming are probably the people that entered this for the very first time. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it tends to be the way, as we've got 2 carts side by side. There goes the number 1 of Spicy Boys up the inside into Garda. That's a position gain for them as they're trying to clamber their way up through the field. Now, a really important thing to mention, we saw this last year in the 2024 24 hours. We had 5 or 6 carts nose to tail, but critically, Senior Tadpoles have pulled away already. They're over a second clear. They've broken that slipstream train, and it's really, really important now that they keep that gap and they don't allow the likes of Accelerate Kent Brewery and Nameless Motorsport to close back in.
Yeah, it's interesting. A couple of drivers were saying to you on the grid as well, it's a case of just making sure you stay with the pack, keep consistent, because it's so close all the way through. I mean, at one point in practice, we had 2.5 seconds covering the whole field. That eventually got whittled down to 1.6 seconds covering all 30 teams. Now, bear in mind, they would have put their best driver at the forefront to get themselves as high up the grid as possible, as we see side-by-side action, and that is the number 13, who takes a little bit of a half spin. Zesty Drink Racing. Don't know whether there was any help or not going in towards through Garda, but they certainly were slightly facing the wrong way. But Senior Tadpoles lead the way ahead of Nameless. We're still going side by side. You'll see on the front of the carts as well, any number that's got the black background is our clubman or rookie class, and anything with a blue background is our pro class. So that's a way to keep an eye on the classes. We're still going 4 wide. I think one of them is SSC Racing, who are going up the inside in through hairpin 2. But I love these early stages where everyone's trying to pretty much fight for that position. I don't want to tell the drivers there's still over 23 hours to go. I won't if you won't.
I think I can get behind that, Kieran, and as you mentioned, it's early stages of the race, but people are still fighting as there goes the number 19 up the inside of Zesty Drink Racing. That's Slimy Swordfish Racing, who I got to speak to on the grid, so I guess they're keeping it nice and slimy. I don't really know. There's some puns there. We'll figure them out as
horrible.
The race goes on. Sadly for them, they've not been able to make the move stick. It has slipped out of their grasp.
For now. Spicy Boys, though, fastest lap of the race so far, 49.991. Of course, in these early stages, Yusuf, in these karts, it's very easy to overdrive, especially in the opening stint, very easy to overheat the fronts. And of course, what that means is, as we get a let's focus, let's move forward from one driver, international karting language I think you need to be fluent in to compete in a 24-hour. Essentially, let's get on with it, help me out. Number 13's not doing that, though. That's Zesty Drink Racing. This could be a little bit of an early rivalry, as there up the inside is Black Flag Racing, number 16, making, I think, maybe 1 or 2 positions from that squabble.
Yeah, so that's Adam Nather at the wheel for Zesty Drink Racing. So those two had been squabbling for a long time, and that's then the point where the number 19 said, now let's work together now that I'm at the front. And Adam said, no, I'm going to go back up your inside and make sure someone else gets through as well. So I'll have to deal with you sending me into the next corner.
Yeah, not ideal. But again, it's still a long way to go. Nameless now have the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.863. I'm sensing a theme here. Someone takes the fastest lap and some other team will take it straight back. Always interesting to see the tactics of teams and making sure that, do you start with your fastest driver? Maybe if you're at the front you do, but maybe if you're sort of in the mid-pack, you sort of start to say, well, actually, let's put in, second or third fastest and let them squabble with the pack, and then we can unleash our fastest driver later on in the stint. It's all these sorts of strategies that these teams will have probably been working on for an entire year.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things with a 24-hour, just like any race, you can't win the race on the first lap, but you can lose it. But if any stint is the most important, it is this opening stint. If you can break away, get through, you can end up gaining about 30 or so seconds. I mean, we're 5 minutes into this race, and you can already see the gap from first down to 29th is 20 seconds. That's the kind of difference that having your best driver versus one of your weaker drivers. Can they stay in front of the 24 as they head down the hill? Now, one of the gaps I'm keeping an eye out for is this gap at the very front of the field between Senior Tadpoles and Nameless Motorsport, because Nameless Motorsport are putting in some quick laps, back-to-back fastest laps of the race from Rory O'Regan. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second. Nameless Motorsport are on the hunt, and Senior Tadpoles are their prey.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's looking very good. Early pace, early days. Of course, Nameless come here as the, well, you say defending champions of the Buckmore Park 24 Hour. They've won it in 2024 as the pros and as the overall. One thing as well is the Spicy Boys. We keep an eye on them. They are our clubman champions or rookie champions. The name has interchanged over the years in the second class, but Spicy Boys currently 4th place there in the number 1 cut, 4.3 off the lead, and we make our way through in towards Sime Sweep and Pullman's. A great section of corners this going down in towards paddock. I know, Yusuf, you've had a couple of laps around here. Let's say you very much a couple more than me. That's a fantastic section of corners, isn't it?
Oh, it's so much fun when you head down the hill. You're pulling so much G-force as well. You don't often experience a lot of G-force in karting, but when you go into the left of Pullman's, I believe it's called, you really feel it. You have to keep the kart so far over to the left, and just as you've pulled it over to the left, you need to start turning in really early for paddock. There's loads of grip if you turn in early. It's quite a deceptive corner because naturally you'd think to take a late apex, but you just don't quite find the same amount of rubber on that later line, so you end up turning in when you get it right. Looking over to the front of the field, new fastest lap by 0.2 of a second, a 49.794. And as I say that, Spicy Boys have jumped ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery up into 3rd place. So your rookie champion from 2024 now looking at an overall top 3. But we have less than 0.3 between your top 2. And there they are on screen, the number 5 and the number 2, heading through the flat out chicane and down through Sime Sweep.
Yeah, lovely stuff, and yeah, very much a battle for the lead very, very early on here between Senior Tadpoles and Nameless as we make our way through in towards Garda here, as you then have to get yourself set up for that Senna chicane. It's full throttle all the way from here now, so if you don't get the exit of Garda absolutely right, you leave yourself a little bit of a sitting duck going up towards here in towards turn 1. So it's a very important part of the track. You have to get it absolutely spot on here as we make our way through in towards hairpin 1. We're watching on the battle for the overall lead at these very, very early stages here as we head our way through in towards hairpin 2. But nice lines being taken, Senior Tadpoles and Nameless. I wonder, we've seen tactics like this before, and we've already seen over the past few years some temporary alliances, shall we say, be formed. And that comes in the form of helping each other, not battling each other, so that you don't lose time, because as soon as you're side by side, you're both losing time from the outset. So Roy O'Regan, right behind the Senior Tadpoles, is probably thinking, well, actually, you're pretty quick. Let's pull away together.
And there's a few different tactics that you can employ when you're in this situation. Number 1, you can say, well, I'm just going to battle for the lead, go for a send as soon as you can. That's option number 1. Option number 2, you bump draft the person, you push them along only on the straights, not through the corners, and that can give you both a little bit of lap time. You're gaining slipstream, the driver ahead is getting a little bit of a push. The third option, which is a bit sneakier, is you can lift and coast while you're behind them. That saves you a little bit of fuel, and it means you can go that extra 3-4 minutes at the end of your stint, which also means you bypass everyone else going long on their first stint because you've gone even longer. So then you won't be in a really big queue when you come into the pits. And there's Rory O'Regan going up the inside into Garda.
Well, scrap what I said then. He's not happy to stick behind the Senior Tadpoles. He's going to take the lead of this race then. And Nameless move themselves up the order and now lead here at Buckmore Park. And there's a good battle for 4th place behind. But let's stick with our leaders now. Nameless are now in the lead, heading our way through in towards those first 2 corners of Conway's and Henry's Bend, as Falcon making their way now up the order, up to 7th place they are now, as we make our way onwards towards hairpin 2. Let's see now, Rory O'Regan, who's been setting fastest laps and fastest laps. He currently has the fastest lap with a 49.794, so he's just getting quicker and quicker. But look at that now, a little bit of bump drafting now here, as a case of Senior Tadpoles now, right behind the number 2 Nameless, just helping them with their top speed a little bit now.
And I thought it was quite interesting as well, because when O'Regan was behind Williams Sparrow, they were taking quite different lines, noticeably on the exit off Garda. O'Regan was coming out a lot wider, whereas we were seeing Sparrow taking a much tighter line. So I wonder if now that Williams Sparrow is behind O'Regan, he'll start to adopt more of the racing lines that the nameless driver is taking and change up his driving style a bit. At the moment, though, they're super similar on pace. I was speaking to one of the drivers actually from Zesty Drink Racing in qualifying and just talking about kind of karts, and he was saying felt a little bit quicker than Rory coming out of corners, but Rory was a little bit faster at the end of the straight, or vice versa. So that's also going to be something interesting to potentially see. But at the moment, these two pretty much bang on each other's pace.
Yeah, and it's a case of Roy O'Regan, now that he's got that quote-unquote clean air, he hasn't really been able to get away either. William Sparrow has managed to stay behind him, and I wonder now, well, I said before, Roy O'Regan, he'll probably work together now with Sparrow in the senior tadpoles. He didn't, and so I'm not going to put my neck on the line again. What I will say, though, is if these two do keep battling, they've got to think about it. They've got to think about actually battling this hard at this early stage. If they're building a good lead, ARD are now up into third place meanwhile, and they're about 6.2 seconds clear of third place. And you can see there's 5 cars involved in that third place battle. So
while we've been watching that two-way battle for the lead, there's kind of been gloves coming off in this battle for third place.
There has indeed, and at the moment it is the number 7 ARD team who are currently in that third place spot right now as they make their way through in towards the bottom half of the circuit. They make their way up towards Garda, and right behind them is the number 21. That's Rango with Red Mist. There's the number 1 machine as well of the Spicy Boys, who are making their way up the hill now. But a 5-car battle. You see just a little bit of a look there from Team Rango. Cafe Curve is probably not the best place to try and overtake like that.
Absolutely not. ARD, though, doing a very good job. And let's not forget as well, Team Rango, they are our top rookie team. When I was talking to them on the grid, they were talking about sandbagging or making sure that they don't get bumped up to pro. But
unwise to say it.
And the thing that everyone has to remember is teams will have a variety of drivers. So just because one team is doing very well now doesn't mean they'll necessarily be in that same position later on in the race. So yes, a lot of teams will put out their good drivers now. Maybe some rookie teams won't put out their best drivers now, just so that they don't run the risk of being knocked up to the pro class too early on. And that's a nice little send up the inside into Garda, very well held by the Team Rango driver around the outside of Garda corner as they then head back up the hill to start a new lap.
Yeah, and it flies by so quickly here. I mean, drivers here are lapping in the 49s and 50 seconds. I am expecting at some point, drivers, once they unlock that potential, maybe when the circuit starts to cool down again later on in the day, we'll probably see some 48s. I mean, 2 years in a row, the fastest lap has been well within the 48 seconds. Fastest lap since 2019 in the Buckmore Park 24-hour, 48.844 by a former entry of Adrenico Racing back in 2023. And last year, Team Rango came within 4/1000ths of a second of that. So maybe this year, Team Rango, go for it. There's a 48.843 in there. I'm sure there is.
Let's not forget as well that at the moment, fuel loads are at an all-time high. I say all-time high, they're at the maximum load they can be, so naturally we're going to see about 8 kilos dropping out of these carts as the stint progresses. And what we tend to find as well is sometimes when it's a little bit cooler, when we're getting into those dusk hours, the track gets a little bit faster as well. So that's about 8 p.m. is where we'll probably expect to see some of the fastest laps of the session being set.
Absolutely. Fueled by Snacks, meanwhile, up in 9th place at the moment. Really punching it with the pros out there. That's the one of the clubmans there, one of the rookies, and they really are punching at their moment. They are ahead of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, so well up in the top 10. Battling away at the moment with NFS Kuzaks at the moment, and yeah, they're looking very strong at this early stage indeed. And that's always really nice when you're a rookie class or a clubman class. You actually get a chance to be fighting amongst the pros. It might be short-lived, but go on, Fueled by Snacks.
Another team that I did want to talk about, actually I wanted to speak to them on the grid, but completely blanked it with all of the random memes that was going on.
No.
Was NFS Kozak. So they qualified down in 12th. They've actually made their way back up to 8th position. Now, they were very quick in practice. They were actually, I think they were the 3rd fastest team in the practice session. So I would actually say maybe they qualified a little bit out of position. So good to see them clambering their way back up through the field. Right now, they're about 2.5 seconds behind Team Falcon in 7th place. So we'll keep an eye on that gap and whether they are able to work their way further up through the field. As there is the fueled by, I forget the rest of their name as it's somewhat cut off on my screen. Fueled by Snacks. There we go.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and they're doing well. Seems like they are fueled by those snacks at the moment. At this early stage, doing a great job out there in the number 12 car. There you can see the number 6 just coming through your picture. That's the TRX OGs, who are under a little bit of pressure from the number 11. That is Ditchfinders. Ditchfinders have had a storied history, it's fair to say, in the Buckmore Park 24 hours. They were here, I believe this is their 4th entry so far. Their best finish was in 2022 when they were part of the clubman class, or the rookie class. They got a podium. Last year they were in the pro class and finished P6, so very, very handy behind the wheel.
Yeah, very handy indeed. And I'm pretty sure we make this joke every year, but they'll be hard-pressed to find any ditches around the Buckmore Park circuit.
Yes.
I think they need to go back up towards the M2 to find one. But so far for them, things are looking very good as we have our first black flag, 2 black flags. We just had a yellow flag out on the circuit, and there are the black flags, which are most likely going to be for speeding under yellows. Kart number 4, Team Falcon, and kart number 9, who we were just talking about, NFS Kozak. Black flag here at Buckmore Park is going to cost you about 30 seconds or so, which is nearly half a lap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's over half a lap.
Yes,
yeah,
true.
Yeah, so it's a penalty you do not want by the best of times. Where are Team Falcon at the moment? Number 4. They are currently 6th at the moment. Oh, that's a big one there. That's a big name in these early stages. And as we said, 2 pro class karts at the moment in NFS Kuzaks as well, who you said had a good start, but they're now 8th place is under threat. And yeah, black flag at this early stage is really not what you want. When everybody's battling at these early stages, we've got one car in the pits. I think we've got both of them in now, Falcon and Kuzaks, both in the pits at the moment. It's not really a great time. The worst time is in the final half an hour. The second worst time is the first half an hour.
Well, the thing with the final half an hour is it depends how close the other people are to you.
True.
So sometimes you can get away with a black flag there and think, oh, okay, didn't lose any positions, but at the start of the race, you are definitely going to be losing a bunch of positions. Actually, you know what the worst place might be to do it? About a minute before your stint ends. Your last say in a go-kart was to get your team a black flag.
Yeah, you're not going to be a popular man or woman if you bring the kart back and you're just like, oh, sorry, I got a penalty, my bad. Moreover than that, you have to bring the kart in twice.
Yes. It's a very confusing thing when you go out for the first time and you immediately see a black flag and you think, did I do something wrong, or was it my teammate who just came into the pits?
Yeah. I mean, we hear there, we've got a black flag out there. I'm hearing that in my ear. That's someone saying it over the gantry.
Yes, which is just outside of our commentary box.
Maybe they've got a crystal ball. We can see if we can tune in at some point and see who else has got a black flag. It's not only those 2 karts we know of at the moment. Perhaps he was just relaying, oh, this team got it. Maybe.
Just before I went live with the grid walk, I was speaking to Adam Tyler-Good and Jamie's dad from the Senior Tadpoles team. And we've got a bit of a joke going because at one of the last races we did, Adam correctly predicted the results of the race. He was saying, Yusuf, if you want, I can give you some more predictions. So I might have to drop him a line and find out what all the juicy goss is.
Here's a move from the number 21 up the inside, but not quite. Oh, still hanging on in there. Actually, Team Rango getting the move done against the Spicy Boys Racing. That's a very nice move. You don't often see a move going in towards the first couple of corners. You really have to size yourself up for it. But that was a very, very nice move indeed from Team Rango, who are trying to make their way up the field and have to go slightly defensive going through the S's there. Might invite a little bit of pressure once again from the Spicy Boys, but as we head away through in towards Sime Sweep and Pullman's, a very, very nice move indeed. Their next target, the number 21, is the number 7 kart, Team ARD. But I say that, but Spicy Boys are straight back up the inside in towards Garda we go. They have to hang it around the outside of the centre chicane and have to concede that position for now. But a great little battle happening there at the moment. Toby McAllister-Brown really, really hot off the mark. Still right behind the number 21, and there's a little bit of squabbling to be involved with. Now the number 15 is involved in this battle, and that's Belly Boys Racing.
Yeah, so Belly Boys Racing being lapped and McAllister-Brown able to go through another 21, pointing Toby through, I think this might be the point where they're kind of realizing that they're losing a bunch of time to the karts up ahead, being Team Rango with Red Mist, who are doing a very good job. I should know the name of the driver who is at the wheel, but I think all I got was Dad.
Not your dad.
Not my dad.
No, not
to,
your dad.
To clarify,
as you made that
my
clear
dad
on the
would
grid.
be last.
Yes. Well, you saw there half a lap ago, Toby McAllister-Brown just absolutely hammering his lid there, with his hand, just to say, "Come on, let's work together." You've got to learn this language if you're watching kart racing, and that's what that means. It's work together. We're losing too much time right now. Kart ahead of them is the Blue Flag Bandits, who are going to be a lap down now. Much as the name doesn't suggest, there are going to be no blue flags, and the reason is if we had blue flags, active, the whole track would have blue flags by the time we get to the hour mark. Every single post you see would just be blue flags. So to save a little bit, we've just said to the drivers, look, you're on your own out there. It's your job to do it, and we leave them to race.
Absolutely, and that tends to be the way it is in endurance racing, at least in multi-class endurance racing. It's your job to be able to get past the slower traffic. It's only really in sprint racing that you might see blue flags coming out, and at least for the most part in the UK, at least with karting series, even in sprint series, blue flags don't tend to come out.
And when they do, you've got to keep an eye on them. But in this series here, in the Buckmore Park 24 Hour, we don't use blue flags. So if you've got a little bit of traffic, you have to overtake them. But normally, you see drivers here, they just move out of the way. They know really who they're battling, who they're not. Some of them even have radio links. So you see on the side of Toby McAllister-Brown's helmet there on the left-hand side, that's like a little Bluetooth radio receiver. So he's able to receive information from the team. So he's able to, the team are able to tell him, you're battling the car ahead. You're not battling the car ahead. It's going to be a lap down. You need to get past now. All that vital information that's being fed to a driver at any one time, it all comes through that Bluetooth headset. And you'll see a couple of helmets, if they've got like the little bit of gubbins on the left or the right, that's their radio.
Absolutely, and it helps as well, not just getting the information, but sometimes it can help a stint pass by a lot quicker. If you're in a kart for 2 hours, especially in a late night stint, one of the dead stints if you're one of the drivers, just because it is so quiet, just having someone in your ear every now and then makes you feel a little bit less lonely and a little bit less aggrieved. As well, Rory O'Regan isn't lonely because he's got William Sparrow right behind him, and Sparrow has not gone anywhere since O'Regan has passed him. Sparrow's just been quite content to sit right behind him, says, look, I'm not going to battle with you. Let's just work together. They've pulled a really, really handsome 7.5 second gap to Team ARD.
Yeah, it's sort of work together now so that we can battle each other later on. And, and a case of work together, but who will be the first to break the temporary friendship? Because as we all know in this series, in this stage, you make the friendships now, you work together now, but something's got to give. Someone's going to break the friendship sooner or later and try and make some overtake and start the battling. At the moment, Sparrow, as you said, happy to just sit behind Rory O'Regan right now and build the gap to the karts behind. You see, Sparrow gets a really good run through the S's there as well, so he's able to use that, maybe a bit of bump drafting to O'Regan up ahead as they make their way through in towards paddock and now up towards Garda. But you're right, 7.5 second from them, and third place is a very handsome lead indeed at this early stage. And as they make their way through in towards Cafe Curve, we're about to complete another lap here. We're about to complete 29 laps so far of the Buckmore Park 24 Hour. Is there a move from Sparrow? Nope, stays right behind him.
These two are just going to be glued together. As you mentioned, they're going to become best friends, and as the 24-hour race goes, you never know who you're going to be battling at the end of the race. It's not necessarily going to be these two teams who are battling for the race win. It could be a host of different teams. So there's no point in really starting a rivalry, starting a battle, because that person might not be someone that you're battling with in 3 hours, let alone 24.
Absolutely. And these are all things you have to think about. You enter a 24-hour and you expect, it's going to be just us racing for 24 hours. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. It's never that simple. There's so much going on behind the scenes. There's so much going on with these drivers. What sort of stints they're going to be using. As there goes the number 21, Team Rango, up the inside of the Senior Frogs, but Toby McAllister-Brown looking for a little bit of a switchback here, trying to find the space, but there is no space to be found, and Team Rango take over that position for the time being. That's for fourth place right now as we make our way onwards towards the first corner. So Rango now up into fourth place, Spicy Boys down to fifth, but I imagine McAllister-Brown is not going to sit behind him for very long.
Yeah, these two have not been very fond of building a friendship and working together. They have started a rivalry, the Spicy Boys and Team Rango with Red Mist, and they're in different classes as well. But let's not discount how fueled by Snacks, who are just a couple of places further behind and only about 4 seconds behind this duo of karts.
Well, there you see Team Rango still holding off the back of McAllister Brown in the Spicy Boys as we make our way through in towards Garda then, and then we'll get the exit through in towards the centre chicane. We join on then. This is the number 6. So number 6 being the TRX OGs, who entered as 3 teams last year. The Elite, I think it was Elite, Pro and Academy, I think they were. They entered as 1 team this year, TRX OGs, which I assume is the team that entered all the way back in 2022. Might have to be something we have to try and find out from them. See if we can sneak a
I know they
microphone
have
up.
a new driver in there by
How
the
can that be
name
OGs then?
of...
If they have a new driver, how can you be the OG?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh, someone was into the pits.
Phoenix, number 20. That looked like...
Is it Phoenix?
I thought it looked like Phoenix. I thought, because we're on our timing, we've got there. It looked like they came into the pits just there. It could be number 14 who's dropping down the order. Either way, yeah, you're right. Someone did come into the pits there. But at the moment, we're watching on the number 19. That's the Slimy Swordfish, who Yusuf had the absolute pleasure of talking to on the grid earlier on. And there they go then through in towards the paddock bend. Up the hill we go and up towards Garda. Garda's such a unique corner as well. The turn in for the corner is so much later than you think it is.
Yeah.
Even if you turn in at the time you think it's still too early.
Yeah, it's super late. You have to be on the power very early. It's kind of weird where it's adverse camber and it's not adverse camber. It kind of changes through the corner, which just makes it for a very unique experience, and it's probably the slowest corner on the circuit as well, I think, and it leads on to, well, the longest, you wouldn't really say straight, but the longest period of flat outness of the circuit.
That's a phrase now. We're coining it.
Okay.
Flat outness.
Flat outness.
You heard it here first.
Because it is flat out through the centre chicane and then through Cafe Corner, all the way up to turn 1. At the very least, it is in the dry, but the 19 and 22 are still nose to tails. And that is, if I'm not mistaken, the 22 is Meaden's Motor Group, who did qualify 3rd in class. So they've dropped back a little bit. They are now running in 7th place in class. So they've got a bit of work to do to get themselves back up into those all-important podium spots, but a lot of time left in this race, of course. That being said, half an hour has already passed, Kieran.
Yeah, I know. It's flown by. Time flies when you're having fun, and hopefully you're all having fun too as well. I'm trying to work out...
You know who is having fun? Sorry to jump across you,
yeah,
Kieran.
Go on.
Senior Tadpoles, William Sparrow has just retaken the lead of the race.
Very nice. Very nice. I wonder if that battling has stopped already. I don't know, but that 22, Meaden's Motor Group, just seeing who it could be behind the wheel. If it's a black carbon helmet and white trainers with a Buckmore suit, which that looks like it is,
yes.
I think that's Carl Chard who's
it is
behind the
Carl,
wheel.
because I think I remember someone mentioning Carl was going out for them.
Okay, so that's fine then. So, yeah, so Carl
with
Chard.
his aviators on as well.
Oh, that was Carl. Right, yes, okay, that's fine then. I hope he is wearing those aviators. Hopefully they'll help him fly up the order. I know that was your plan. I just wanted to say it because it was so good.
Well, I already did the flying thing, so you're just copying my jokes at this point.
Well, look, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Absolutely.
Certainly up the inside goes the number 5.
And Rory O'Regan's going to imitate William Sparrow by going up the inside of the back marker and had a little think of the inside of Sparrow. Decides against it. It's not going to be long before I accidentally call William Jack, is it?
I didn't know that was on the cards, but yes, now that you've said that, it's almost imminent that will happen. But yeah, just trying to get a little bit through a bit of lappery there for our top 2 at the moment. It is still Senior Tadpoles leading Nameless at the moment as we make our way out of paddock and up towards Garda we go. And just looking to see if now it comes to a point where you want to get into a rhythm, but now you'll come across karts at all parts of the circuit, and especially at this early stage, they're still going to be battling. So you're going to have to try and pick your moment. Like you've got 3 karts up ahead of them now who are all going to be battling. They don't have to give way. It's up to these 2 here to try and make their way through the order. Just chomping at the edge. If a decision doesn't Sparrow's way, at the bit to take advantage of taking a position.
Absolutely, and we are half an hour into the race, which means that the fuel bay has opened. Teams can now refuel. We would assume that most teams did their fueling in practice, so do have a lot further that they can go on this tank, as that's a bit of a gap that William Sparrow has pulled to Rory O'Regan, one of the biggest gaps that we've seen so far. And when we see the leaders trying to pick their way through the back markers, it's one of the easiest points for the driver behind them to find an opportunity to go for an overtake, but for whatever reason, O'Regan's a little bit too far behind, and that means contact from the back marker with our race leaders. Rory O'Regan will say thank you very much. That's allowed him and Nameless Motorsport to close back in to William Sparrow, who does seem to have just kind of renewed himself. It's almost like he's just pulled a pin a bit and just pulled out that extra 5% that he was seemingly holding back earlier.
Yeah, it seems like there might not be a Christmas card in the post box this time around for the Thunder Vipers, the number 28.
What a name.
It's a great name, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant name. Yeah, I can imagine they're not going to be too impressed with that one, but already we've got some of our pros being put a lap down, which we have to, obviously, if you've watched sprint racing before as well, this is the mentality that you might have. You see a lap down, you think, oh wow, they're so far off, they're so far behind. But actually, a lap here, let's say it's 50 seconds, because that's sort of your average lap time. So if you see a lap there, that's around 50 seconds. You keep adding that up, how many laps you are behind. We've had races that were decided by a couple of laps. And if you think about it, 24 hours, you've got a minute and a half over 24 hours. That's absolutely nothing. That's a minuscule difference per lap.
Absolutely. And as I was saying as well during the grid walk, one of the biggest places where you can gain time is in your pit stop. Sometimes you get drivers who are really leisurely jumping out. Well, they don't jump out of their karts. They take their time, stretch their back. If you're quickly out that kart, quickly in, you can easily gain 5 seconds in a pit stop. With however many pit stops you have over the race, nearly 12, that's 60 seconds right there.
Now, the only difference that makes, especially in the pit stop stage, is when fueling becomes a thing, because we've only got a couple of fuel bays here.
Yes.
So if you are caught in a queue, tough.
Absolutely.
And that's where the radio communication comes in handy as well, because your team is able to tell you the fuel bay is free. Get in now, we'll put some fuel in the cart so that you're not having to wait. I mean, there could be a queue of 3 or 4 carts if you're not careful, and if you're sort of running on fumes a little bit and you don't have a choice, you're sort of losing a good 30-40 seconds just waiting, and that can really hurt you.
And that's super important for the first 6 hours of the race, more so than the rest of the race. And the reason for that is currently at the start of the race, everyone's a lot more in sync. No one's had a chance for, one team that's pushing their stint to go, let's say 2 hours compared to 1 hour 50. So over the course of a few hours, we'll start to see everyone pitting a lot more freely. But right now, we know that pretty much everyone's going to be pitting. We've got 30 cars that are going to be pitting, probably somewhere between 1 hour 20 to 1 hour 50 minutes.
Absolutely. You see the number 25 there, that's Slick and Tired, great name, pointing to our leaders there to just sort of say, go this way. But now he's in the middle of the track, and Roy O'Regan done a really good job there of just getting through and making his way through there. It made it look easy, but it's not easy to do when you're so low to the ground. You're trying to just get as many lap times through as possible, as we watch on then the number 9, the NFS Kuzaks, making their way through in towards that centre chicane, and up the hill we go in towards Garda for another time of asking. 41 laps completed here, and the Senior Tadpoles lead the way ahead of Nameless. Nameless still have that fastest lap of the race that was set roughly, I'd say 20 or so laps ago at the moment, and still that 49.794 to beat if anybody fancies having a go. I imagine it won't happen until later on, but you never know.
Also, talking of, well, I want to talk a little bit about fastest laps. When we look at the roster for Senior Tadpoles, they've got Jasper Stewart staff as one of their drivers, who does hold the lap record here at Buckmore Park, so is technically the quickest driver in one of these karts. And he'll be jumping into the kart later on today. When he is, we'll see whether he can improve on the 49.7 that has been currently set by Mr. Rory O'Regan. Again, still just 0.3 between your top two, and then it's an 8-second gap back down to Team ARD, who are in third place. And things are looking quite good for Team ARD. I remember they were on the precipice of getting a podium last year, but I think they just fell a little bit short at the end and came 4th or 5th. But my memory eludes me.
Yeah, still pretty impressive though. To the first job of these drivers. We've got a lot of new teams this year. Quite a few that are making their debut at this year's 24-hour. And the one thing you've got to do, especially if you're entering as a rookie or a clubman, just get to the flag. Anything else that happens, if you move up the order, get an overtake, is an absolute bonus. Just make sure you have a driver in the kart at the checkered flag. And then you can build on that, because then when you come back next year, you've got a target to aim for and say, right, I'm getting better than this. We're getting a better lap time than this time around.
Yeah.
And it's great fun to watch on these drivers. But when you get to the pros as well, when you see those bespoke boards and you see the strategies and you see the whiteboards get pulled out as well, that's always great. What's also great is this is a battle for 26th overall. This is the 14 who is ahead of the 24. That's Bumperkart in the 14, ahead of Richards Racing in the 24. This is for position.
Absolutely. For P26 on the road. And it's one of those cool things. As the race progresses, no matter how many hours in you are, you always find a couple of karts that are pretty much nose to tail fighting for one position. That not only makes it exciting for them, but makes it exciting for us, because it gives us something to talk about, especially in those slightly quieter hours of the race. But these two are being approached rapidly by Spicy Boys, Maple Motorsport, and Team Rango with Red Mist. And those three will be eager to carve their way through as quickly as possible.
They will, but they've got, as you say, Spicy Boys right behind, who are looking to try and make their way through and put a lap on these two teams. And that's not always going to be easy, but there is Toby McAllister Brown looking up the inside of the 24, so up the inside of Richards Racing. That is also the Maple Motorsport, number 8, trying to just go through the gap as well. You see when you're behind a driver who is getting through the bit of lappery, you're trying to also try and occupy that little bit of space as well, that little bit of a pocket that's been created. You try and put your kart in there as well. It can work, but you've got to have a driver, you've got to have a complete trust in the driver ahead to make sure that there's no contact. There is McAllister Brown again up the inside, looking to try and get to the move done and try and break away. But Maple Motorsport, they saw that one coming and are now on the outside in towards Cafe Kerr, but all sorted out. So, the top two in that battle at least, Spice Boys and Maple, battling away, doing a good job. There's the 24 who's come into the pits after that, Richards Racing team.
But they're not fueling.
No. Possibly, talking over with the events team down there, who are down in the pit lane. So I'm sure they'll see what the issue is.
Well, that's really bad news for Richards Racing. What is going on? Does he think that he has an issue with the car? I guess potentially.
Yeah, or it's a case of, you've got the driver walking away as well. So, we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens.
Bizarre.
In the meantime, we're watching on Team ARD, who are third place at the moment. Number 7 machine, making their way through now. Good start from ARD as well, because they started in 8th place. They've managed to get themselves up to 3rd, so really good opening stint from the number 7 machine. And Team ARD, I'm trying to think, we've got 2 drivers. Obviously, you're not going to enter a 24-hour with 2 drivers.
I've seen it done. I've seen 2 Belgian lads doing a 24 hours. I think it was father and son. They actually won it as well. They were incredibly quick. How they did it with just 2 was beyond me. As the number 8 of Maple Motorsport, that is Trevor Hansford, I think, struggling in his battle with Rango with Red Mist.
But he's got a position there ahead of Team Rango. And Team Rango did enter as rookies. Yusuf did point out to them, what do you mean rookies? When they qualified so high up the order. In fact, they're on the front row. Well, you say front row, 2nd place they qualified. So I can assume they will be changed over to pros. Race control will have a look at that and review.
I think they usually check at around 6 hours, is it?
Yeah, it's about that. They'll weigh up the average pace of the team, the drivers, the driver talent, and go from there, and then they'll decide whether to either bring a clubman into pro or the other way around. Say a pro needs to be a clubman to give them a chance to get a good result in class at the very least.
Yeah, and the reason for that is we don't want to be making decisions on who goes up to the pro class purely from one stint, because that just might be one team's very quick driver who jumps into the car, and after that it might be slower drivers. So need to wait and give it a few hours just to see where a team's pace is overall. And a lot of teams try to kind of play around that fact to get their slower drivers out at that point. That's definitely not the case for Team Rango. They've got their quickest driver out at the moment. They want to make the most of this early stint of the race. And, well, the 8 and 21, I'd say working together, but they aren't working together. Every opportunity for an overtake, I think each of them are taking currently.
Oh, you've got to take it. If you get presented with a chance, maybe you take it with both hands. I just wonder, that rush of adrenaline, do you think, I could take that position now? You're not really necessarily thinking long term or long game at that point, but hey ho, I'd rather have them make those decisions than me. I'm very happy with not being behind the wheel. There's a reason actually I'm not behind the wheel. Yusuf, you did last year's race.
I was going to say the reason why I'm not behind the wheel most of the time is because I don't have enough money for it.
I was going to say you did the 24-hour. You were part of a team in the Buckmore 24-hour. I mean, what's the secret? How do you unlock that sort of the pace over the whole team, and how difficult is it to keep the morale up if things aren't going your way?
I think one of the big things is just to remember whenever I do 24-hour races, whether it's here at Buckmore or anywhere else and I'm team captain, I never say to look at other teams. You're always racing against the clock. That is your competitor. You just have to focus on doing the best that you can do. Once you get to the final 2 hours, then you can start to think, okay, these are the teams we're battling with. Before that, it doesn't matter. You just do whatever is going to make you do as many laps as possible over the next half an hour, as that is a spin from the number 27 of blue flags.
Yellow flags covering blue flag bandits temporarily whilst they recover from facing 90 degrees the wrong way out of Garda there, but they've got themselves back up and running. Always a tricky one because Garda's a little bit of a blind spot as you turn in, but there, as Yusuf, you're pointing out, Richard's racing team have now rejoined the race.
And it's the same driver as well. So maybe he just needed a toilet break.
I've heard stranger things in the 24-hour, but I don't know. We'll have a look and see how the pace is. But yeah, they would have lost a couple of laps. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens as well. So Richard's racing down there in 30th place, and I believe we've got quite a substantial amount of, when we get to driver changes as well, as you were saying, you've had 2 drivers out there, great, but there could also be 6 out there. So we'll now throw out to Adam, who's out on the balcony, and he's got some drivers to talk to. Adam, over to you.
So a few technical issues that we will resolve, and then we'll go back to our interview momentarily. But Senior Tadpoles are still leading by just 0.3 of a second, and that gap to third place, again, still steadily increasing up to 10 seconds now. But your top 3 are the only teams who are kind of consistently putting in those low 50s, maybe for the top 2 of a 49.9, 49.8 here and there. But the pace is really, really quick at the front of the field.
I will say as well, it's important not only to be quick out on track, but consistent as well. You've got to be hitting your marks every single time to get the most out of your stint. And, as the fuel level goes down, you're right, the fatigue though goes up. And this will be something we talk on and touch on many, many times as we make our way through in towards the 24 hours, is fatigue. The big F word, the right F word is fatigue. And that can have a damaging effect on a driver because the fatigue comes in, the reaction times slow down, and even, 1/10 of a second slower reaction time could be the difference between you finding a gap and not, and that is a gap that was somehow found.
These 2 are not happy with each other at all. There are hand signals. We talk about friendships being made, those 2 are enemies.
Steady.
Should we get a camera for when they jump out of the car later on, please?
We've not even have an hour. Come on. But this is the adrenaline running through you at the moment, and we'll see, I'm sure, we'll see much more of them over the next 8 as we make our way through in towards hairpin 1. Is there going to be a move here? No, not this time. But I think we'll try again with Adam Reed, who's out on the balcony, and he's found some drivers. Adam, over to you.
So, of course, we're into the first couple of moments here in the Buckmore Park. 24 hours, we've got our first interviews here. Tell us your name, tell us your team.
Jack Simmons. Joel Castro with NFS Broke Kozak.
And, of course, how do you think your start of the race has been? Of course, there's still plenty of time if there have been any problems, but just kind of go through the first couple of moments with us.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start, to be honest with you. We got up a few places. We came up to about 8th, but just unfortunately with the yellow flags. And Clint being really strict the yellow flags like he is every other year, unfortunately got a black flag. So we dropped that down to P27. But we slowly made our way back up now to P19. So we're going up there nicely. But it's just about being consistent and trying to get back up there by the end of the race. We've got plenty of time to it, so we should be able to do it.
How are you taking these first couple of moments? Of course, we're not even into the first hour yet. Is it just take it slowly, or are you trying to force your way through the field a little bit more?
I mean, in an ideal world, it would have been to just follow the pack through. But obviously, due to black flag, it's been a bit differently. But just trying to be consistent and but as fast as we can, because obviously we'd rather be consistent and a bit slower than be as fast as we can and making mistakes here and there. But I think for now it's just about trying to get through the pack as fast as we can and getting back up to the top 10 at least.
Of course, what brings you back to the 24 hours? Because of course, so many returning teams, so many new teams. What makes this circuit and event magic?
It's the best 24-hour race in England, you know. You got the best people, Nameless, Rory O'Regan, you know. You want to compete with the best. That's what brings us back.
And of course, where do you see yourself potentially in the next 23 hours and a half?
In La La Land, P1. Won't happen probably. But ideally top 10, top 5, I think it's doable. Maybe top 3 if a lot of luck comes our way. We'll see. You can't predict these things. So.
Same for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just luck really now. We just have to be consistent, and then if we're consistent, maybe we can get a top 5. But we have to pray that the other teams get some penalties as well.
All the best to you two.
Well, absolutely fantastic to hear from some of the NFS Cossacks drivers. And, well, they've got a lot of work to do. They've clawed themselves back up to P19 and 8 seconds behind Team Falcon as they try to work their way back up into the top 15 and then eventually into the top 10 shortly after that. But again, it is still the same two at the front of the field. I'm keeping an eye on Zesty Drink Racing as well. 4th place in the rookie class, 11th overall, and a frequent competitor of the Buckmore Park 24-hour race. They're trying to close in onto Top Deck, who are currently 3rd in the rookie class and in P9. So there's only about 1.5 seconds, and this three-way battle, there's just a few seconds between them. So it should be interesting to see how this battle unfurls over the next 5 to 10 minutes as there goes TRX up the inside of the number 13. So the TRX OGs up into 11th place, and this battle for 11th and will eventually become the battle for 9th place continues to heat up. There you can see the two as Adam Nather goes back up the inside of TRX OGs into turn 1. There's no working together going on as they head into hairpin 1 and then into hairpin 2, and there we can see them making their way through hairpin 2. Adam Nather is currently ahead of TRX OGs as they head into the flat out chicane, and Christopher Ball now behind TRX OGs as well for SSC Racing in the number 13. Now, Adam was lucky enough to get an interview, and we didn't want Kieran to feel lonely, so Kieran has an interview as well.
Oh, thank you, Yusuf. You're too kind. Yes, I'm here with Phoenix, who are currently 20th overall. Phoenix, how's it all going out there? First of all, I think it's Ollie, isn't it? You did say, I'm going to forget. Ollie, how's it been out there so far?
It's been good, you know, just like the first hour trying to get into the rhythm, get into the flow, and try and get a good base to build on, and then hopefully push towards the podium and hopefully come home with a nice trophy.
Yeah, so who's your driver out there at the moment? Because they've had to deal with all the starting madness.
Yeah. We've got Liam out there at the moment. He's doing a very good job. He's making quite a few overtakes, like 1 or 2 every other lap at the moment. So he's doing quite a good job, and hopefully he can keep that up and get us into a good position for the end of the race.
Absolutely. And Jaden, I'll come to you next. Obviously, you're wearing some pink overalls as well. You're not going to be easy to miss out there, but you know, explain the pink. What the fashion?
Well, it's 24 hours. It's a big race. We had to stand out. We couldn't come in like hiding. We had to look presentable. Come in. Yeah, we want to stand out. Obviously, there's other teams here that stand out like a sore thumb. So we're coming in. We're making ourselves known.
I like it. And how's the first 50 minutes for you been sort of on the sideline at the moment, looking on? Are you ready to get into the kart?
Ready to get in at any time, yeah, if Liam has any problems. Says he's fine. It's all going well, yeah. He's just trying to make up positions as he can, long stints. So it should be good, yeah.
Should be good indeed. And Lily, I'm just seeing on the sleeve there, you've got for the British Heart Foundation and Alzheimer's Society. So talk us through a bit about that.
So we are trying to raise some money. Our £500 goal, but I think we're at £590 now. So yeah, make sure that you're sending some money in to help out.
And you've also got the QR code as well, I see there. So if you scan that QR code, it'll take you through. There you go. Get right up close to it, Lily. There you go. Get it right up close there. There you go. Scan that, and you can help out Team Phoenix. That's brilliant stuff. So I'll finish with you, Lily. What's the plan? What's the aim in this 24-hour?
Well, we're aiming for a podium, obviously. So the rookie podium. Or want some trophies. Yeah.
Would be nice to go home with a trophy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be lovely to go home with a trophy.
They look nice, don't they?
They do, they really do. I'm almost jealous that we get to hand them out and I never get to keep one, but then I go, I'm not good
I
enough.
think the commentators should get one next year.
Now you're in my good books.
Yeah.
Commentators award, that's what we need.
Team Phoenix always in my good books. I'll tell you that right now. Team Phoenix, thank you so much for talking to us. Welcome to have you back any time, and good luck for the rest of the race. And with that, back to you, Yusuf.
Thank you, Kieran. I wonder, for a commentator's trophy, does a winning commentator, is it based on who does the most caster curses? Or the least amount of commentator curses? Or the most amount of puns? Who knows?
Most amount of puns you would win. Without a doubt.
Most amount of good puns, I'd probably lose.
I don't know. Yeah, actually, because I was thinking I would make puns as well. That's what I was thinking, but hey-ho. We can all decide what awards we hand out by the end, I'm sure. But there's karts racing, oh my goodness. I think that was the number 4. It is, yes, that's Falcon moving up the inside. And of course they were hit with a black flag early on, I believe, for overtaking under yellow flags. So they've got their work to do. They're up to 16th place at the moment overall. And just looking through here, I think that's 9th in class at the moment. It could be 10th in class, actually. 10th in class right now. So yeah, they've got a bit on their plate at the moment, but doing a good job of just making their way back up through the order. And that's what's important after an early setback.
Yeah, and I'm still really enjoying watching that trio of karts. So TRXOG, Zesty Drink Racing, and SSC Racing in 11th down to 13th, because they are trying... well, I don't know if they are trying to catch up to 9th and 10th, because they keep battling between themselves so much. And, well, for Zesty Drink Racing, they are just one of the clubmen in that group of karts. And they really need to close into Top Deck, who are 3rd in their category. And it comes back to what I was saying before. It's, you know, racing against the clock, and so often you'll find yourself in a situation where you come across another driver or a team. You'll think you're the quicker driver, they'll think they're the quicker driver. No one wants to accept that they have to be the one to sit behind and push you along. And as a result, you then just end up battling for a while, and it can cost you, 5 or so seconds over the course of a stint. Well, maybe even 5 seconds over 10, 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Just want to say as well, if you are a team here at the Buckmore Park 24-hour and you'd love to chat to us, we'd love to chat to you, I'm sure. Yes. We've ticked Team Phoenix off the list. We'd happily have them back any day of the week, but preferably today or tomorrow, because that's only when we're here and streaming. So, yeah, if any other teams do want to have a chat with us, we're more than welcome to have you. You just might have to put up with me, Yusuf, or Adam. So that's the only downside.
Ooh, that is a slow kart. That is the 15.
That's Belly Boys, so might have had a bit of a spin.
It's all gone belly up, hasn't it?
Yeah. Oh. There you go. He's taking the early lead in the award ceremony.
Yeah, it's not even midnight yet.
It's not. It's not. Those sorts of jokes I would expect at about 10, 11 o'clock tonight.
Or out of a 15-year-old, which
or both
is my mental age, to be fair.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. I'm glad you said it, though, so it's all good.
Don't worry, I've got you back there.
Number 16 here, that is Black Flag Racing, who are making their way now through in towards the centre chicane, being chased down by Meaden's Motor Group. I think that is for position, because you've also got the number 26 BN Racing, who are part of that battle as well. There's your battle for the lead. There's a slight bit of contact there. Blue Flag Bandits in the number 27, feeling the wrath of the likes of the number 5 and the number 2 there, as we make our way through in towards hairpin 2.
Nameless Motorsport have just set a new faster lap of the race by a single thousandth of a second.
You're kidding.
Over Senior Tadpoles. A 747. Literally, it's a Boeing. They are flying.
Incredible. You've got this for the next few hours. You've got use of making puns. I will stoop to that level.
I'm just going to say 747 was staring at me.
Yeah, true. What's also interesting as well, in these early stages, we've got, obviously, we get an ultimate lap time, which, if you're not
Yes.
familiar with motorsport, we've split the track here into 3 sectors. So Sector 1 covers up to the entrance of Hairpin 2. No, let me get this right. It's before the S is here. So this is the end of Sector 1. Sector 2 then takes you from here all the way down to Paddock, which then you've got a little timing line there just before Garda. And then Sector 3 is from Garda all the way back up to the start-finish line. So that's where we're basing our sectors here if you're watching on. And
I
then
would
you'll
just like to say as well, for our viewers watching, Kieran did that without looking at the track map, which actually shows where the sector lines are.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, I could have done that, but I just thought it was more impressive that I didn't.
I was incredibly impressed by that memory, actually.
But anyway, so you add up those 3 sectors, the fastest sectors, to get an ultimate. Now, that's not necessarily the fastest lap of the race, but it gives you an idea of what sort of pace is capable at this stage. The ultimate right now is a 49.5. Our best lap time is a 49.7, so we're pretty close to what these drivers are capable at this stage.
And interestingly, the fastest lap of a 49.747, none of the sector times that Rory O'Regan did on that lap were the fastest sectors overall.
Yes. Excellent. Excellent stuff.
Fastest sector 3 actually goes to Team Rango, so one of the rookies having one of the fastest overall sectors of this race. They're currently in 6th place overall, 9 seconds ahead of second in the rookie class, fueled by Snacks, and they're both lapping at around about similar pace, although last time around a bit of a slow lap for fueled by Snacks with a 50.7 being set.
Yes, there's the number 6, the TRX OGs, who are trying to make their way up through the order. That's Zesty Drink Racing, who are in a different class, but that's not going to stop them battling. We've had some Zesty Drink Racing appearing over the last couple of years, normally trying to try and get themselves the best result they possibly can, as you would when you're entering the 24-hour here. But as we make our way through on towards
when
there,
life doesn't give you frogs, get yourself some Zesty Drink.
yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, we have them here this weekend as well. Tom Layton, I think, is the team leader, if you like. But yeah, we've had Zesty Drink Racing. It's their 3rd entry in the Buckmore Park 24-hour. They entered as a clubman in 2023, they entered as a pro in 2024, or at least were converted to a pro in 2024. At the moment, for now, they are still a rookie or a clubman in this class. But that could all change, say 6, 7, 8 hours in, when the decision is made who will change class and who doesn't. And that's based on average pace, but also the quality of driver you have. It's a case of, if we move you to a pro and you're a rookie, do you have the pace to keep up and also give a challenge to other pros out there?
Also, speaking of our pros, Nameless Motorsports Senior Tadpoles, they've picked up their first track limit warnings of the race. For those who don't know, once you get 3 track limit warnings, that will be a black flag and a penalty. So really important that you don't abuse that. I think, though, it resets every few hours. I forget how many hours it takes before it does reset. Another thing to mention, everyone up to 14th has been lapped already within an hour.
There you go. And all that means is they're 50 seconds behind, which is nothing. It's nothing at this stage. Because we've got that 50-second lap time here at Buckmore Park, or an average 50-second lap time at the circuit, it does mean that if you're a lap behind, you're roughly 50 seconds behind. Roughly is going to be the key word here. But at these early stages, your Nameless and Senior Tadpoles really close together at the moment. A 1/10 of a second separates them. But by working together, they've got themselves a 12-second buffer to ARD at this early stage, who ARD themselves, a bit of a lonely race right now, 12 seconds away from Senior Tadpoles, 10 seconds in front of the Spicy Boys. So a bit of a race of their own at the moment. That's no bad thing as we count down to the end of hour number 1. Haven't we had fun, eh? I'm not a poet, but there we go. Watching on then, that's the number 23 making their way through in towards the first couple of corners. That was Top Deck BN Racing, who we haven't actually mentioned so far in this race. They're currently 9th place and 3rd at the moment in the rookie class, so they're doing a fantastic job out there so far. They've got the number 11, that's Ditchfinders right behind, who are looking to try and take a position and at least move up an overall position. Wouldn't be a change of position in class, but for Ditchfinders, they'll be looking to see if they can find that inside line. But it's proving not to be an easy job at this stage. I think Yusuf has managed to find some more drivers to talk to, so I'll hand over to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm joined by Oliver Borko. I got to speak to you on the grid as well from Senior Tadpoles. Oliver, happy with how things are going so far?
Yeah, it could be a bit better with Nameless obviously overtaking us, but I thought we was going to pull away at the start, but couldn't really ask for a better start.
Are there going to be words spoken to William about the fact that he lost that 1 second lead?
Maybe, but the comms currently aren't working. But getting out our secrets. But hopefully we'll get them sorted for his next stint. But everyone else is working, so should be good.
Is he going to remember that he has to pit?
Hopefully, we've got a massive board that we stole from the Senior Frogs 2 years ago. So we should use that one.
So you're really living up to the name of Senior Tadpoles, and you've got all of their kit as well. Actually, if you turn around, we can show off the really cool shirts that they have. Did you call up Burnt Chip, say, look, if you want to drive, you can be on a winning team for once?
Yeah, I think, Chip, if you're watching, you've got to get up here and you've got to go drive for us in the final stint. Bring it home for the Senior Tadpoles.
Go, Burnt Chip, if you're watching, make your way back down to Buckmore Park from... Do you know where Burnt Chip lives?
No.
Probably a good thing that no one knows.
Rich place.
Rich place. Who's going out next for you guys?
I believe Jasper Stuart's going out next.
He's quick.
Yeah, very fast. I think 3 or 4 championships around here, so very, very fast driver.
And he's got the lap record.
Yeah, he does. He's very, very fast around here.
So, I was talking to Kieran earlier about when Jasper goes out. If he doesn't get the new faster lap of the race, that's just appalling, isn't it?
Well, it was a close fight last season and the season before between Will and Jasper, but they're very close on pace, but Will definitely shines in the wet, but Jasper's a lot quicker in the dry, so we just have to see how it goes.
I like that. That's very political of you to say, oh, this driver's better here, this driver's better there. Do you have like a category where each of you are, the best?
Well, I'd say so, because Will is definitely the soggy tadpole, as we have the soggy froggy. So we just have to hope it rains, send him out every single stint. But yeah, we just have to see it goes. Most of us are relatively fast. We all have championships here and at other tracks, so just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, and I think you're definitely the best interviewee of all of them. Definitely better than Jamie. He's awful.
Yeah, on the floor, driving on the floor.
Backwards as well.
Backwards. Practicing for when he comes out the pit lane, spins around. He's got to practice for the reverse track.
Well, Oliver, thank you very much for your time, and I'll let you try to figure out how to sort out your comms with William.
Just one more question. I want to ask from the professional, cereal before milk or milk and cereal?
I mean, the fact that you're asking this on a broadcast is appalling of you. Ellis, what do you think? We're going to take Ellis's first answer, which was milk before the cereal, and that's why they got black flagged.
I have to ask the professionals.
Yes, definitely cereal before the milk, otherwise you are crazy.
Thank you.
No worries. And Kieran, back over to you for some racing.
Thank you, Yusuf. And that's the age-old question answered. We'll be taking no further questions from here. There's the number 19 going up the inside there, making up a position. That's the Slimy Swordfish who are going and moving up past, I think that is the number 22. Yeah, Meaden's Motorsport, who are a motor group, my apologies. Got to get the name right at the very least. Meaden's Motor Group falling a position behind, but they're still battling away here as we make our way up towards Garda. And Slimy Swordfish taking that little bit of a more defensive line can compromise your run through the centre chicane if you're not careful. And as we've already discussed, it is flat out all the way from the centre chicane through the Cafe Curve and onwards towards the first corner of Conway's. And just about holding fort right now with Meaden's Motor Group still chomping at the bit to try and find a way past. Could be a move here down in towards hairpin 1, very late on the brakes and struggling to get the kart under control, and by doing that allowed the number 19 to get straight back through, and that's something that drivers will have to be wary of. You can try those late braking moves, but if you don't slow the kart down in time, for Carl Chard, if he's not slowing that kart down in time, it's going to be upset with him.
Yes, and then the marshals and the stewards will also be upset with him. And that's when the track limit warnings come in. 22 going up the inside of the 19. The 19's been in the wars a bit, haven't they? The Slimy Swordfish Racing, living up to their name.
Living up their name indeed, and it looks like Carl Chard has just about got that move done, but we're having a lot of battling. It's all in our clubman rookie class as we make our way through in towards the first corner, but Meaden's Motor Group back ahead now of the Slimy Swordfish. This is a battle for 15th overall. So we're looking at 5th place in class, I think. And look at this, there's 5 karts involved in it. In fact, one of them is the number 7. That's not a clubman, that's a pro.
That's
Team
ARD lapping them, so he's going to be hoping that well, they stop fighting and realize, hey, there's a leader coming up, let me through. I want to try to pull away from the Spicy Boys, but they do have a nice 10-second gap to Spicy Boys. And I was just checking the team lineups as there goes Team ARD trying to make a lapping move, a little bit sketchy, as there has been another track limits warning coming in, both for Nameless and Senior Tadpoles. These two have to be careful, because if they get more, Team ARD are going to be leading this race.
Yeah. At this stage, you don't want to get a black flag when you've worked so hard to get the moves up, so hard to work the gaps as well. The last thing you want to do is lose at least 30 seconds in the pit lane, as we just see ARD then third place overall, just making their way through a little bit of lappery, putting some laps on drivers. At the moment, it's mapping all the way up to 5th in class in the rookies, but still that battle's not done between Meaden's Motor Group there in the number 22 and Slimy Swordfish in the number 19, as they're both making their way through. Now down in towards Paddock. And back on the power, they'll go up the rise and up towards Garda we go. As you see there, Team ARD just looking for that nice, perfect opportunity to get a move done. But when you've got two karts battling each other for position, it's never an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and I'm still just trying to keep an eye on this battle for 9th, for 3rd place in the rookie class. It is getting a little bit closer with Team Top Deck closing or being closed in by that quartet of karts behind them. That does include Zesty Drink Racing as well, as that is a late move going up the inside from the number 7 of Team ARD. Well, the 22 sees it coming just in time, does Meaden's Racing. And that is going to be, well, not a change for position, but it did open up the door for the number 19 of Slimy Swordfish to go up the inside and pull off the overtake, and move up into 15th position now. Still 1/10 separating our top two of Nameless Motorsport and Senior Tadpoles. As again, we see this trio of karts going through turn 1. And speaking of Senior Tadpoles, Kieran's found another driver to speak to.
Yes, it's another Senior Tadpole. We couldn't have just one of them. We've got Ellis here. Ellis, how's it going? Obviously, 2nd place so far. You got a big interview to top after that last one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. For our first endurance race, 2nd's more than what we wanted, really.
I mean, you're battling away with Nameless. I mean, they're the previous champions of last year. I mean, that must be a great feeling to know that you've got the pace at this early stage.
Yeah, they've done multiple ones of these, and it's our first one, so it's good to see that we can keep up with them.
It is indeed. I mean, more even than that. I mean, you've all got sort of previous karting experience, I'm assuming. But what's your background? I mean, how are you going to help the team today to get the best result possible?
Well, I compete in Club 100, but I've stopped it now. But last year and a few years before, and then I went to the Saudi World Finals last year and was the top British driver there. So hopefully we can do good.
Well, you're doing a very good job right now. We only had sort of an hour in, but all things are looking good right now, so I'm guessing the only target is the win.
Yeah, or I'm happy if we come top 3, really, because it's our first endurance race, but yeah, we could win, hopefully.
I'm sure we'll keep checking in on you. And any final words? I mean, you've had a big interview to top before.
Thanks AMD Tuning, the Watch Gallery, and New Cuts Barbers.
All off the top of the head, I love that. Get the sponsors in, that's great stuff. Ellis, thank you so much for the chat and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
And with that, back to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And I have been told that we are willing to have more interviews here for the Buckmore Park 24 hours under one condition. If we could bring up the camera view of the interview gallery where Kieran was posing next to, anyone who comes up for an interview, they need to bring us a temporary gift. And that gift will represent our lovely flower pot on the interview table. And we can then talk about your gift as well. So it'll essentially be an interview combined with a show and tell. Thank you, Kieran. So that's a flower pot that you have to replace. So don't bring in anything too big, because if it's too big, we can't see you and the table will break. And if it's too small, well, then we can't see it. So make sure you bring in some gifts for us, some show and tells. It's like going back to primary school and all of that jazz. But Nameless have started to stretch out a tiny lead over Senior Tadpoles. It's now up to 0.6 of a second. They pulled 0.4 on the last lap. as they try to navigate their way through a group of back markers. I actually wonder if we could catch that on the broadcast, because it is looking very spicy indeed, as they are, if I'm not mistaken, crossing the line now and heading into turn 1, as there is Trevor Hansford for Maple Motorsport, who are down in 5th position and running 5th place in class. And there is the 4 and the 14. 4 is of Team Falcon, who are trying to redeem themselves after their black flag earlier on. And there is Rory O'Regan, who has made his way to the front of the train of karts that he has had to lap. So he's now lapped everyone up to, I believe it is 10th place. We'll get confirmation of that once they come over the line. But there is Rory O'Regan in the number 2, and there is the number 5 of Senior Tadpoles going up the inside of the 23 of Top Deck BN Racing. But again, a couple of slow laps being set by the pair of them as they try to navigate their way through the traffic. But Senior Tadpoles putting in a 49.7 last time round, trying to pull themselves to back within a second of Nameless Motorsport. And, well, they clearly still have a lot of pace underneath that kart, Kieran.
They do indeed, and track limit warning going out to ARD then at this moment in time. I think another one's going to go out to another track limit warning is going out to Spicy Boys. I'm trying to remember, recollect if they've had one before. I can't remember them having one before. But just because I don't... Oh no, they have had a track limit warning. Yeah, so 15.27 they got their first one, 15.41 they got their second one. So yeah, they're on thin ice now. They do get reset though.
They do.
The warning thing. It's every 4 hours, so you get a clean slate every 4 hours. Now that doesn't mean you can just get in contact instantly because you feel like you have to. It's there to basically say, look, we're not going to punish you for something that happened 7 hours ago. You know, if you got 2 7 hours ago and then you just got one there, it's not going to punish you for that. But the idea is that it keeps the drivers in check so that when they get to that 4 hour mark, they can say, okay, we're on a clean slate now. Maybe I can push a little bit harder again.
I tell you what, the number 10 of SSC Racing, sorry, it's not Christopher Ball at the wheel, I think it's Neil Durrant, and he's doing a really, really good job. He has pulled clear of Top Deck and Zesty Drink. He's pulled clear of TRX OGs, Ditch Finders as well. So SSC Racing are looking really good at the moment, as there goes the 23 of Top Deck up the inside of Zesty Drink Racing, and Nameless Motorsport with a black flag.
Wow, big. That's big at this early stage. Just having a look through to see where they what they picked up. But
they have 2 track limit warnings. So either it's track limit warnings or it's a bump and pass, but...
No, it will be for track limits.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, 15.27 they got their first. And then I'm just having a look back through the history. 15.35 they got their second. Now they've got a black flag. So that looks like it's going to be for track limits. So that's big for Senior Tadpoles. They're going to take the lead this race and they're going to have some clear air.
And that's why we said it's so important to keep it clean. When I was speaking to Rory, I was talking about breaking track rod ends. The in-joke behind that is he was leading a championship, broke his track rod at Rye House, I believe, and then didn't win the championship. And he said, I'm going to be staying off the curbs. Well, he's been going past the curbs, as Falcon are our first team to have 2 black flags in this race.
That's not a great honour to have, I'm afraid. Nevertheless, there goes up the inside, goes the Senior Tadpoles, as looking to try and find their way through, as I think it's Adam who's going to be out there, out in the field. He's got another driver to talk to.
Down here, trackside with Zesty Drink Racing. And of course, how have your team been? Of course, it's a close competition out there. How do you think your team has gone?
Yeah, so far from the start of the race, I feel like we're in a really good position. We're currently running, I think, 3rd or 4th in rookies at the moment. We're really hoping for a podium this year, given that the last 2 years we've been close and not quite made it. So, yeah, we're really hoping for a podium this year.
How much are you pushing for that, especially in the early stages where it may need to be, you take a little bit of time just to keep the energy going as well? Where do you think your team is at with that?
Yeah, so at the moment we've got Adam Nather out, who is probably one of our quickest drivers. He's currently putting in some incredible lap times. He's the C2 champion from last year in Club 100. He's currently fighting for the C1 Championships. He's one of our quickest drivers. He's out there pushing for us at the moment. We're going to swap for some other drivers later on, like myself, who's not quite as quick as him. But we'll see how we go from there. Obviously, at this stage of the race, it's all about pushing forwards and trying to get that track position, so that later on in the race, when the race settles down, we can work on what we've got and be consistent.
Talk to me about the preparation behind the 24-hour, because it takes so many test days, so many laps, and of course, you know better than me, what does it take to take on the 24 hours?
Yeah, so unlike the first year, I haven't had 3 Red Bulls. I've only had 2 this year. I'll probably have my 3rd before I go out on track in half an hour. But yeah, no. So the prep for the 24-hour race really is a lot of off-track prep. It's all about the arranging who's going to do what stint and trying to work out the best strategy possible. Because obviously it's endurance racing. We work to a strategy. So that's what our preparation was on. Obviously, we all do other racing outside, which has given us a chance to come to this track and drive around here. So we're all relatively experienced around here, although not in these karts. We only ever drive these karts at the 24-hour race. So we're coming in a little bit unknown, especially with the new tarmac changes this year. So sort of prepared, sort of not.
And of course, we've got a lovely pit board there. Show that to the camera. And then flip it around. Are you okay? I hope your drivers are okay.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I'll let you know in about half an hour when I start my stint. I'll give you a good thumbs up to the comms box if I'm doing all right.
Brilliant, absolutely amazing. All the best to you and your team.
No, thank you very much.
And we'll of course bring that up to the commentary box with Yusuf and Kieran.
Thank you very much, Adam. Always good to see Zesty Drink and Tom down there. Always leading his team, sour or sweet, you decide, on that Zesty front. See, 2 can play at this game. He's looking at me puzzled and confused.
Sweet lemons?
No, zest. I was looking at the Look, the point is, there's a race going on, Yusuf.
There is. We should talk about it. So,
Really?
Nameless Motorsport had a black flag. The other team that had a black flag was a team that I was praising recently, which was SSC Racing. Neil Durran at the wheel, so they've had to serve their black flag. They've dropped down now to 13th position. And while all of this has been going on, Zesty Drink Racing are now 3rd in class. So I think Thomas Layton will be very excited right after that interview, because he's probably realised that Adam Nather has pulled them into the top 3.
Yeah. It'd be much nicer now, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're nice lads anyway. They're out there for the fun of it. They're looking to make their way up to the podium, maybe even get a class win this time around. To be honest with you, I think there is a chance they will get a class win. I have a feeling that Team Rango, well, is probably going to be bumped up to pro. Fueled by Snacks, potentially. I haven't seen all of their drivers out there, so they're currently lapping in the high 52s at the moment, whereas the rest of pros are lapping in the 51s, low to mid 51s. So, yeah, jury's out for that one. It's a decision I don't have to make, which is lucky. Thankfully, yeah. Thankfully, I don't have to make that
Not
one.
because you do a bad job, but because I think it's a bit too much stress for us.
No, both.
Yeah.
Both.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Don't try and give me credit, Yusuf. That's not what you're here for.
I think I'd drop senior tadpoles down to rookies. Or
yeah.
Nameless. I mean, getting a black flag in the first hour and 20.
This is the thing. We've had all of our winners in the previous 2 or 3 years of the Buckmore 24 Hour have had a black flag in sort of the first hour and a half. I mean, last year we had the top 7 all black flagged at the same time, I think it was. So it's not like a black flag is going to be the be-all and end-all of your race. It's certainly a bit of a thorn in the side. And this is why it's so important to keep things clean and keep things as consistent as possible. Stay on the island, as they say, is the first thing. Make sure you stay within track limits, because that's the easiest way that you can get a black flag.
And when we talk about track limits, we're mainly talking about the exit of hairpin 2 and the exit coming out of paddock. Those are the 2 really big places where you can get penalties for track limits. I'm not sure where the other corners are. I'm kind of used to Club 100 track limits. I can't remember, and I wasn't in the driver's briefing, so I don't know what Clinton said would be essentially the track limit rules.
I mean, you're probably looking at the entry to Sim sweep as well. Half a kart you're allowed on the red stuff. That was
Kieran,
the driver's briefing.
Do you want to look at who just got the last black flag?
Now I've seen it. Now I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas Layton, do you know what?
It's gone from sweet to sour.
I count that as a curse because you said Thomas Layton will be happy with that. He'll be happy to see his driver up there, and now they've got a black flag. So now he'll be unhappy to see his driver do that.
Commentator curse Thomas Layton in the last 3 events I've commentated.
How are you still here? He
is genuinely going to come up.
He will.
If
and he'll
I'm
blame
not
you.
here later on in the broadcast, Thomas Layton.
He will come up and he will blame you. And I will sit here and say, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. We have an unwritten rule as a commentator. If you curse somebody, it's your fault.
I mean, yeah, to be fair. Adam Nather, I'm going to have to send some messages to Adam. What has he been doing? Probably track limits is going to be the likely culprit of causing that. And is he coming into the pits this time round? Yes, he is. He's into the pits. And, well, I'm sure he'll be out of the pits soon enough, but that is going to be Zesty Drink Racing out of the top 3, which means into the top 3 is Top Deck BN Racing. And who has moved up to 4th? It's Meaden Motor Group, isn't it? If I remember their name right. I think it's Meaden.
Yeah, Meaden's Motor Group. They moved up to 2nd. Well, I'm saying 4th in class at the moment. So
but you think the other 2 are going to get promoted?
Potentially. I mean, from the early pace, I mean, it's difficult to say an hour and a half in, not even an hour and a half in. It's difficult to say, but I would have thought Team Ranga would be bumped up. They've got a lot of experience behind them in karts and cars. I would think they probably get bumped up. Fueled by Snacks, I think jury's still out. So if you're Meaden's Motor Group, if you're Top Deck, if you're Slimy Swordfish, there's still a chance here. There's still a chance.
And the other thing that we've got on our timing system that's really cool, but it's also going to throw us off a little bit, is if anyone wants to go onto live alpha timing, you can access all of this data yourself. It is really, really cool. You can have it alongside the broadcast on another monitor, or have it up on a main monitor and just have our sounds in the background. But it tells you how long a team has been out on track for since their last pit stop. That does get confusing when a team served a black flag.
Yes, it does. Because it only tells you when they came into the pits last, not their entire stint as we're going.
Not when they last filled up with petrol.
No, which is very important, as it turns out. You know, karts need petrol to run, funnily enough. There goes Top Deck, who are trying to hold off the likes of Meaden's Motor Group as well. The live timing link is in the live chat. It's pinned at the top there. It's Buckmore Park, buckmore.co.uk/live-timing, and you can go to that link and you can have all that lovely bit of live timing at your disposal. There is also...
Well spotted, Kieran.
Thank you very much. I mean, I would love to say it was well spotted, but it wasn't. Our producer James just pointed it out to us. So, yeah, we can't claim. I can't claim for that, and neither can you, Yusuf.
No.
But there is also buckmore.co.uk/24HR-live, which gives you a lovely little synopsis. It's giving you live updates as and when. So do keep an eye on that as well, as we pretty much have a really good display on here for the Buckmore 24-hour. And if you're watching along, wherever you're watching in the world as well, in these early stages, let us know where you're watching from. We do this every year, and we love to see how many countries we can pretty much list off as where you're watching it from. So let us know where you're watching it from. That'd be absolutely amazing. We can sort of keep a track. And well, I didn't really bring an atlas or a globe with me, but I'll do my best to sort of keep a track of it.
We can print off Google Maps.
We could do. Thanks for name dropping. That's I appreciate that.
We have a question in the chat as well. Is Senior Frogs in? Well, first of all, it's are Senior Frogs in, because it's plural. Grammar, okay.
They didn't come here to be lectured on grammar. Just answer the question.
Well, I'm trying to throw a curveball. No one thought they were going to get an English lesson here, right? Secondly, no, they aren't. But Bert Chip was in the chat earlier. He was praising the Senior Tadpoles. Really nice to see Bert Chip tuning in. And we've got a viewer from the United States. That's
United
pretty cool.
Arab Emirates as well, yeah. So from the Maldives, from Brazil, good stuff, good to see.
They're much warmer than it is over here, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that by a guarantee. Black flag gone out to Maple Motorsport, so they're going to have to be called into the pits. Martin Webster's from Nottingham. Yay, there you go. That might be the closest we've had so far.
Watching from my van in Buckmore. Oh, that's just round the corner, isn't it?
It is. It might even be round. Yeah, it might even be round the corner. Costa del Cornwall is my favourite answer so far, but try and give a rough location, country. Don't have to give away your county or town or anything like
Postcode.
that. Yeah, postcode.
Mother's
IP
maiden
address.
name.
Yeah, none of that. Watching from Hungary. That's brilliant. Yeah, a viewer in the car park. I agree. Yes, we do have at least one in the car park. Brilliant stuff. 22 hours and 35 minutes left. Nameless are in third place. They still hold the fastest lap of the race, but looking at the last lap times, we can see that perhaps tyres, might be running slightly warm at this stage because we're into the sort of the low 50s, mid 50s at the moment in terms of lap time. So we're losing about half a second per lap of what we started this race with. Now, that could be a number of factors. It could be tyre temperature, it could be driver fatigue, it could be battling as well. We're at this stage now where you're not going to have clean air for a good portion of a lap, which might even make it even trickier to get a clean lap and get down into those 49s again.
I think the pace from the kart alone should be quicker now than it was at the start of the stint, just because you have a lot less fuel in the kart. So that weight advantage will help massively, and we can see that from Nameless. They've just pumped in a 49.8. But the big issue is, as you alluded to, Kieran, the fact that you can't get those clean laps in, and that's what's going to cause our lap times to tumble. And this is what really will lead to a team winning this 24 hours. It's not the pace, it's how quickly can you navigate through the back markers without losing any time.
Yeah. And that's a huge part. Without blue flags, which we're not running here because we'd be showing blue lights all the way around the lap for at least 23 hours, we just let the drivers sort it out. And some of them have radio comms, so they'll be able to get an idea of who they're coming up to, and more importantly, are they actually battling them for position? Because then they know, right, okay, this driver in front of me might put up a bit of a fight, potentially. But we've seen it's been pretty okay in terms of traffic management at this early stage. That could all change later on down the line when you get fatigue really coming into the forefront. We've got Elite Crawley. Yes, that is right. Who else have we got out there? TK say he's watching from my room. Get out there, TK. You're not meant to be there. Reese saying he's watching from Kent. That's great stuff. So you're in the right county. Ohio, US. Brilliant stuff. Watching from Ireland, Wellington, New Zealand. That's got to be the furthest so far than New Zealand, I would have thought, so far.
I'm going to be honest. Yeah. Kieran. Spicy Boys with a black flag from 4th position.
That was very honest of you, Yusuf.
Yes, I try my best. But I was going to say, if you gave me two countries, I wouldn't necessarily know which one's further away from England, or Kent to be precise.
Paul McInnes is watching from his house. Excellent. That's just vague enough. I love it. We're now going to hand it down. There's not enough of my nonsense. We'll hand down to Adam, who's down there with an interview. Adam, over to you.
Of course, pit bulls are going to be very important throughout the 24 hours. So let's have a look at some down here in the paddock. And we have, what have we got here? The classic whiteboard.
Classic whiteboard.
The classic whiteboard. What was the...
track limits and 30 to go. 30 minutes to go for our driver out there. Track limits because he's been a naughty boy and cut a corner. So, yeah.
How many track limits have we got?
I think we've picked up 2 so far, but we've been out there a good hour and a half, I think, so...
It's only 1.
Not too bad.
Yeah, you want to try and spread them out a little bit more over the course of the 24 hours, you think?
Exactly. Well, we just had a mechanical problem, so we've had the kingpin go. So we've been in the garage for about 10 minutes, so we've lost about 8 laps, so we're trying to catch up again.
Well, unfortunately for you guys, but we'll carry on. Let's make our way through this way, see who else we can go. There's a couple of helmets down there. They're not too interesting at this moment in time. Have we got another? Sorry, can we just butt in here? Have we got another? Why, but we do.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just show this off to the camera?
Yeah, we're trying our best to feed our lap times in, but we're a bit behind at the moment. But it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're in this for the long haul. We're going to take it lap by lap.
Of course, there's been some very inventive ones, but why go with the classic whiteboard?
Well, to be completely honest, we're very cheap. Tried the AirPods as the comms, didn't work out. Back to the good old-fashioned whiteboard. So there you go.
It always works. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome to see those guys. Look at whiteboards, very, very popular. What's going on here? We've got a proper one. Thunder Vipers.
We got lights on.
We got lights?
Yep.
Oh. We need to have that on for during the night stints. That is going to be so needed. Oh, I can't wait to see that in action. What was the thought process behind all this?
I don't know. They told me to do it, I've done it.
I mean, that's perfect. That's a perfectly honest excuse. And it's going to work, I hope.
Yeah. There we go.
Has this been tried and tested? Or?
Yep. In the middle of the night.
Perfect. Yes, it does work. So we do have some confirmation that will work. So hopefully you will see that on the cameras. Let's move our way round it this way. See if we can find any more. I've actually seen a pretty good one over here. I think they're just working with it at the moment. I'll see if I can get their attention. Let's have a look at this one. A lovely pit board. Try not to miss your driver. How have we made this one then?
It's I think it's one we got off the internet, but it's we just tape up the numbers, make it more obvious. But it's quite handy.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. You're kart 23, aren't you? So I wonder if they're going to be coming round at some point. Let's see if we can try and get a live Adam Reed tries to work a pit board. Last time I did there was a Brands Hatch with Superbikes. So where is it? Where's your kart? I can't see it. There's 14, there's 26, there's 24. Hopefully it won't be a last minute thing. Let's hope they're not stuck behind another driver. Okay, we've got confirmation that he's coming down. There we go. In toward the left, in toward the right-hander, toward the boot section. And let's see if I can just nab it. See in action. Perfectly done there. That's probably one of the best we've seen so far.
Thank you. That's all right. It's quite handy. We're having some comms issues, so it's handy as a backup. Definitely.
All right, and we've got another one down there. Lovely little numbers, so we'll be able to pick them out. I'm guessing it's for the one over there we saw previously. Let's see if we can move along in a very, very busy Buckmore Park paddock. There's another one down here. Hello guys. Can we see your pit board? We're reviewing them.
We'll show them the lights.
Hey, it lights up, bro.
Another one that lights up.
If I can work out how to use it.
Should be that. Should be the button.
There you go.
There we go. Show it around to the camera. Absolutely beautiful. That is going to work so well. What was the inspiration behind it?
No idea. We borrowed it off someone.
There's so many just decent excuses for it. There's no like proper like, oh, I think we did this. We had so much planning. It was just like, yeah, we decided to buy one.
Just turned up with one.
Just turned up. I mean, it's useful. It's better than nothing, to be honest. Some people have gone with the classic whiteboard, to be honest.
I mean, it's effective.
It is.
What you want to say on it, so.
You're absolutely right on that one. Having a look around, do we have any more pit boards? We don't, but we do have a little puppo. Hello. Oh. Can we get a winner's prediction for the dog? Trying to lick me. Lick. I'm trying to think of any puns in the minute for lick. In terms of a winner. Ah! We have a message on the pit board. Hello, Mum. I think it's time to go back to the comms box here. Dog's had a winner prediction. Back to you, Yusuf and Kieran.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, that's very good. Very good pit board review. Lights don't show as well in the day, so we'll have to go back and watch it. I'll have to go back to them later on this evening when the sun sets and we all get a little bit sleepy. Hopefully not the drivers, by the way. That's a dog count up to 1 now.
Yes.
I am keeping track. Hopefully we'll see if there are any more canines out there on the track. Well, not on the track, but hopefully by the side of the track. You know what I meant. Hopefully you know what I meant.
And we won't do any double dog counts either.
No.
We'll try our best.
We'll definitely do our best. Absolutely. Well, Senor Tadpoles, nearly a 20-second lead now over ARD in second place. Nameless in third. They're only about 6 seconds back from third place. Of course, they were hit with a black flag at the early stages of this race. And we watch on there for the number 13, which is flying its way around the first few corners. That is Zesty Drink Racing, and obviously Thomas down there, the team leader, writing that message, "Hi Mum." You know what, a whiteboard is great, but I love it. People just come with these bespoke number boards and lap boards, and they can have all these sorts of information. And it's also a perfect backup because a couple of teams out there are having issue with their radio systems as well. So it's always a very good backup to have.
1 year out of 24 hours, we didn't have a whiteboard because, you know, we're not fancy like that. We're true budget. So we converted a pizza box into our pit board.
Okay.
It kind of worked. Also kind of didn't.
I imagine it would have been a little bit flimsy. So would it have held up well against the wind and rain?
It was less the flimsy part and less you couldn't really see it very well because you got black ink on brown. So we just started waving the pizza box at the person and they got the idea.
So it didn't matter what was written on your pizza box last
well,
minute.
It probably said something hot and delicious on the front, and that's what we then waved at them, and they're like, "Oh, pizza box, right? That means I've got a pit."
So if we show you hot and delicious, it means you're pitting in this lap. If we show you a blank one, the other side of it, it just means stay out.
Oh, I think it's getting very complicated now, Kieran.
I don't know. I could make that work. I reckon I can make that work. As we're seeing just a couple of warnings coming in: blue flag bandits and NFS Kuzaks getting a track limit and a contact warning respectively, as they look to make their way through and get to that. I think it is 4 hours that the slate gets wiped clean every 4 hours, so we shall see once they get there. It doesn't mean it's an excuse to just make a little bit of contact just to celebrate, but it is a case where drivers can start to push against, and basically so that you're not punished for 2 infractions you made 9 hours ago.
We've got a very good comment in the chat from 1DFGA. I'd read out the rest of it, but that'd just get a bit weird. Rain is what separates the pit boards from the pit boards.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It ultimately separates, your pit boards from the pit boards. What I will say, though, is lights on a pit board, yes, very good. And it's meant to stay dry, so that's also good as well. The last thing you want is some lights and some rain. Because, batteries and water, last I heard, didn't really mix very well.
No, not particularly well. And I won't make any jokes about it either.
Please don't.
So I'm just having a look. 20 seconds is the gap up at the front of the field. Nameless are a further 5 seconds behind Team ARD, who are running in second. They'll be very happy with being in second. They're probably saying, right, red flag, cancel the race, give us our trophy. Because I remember speaking to them last year, and they were fairly happy with 4th or 5th, wherever they finished, but they did think, next year we should really be able to fight for that top 3, and they're doing a very good job of that at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's always important in these early stages, as we see their third place Nameless, as make their way through in towards paddock, and onwards they will go towards Garda. Rory O'Regan has had a bit of an interesting opening stint, really, hasn't he? He's fought away with the Senor Tadpoles at the top of the order, got that black flag. Now he's 25, 26 seconds down on leader, but he's closing on ARD up ahead of them. Their last lap time actually was a 49.8. Compare that to ARD's last lap of a 50.3, and our leader, Senor Tadpole, is a 50-second flat. So they are lapping quicker than the cars ahead of them.
Absolutely, and the pace is really good from Nameless. I think Rory O'Regan's found that extra 5 to 10% since he's been given that black flag and trying to clamber his way up to Senor Tadpoles. We'll keep an eye on the gap between the pair of them. There's currently 25.7 seconds between first and third. That gap will probably come down to under 25 seconds because Senor Tadpoles and Will Sparrow has just put in a 51.1, so clearly caught up in a little bit of traffic and wasn't able to pick his way through as cleanly as he would have liked.
Yeah, we just have some yellow flags down towards Simon Sweeps and Pullmans. That's because one of our track assistants is out there putting those little bit of plastic blocks. So there's plastic blocks on the inside of Sign Sweep, right hand downhill. If those blocks get knocked, it obviously encourages people to use the curb even more.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's not a nice curb to ride if you get it wrong. So those plastic blocks get moved back towards the curb to sort of discourage people from taking that curb.
It is one of my favourite things to do as a racing driver. When you go into a corner and you realise that the tyres or the cone has been moved away, you're like, oh, I can take all of this curb. And then you take it, and then one lap you go to take it, and then you realise it's been moved back, and you have to quickly try to avoid it so you don't get a penalty.
Not ideal. Not ideal. You have to change your racing line lap by lap at that point. Good question from the chat. How many teams usually finish a race with 0 black flags? That's a very good question.
Probably 0.
Probably 0. Yeah, it's the black flags are not just used for driver infractions either. It's safety of the kart, safety of the driver. If there's a mechanical, so if there's some,
do they not get mechanical flags, or is it all merged into one here?
It's all merged into one here, just so it doesn't confuse up the flag. So black flag means pit in. So that covers a wide variety of reasons. Doesn't necessarily mean you're in trouble. Could mean the kart's in trouble. Yeah. It could mean, if there's something safety like your helmet
straps,
buckle and strap is undone, that's a black flag. So I would probably say very, very few teams would end up with 0 black flags.
Yeah.
That would be the day if someone did. But we'll keep an eye on it, of course, and see who is able to take away the coveted 0 black flag trophy that we totally made up and doesn't exist, but we're just going to award it over the stream. Why not?
I think this is where we have to go back to Phoenix Racing and say the commentators can claim that award.
What,
if
0
none of
black
the teams,
flags?
Yeah.
That's a good shout, actually. Very good shout, Yusuf.
Although, to be honest, with some of the controversial things that we say at night, maybe we do get some black flags.
Don't say we. Don't bring me into this.
Okay,
yes.
me. I'm definitely the one who encourages it massively. Ooh, good question from Lucas Fountain. Is turn 1 flat? If you want to have a Frenchie with the tyre barriers, yes.
That's one way of putting it. Yeah, no comment. No notes, Yusuf. Thank you. That was very descriptive.
No.
That was very
I've
descriptive.
never done it, I'd just like to say. I have seen people who have done it. It looks painful. But, yeah.
So there's your answer. Probably no.
Or as
Probably
Justin
no.
Cheesley saying, yes, it is flat.
I think that's mind games there. I think that's mind games in a case of, can you take it flat there? I'm sure some of our top drivers could probably take it flat. I couldn't. Then again, that's why I'm up here. I'd be quite a bit off the pace anyway. In the meantime, though, Senor Tadpole still leading the way. Their last lap time has brought them back into the 49s. 49.984 was their last lap time. We'll see what the likes of ARD and Nameless can do on their last laps. Should be seeing ARD come through the picture very shortly. As there's your number 1 machine. That's the Spicy Boys making their way through. So ARD 50.4 from them last time out. So they lost out. 50.3, my apologies. So they lost out by 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Meanwhile, Nameless have closed in another half a second on ARD for second place. So they are very much on the charge, on the hunt to try and get that second place back that they had at the beginning of this race. Gap between ARD and Nameless 2.7 seconds, and that is coming down by half a second per lap. There is Maple Motorsport in the number 8 machine, and a black flag is now going out to the Belly Boys Racing Team. That's number 15. So a black flag to them. They will have to come into the pits. Now, their last warning was track limits. I have a feeling that it's going to be a 3rd track limits warning is going to be the reason for that black flag. It's not specifically said to us what it is, but we're just going to have to assume for that. In the meantime, Yusuf has found a couple more drivers to have a chat to. Yusuf, over to you.
Thank you, Kieran. Although I'd say I haven't found you, more so that you found me.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Was it easy to find the commentators booth?
It was, given that we are sat 10 foot that way behind the door, so we decided we wanted a chat.
Was that tactical to position yourself right next to our booth?
I'd be lying if I said no.
Quick question. Maple Motorsport. I bring this up every single time I talk to you. You know, you got the Maple Leaf. What did you have for breakfast?
To be honest, I actually haven't had any breakfast yet.
That's awful.
No, not yet. I've had a coffee, because it's coffee count.
I mean, I am half Italian, so yes, but no.
I'm still going to take it.
Fair enough. What about you?
I had a sausage egg McMuffin this morning, and then a bit of ham and cheese panini a bit later. So
You should have got something for him.
you should have. Yeah.
But no pancakes with maple syrup.
Sadly not, no.
So Zesty they bring in like lemons sometimes. I think you need to bring, you know, a nice stack of Scotch pancakes.
That's actually a really good idea. We'll do that next time.
Every single race you go to.
Branded.
Yeah.
We'll have maple branded everything.
Perfect. Tag me on Instagram when you guys do that.
We will do.
Now, important question. Trevor didn't look very happy in the car earlier.
No, we've. I'd safe to say we had a permanent bumper sticker for the first hour and a half of the race. With is it Rango? Team Rango?
Yeah, Rango and
Red Mist.
Spicy Boys.
Spicy Boys.
Spicy Boys.
Yeah. So it's been close the whole race, and then we've had the black flag, but I think Trev's clawing it back now, so we should be good.
It's allowed him to remove a bit of the red mist, essentially.
Yes. Yeah, he's settled back into it now, so yeah. But from the sound of it, I mean, my partner's been texting me, she's watching the live stream, and she's saying the commentators have enjoying it, so I hope it's been entertaining.
We've been loving it so far, so I'm glad she is as well. But yeah, you should say hello.
Hi, Holly. I hope she's watching.
It'd be awkward if she wasn't now, and then you say, "Oh, did you see the shout out?" It's like, what a shout out?
It actually would be. I hope you are watching. Where's the camera? There. Yeah. Hello.
Who's out next for you guys?
I think it is going to be Jay. So it's Trev's son, actually.
Yeah, father and son duo.
Okay. He hasn't taken from Trev, and Red Mist's going to come back out.
No, he's quite calm, quite relaxed, so he's good.
Okay. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. What is, the aspirations? Is it top 3? Is it winning?
Everyone would probably say they want to win. I'd say the pace of the top 2 is pretty extreme. So we'd say top 5 would be magic, podium. I think we're in a good spot if anything happens to the top few teams.
So we've been having predictions. Well, we haven't been having predictions. We're going to start having predictions. Speaking of the top 2 teams and how fast they are, do you think they're going to get bumped up to pro?
I hope so.
Yeah. Completely objective, not subjective whatsoever.
I hope so. If you're that quick as a rookie team, I'm not sending any messages to Clint, but I'd hope so.
If we see a big whiteboard outside saying put them up to pro, we know it's you guys.
Yeah, no, it's 100%.
Well, Maple, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck with the rest of the race.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. And big news whilst we were away, having a chat to Maple Motorsport, is that Senior Tadpoles did get a black flag. So they have now dropped down to 3rd place. So we have new leaders in ARD leading the way by 2 seconds ahead of Nameless Motorsport. So, big changes are happening here, and this just shows you, ARD. I don't think have had a black flag in this race. So there you go. There's my curse for you. So if ARD get a black flag now, I only have to apologise as we make our way through there. But there is ARD. There are your leaders, because as Yusuf joins me back alongside, Senior Tadpoles got a black flag.
They have.
Yeah,
There's
they did.
10 seconds between our leading 3 again.
Yeah, they've already served it, so they're back out in 3rd. Yes, but 8.5 seconds separates our top 3 at this stage.
And Nameless have jumped Senior Tadpoles by 6 seconds, which is mighty, mighty impressive.
Yeah, it just shows you, is there a bit of clean air as well? I do wonder for some drivers as well. I know I fall a victim to this whenever I've driven in a car or kart or virtual car, whatever it may be, that, whatever has the misfortune of having me behind the wheel. But I do wonder, how important is it mentally to make sure that you keep to your pace? And is the fact that you might be in a bit of a battle with the kart up ahead, does that shift how quickly you drive? If you've got no one ahead of you, do you back off a little bit? I mean, it's hard to keep that mentally strong when there's not that carrot dangling in front of you.
Yes, and it's that big mental advantage. When you have someone you're chasing down, and I think this doesn't matter whether you're a first-time karter, whether you've been karting for a really long time, whether you're a Formula 1 driver. I think when you do have someone to chase down, you end up going quicker. It is just a big mental advantage, and then you eventually get that slipstream advantage as well. So they both come into play. And it's really hard to be able to find that pace when you don't have someone you're chasing down. It's just, as you mentioned, it's that kind of carrot in front of you. It's that little bit of extra push. When Nigel Mansell says at the British Grand Prix, he could hear the fans cheering for him, and that gave him that extra 10th lap. It's that kind of an effect that you can't just naturally gain yourself.
I mean, this has been a phenomenal stint from ARD, because they started in 8th place and they're now up to lead this race. It's quite a phenomenal stint from Team ARD, and I'm just trying to work out who's behind the wheel. I don't think it's any of the 2 we had down on our list, but we do know that's Rory O'Regan, who is absolutely chasing him down to try and grab over the lead of the race.
We've just had from our previous top 2 new personal best, with Senior Tadpoles getting the new fastest lap of the race, 49.7. So there definitely is still plenty of pace in the karts. The lap times can still be improved on, especially if you happen to catch a back marker at the perfect point and you get a nice tow from them. Now, the big thing from Senior Tadpoles, and Senior Tadpoles, if you guys are listening, well, you can try to take this into effect. What they really want is ARD to defend from Rory O'Regan. Because if he defends from Nameless, that's going to allow them to close in what is now a 5.4 second deficit and allow them to be back on the train. Question is, Team ARD, as Senior Tadpoles are into the pits at 1 hour 50 minutes, so our first pit stop for fuel, I believe.
Yeah, that seems like it could be a fuel stop, an early fuel stop.
Yes.
Normally we're expecting these karts to run for about 2 hours in the dry. We've seen stints get extended to say 2 minutes, 2 minutes 20, 2 hours 20, 2 hours 30, but only when there was rain on the ground.
Yes.
Because obviously when you're in the wet, you're using less fuel. You're spending less time on the throttle, therefore using less fuel. But in the dry, you're sort of looking at about 2 hours, and that's sort of going to be your cutoff. The top drivers know maybe how to eke a little bit of extra couple of minutes, extra couple of laps out of that fuel tank, but really 2 hours is sort of should be your cutoff. Because as Clune has said in briefings past, in his present briefing, and in the very first briefing of the 24-hour, if you run out of fuel, that's your fault.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the teams won't, there's no fuel gauge in the karts for them to know, oh, we've only got 3 laps left. You have to make that guess. And I think these karts have also done a bit of qualifying with that full tank of fuel, if I'm not mistaken. So you have to kind of judge how far can it go. And that first stint is the one where you're always going to have to be the safest. And then from there, you can then have a look at how much fuel is in the tank when you pit and then say, okay, maybe we could have done another 5 laps or 5 minutes and take that into effect. Team Rango have also pitted. So it might have just been a case of Senior Tadpoles saying, right, we want to pit before there's this mad flurry of karts into the pits so that we can make sure with 100% certainty the pit lane is clear when we pit and we don't run the risk of losing any time. We'll see whether for Team ARD or for Nameless Motorsport, whether they do have this issue. And Nameless Motorsport are now on the back of our new race leaders.
Yeah, Rory O'Regan now surely with the bit between his teeth. If that radio is working, I'm sure Rory will need no introduction to say, driver ahead of you is for the lead of the race as they make their way through now in towards Pullman's and down in towards Paddock they go. Is this a size up of a move yet? Rory O'Regan's got a really good exit there out of Paddock. He goes up the inside at Garda. He'll try and park it on the apex, get the power down, and O'Regan takes the lead then for Nameless. We make our way up towards Cafe Curve. Another, well, I'd say new leader, but leaders that have taken back the lead. Nameless up at the top there. A bit of a thumbs up from Rory O'Regan there. Perhaps he's sort of implying to ARD, you know, help me out here. Let's build another gap. We need to at this stage. And, you know, Rory O'Regan, I like that. He's made the overtake and now say, right, come on, let's work together.
I think a little bit of a thumbs up as well, saying thank you. I think Rory in his head, he's going to be like, right, I never want to have to see you again. I'm out of here. And Team ARD, again, this is always a really good opportunity for any of, whenever you've got a good team, you know, I'm talking about a team that's kind of between 3rd and 8th, that kind of range. And one of the leaders comes past you, you're at that kind of pace where you might just be able to stick with them for a few laps and just learn a tiny bit, improve your own pace, and then that'll help you not only for this stint, but for the next stint as well. So that's the aim for Team ARD and whoever is at the wheel for them currently, just to try to follow Rory along, try to learn a little bit from him and from Nameless and get essentially some free karting tuition. Nameless do karting tuition, by the way. So get some free karting tuition from Nameless Motorsport without having to pay. But I guess that was kind of obvious because I said it's free.
You might have mentioned that a couple of times. I do love the number 7, the ARD. Unfortunately, I don't have, because our drivers are sort of submitted information about us and also kind of a written spotter's guide about if they've got their own kit, what does it look like, so we can have an idea of how to identify them. But I have nothing for that. I'm going to say that might be Robert Kubica because it's, you know, the BMW helmet. It's exactly Robert Kubica what he used to race in. It's that BMW livery. Welcome back, Robert Kubica. Lovely to have you.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's using both of his arms, so...
Yeah, well, It's probably not Robert Kubica, though, is it?
It's probably not.
But there you go.
Oh,
It
Rory.
certainly. I saw that was down at Paddock. He
Oh,
drove
was it?
across the red and put his arm in the air. And I love that as a driver. As soon as you do that, whoever's by the track goes, well, I know you're guilty, so now I definitely will report
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
But yeah, he was very much over the red there, so even he knows he got that limit there. But yeah, vibes of Robert Kubica up in Team ARD. I'd love to find out who it actually is.
Right, senior tadpoles need to understand what is the objective of this race. The objective of the race is to win. It's not to get more track limits than Nameless. Every time Nameless get a track limit warning, senior tadpoles then go off and get a track warning themselves.
That anything you can do, they can do better.
Yes.
You know, that's a good mantra to have, but maybe not for warnings, maybe.
Unfortunately, they didn't serve their black flag as quickly as Nameless.
No, they did. Trust me, they did. Don't throw jokes all around like that. They won't land.
TRX OGs are into the pits, as are Phoenix Racing as well. So a few more pit stops starting to creep in. Team Rango also getting themselves a track limits warning. Senior Tadpoles are now up into 8th position. And we'll see where Fuel by Snacks feed out of the pits, because they weren't too far behind Team Rango with Red Mist before that pit stop came through.
Right, Rooster Karting, you better be right about this. Chris Klitschbohr, and I hope I haven't butchered that name, which would, white and blue.
Yes, I think that is Chris.
White, blue and red suit with a red and white and blue helmet, along with black boots, black and green Sparko gloves.
Well, you look at the boots, I'll look at the gloves.
Sounds like a plan.
I know that's Rory O'Regan.
It is Rory O'Regan. It's definitely red gloves on Rory.
Is that Jasper Stewart's staff? Oh, that's putting a lap then on the number 5 of Senior Tadpoles. So this is a really important battle between the two of them. And very important for Jasper Stewart's staff that he stays ahead of O'Regan. There's contact between them. And, well, Stewart's staff probably saying, right, Rory, you go. I don't want to get a penalty for that. Now, it was so super important for Jasper to keep Rory behind because Rory's on a very light fuel tank. So Rory and Nameless will naturally be quicker at this point in the race than Jasper Stewart's staff and Senior Tadpoles would be.
I love the crouch down from Jasper Stewart's staff. You know, tuck into that slipstream, use it as much as you can. And you know when you tuck in, when you lean down just above the wheel, does it make a difference? In your head it does, so why not? Anything you can gain there. There it is again. You're just leaning down, hunker down into the kart, and make sure you make yourself the least drag resistant you possibly can. Does it work?
I think it does a tiny bit, maybe like half a tenth on a long straight.
But half a tenth could be the difference.
Yes.
It could be, especially if you're sort of in the toe of the kart ahead. That could be making a difference. And this could actually help as well, the Senior Tadpoles. Now that they're in the slipstream, or if you like the toe of Nameless, they can stay behind. And as you said, lighter fuel tank on the number 2, Nameless, who haven't stopped yet for their fuel stop. If Senior Tadpoles can keep up with them at this point, I mean, it's not the end of the world because, in effect, the lighter fuel tank isn't actually having the greater effect, as now we have a black flag for number 3, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing.
Who are in third.
So they'll be brought in, and yeah, I can't see from recent history. I mean, I've got a little tab here of all of the limits and warnings, and I'll be honest, at some point they all just blend into one. So I'm going to say then, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing have a black flag. They will need to serve that, so that will drop them down the order. They're into the pits now. So that's going to put Spicy Boys up to 4th overall, Ditchfinders up to 5th, but Maple up into 3rd overall.
Oh, I do like how Jasper holds the steering wheel right from the bottom corner. That's it, proper racing driver stuff. Just get to put that little bit of extra pushing force. It's really weird if you're not used to holding the steering wheel from low down. It just feels very alien. But once you get used to it, it is, I think, better, especially when you're short. Once you get a bit tall, it's a bit harder to be able to get your arms that far down without your elbows smacking stuff.
You and I both know that, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. The
pains of being tall.
There are some benefits, but being in a car, definitely not one of them.
Yeah, that's actually why Nameless haven't brought in Fraser Brunton or Andrew McWilliam for this race.
Right.
They're too short, and they didn't want anyone holding it from the bottom of the steering wheel.
I see, yeah.
But then
that would have been the reason, wouldn't it?
yes,
Yeah,
but then Bo
definitely.
Sullivan lied about his height.
So, right, okay, define this.
Define this.
Well, yeah, be more specific. He lied about his height. Well, in what
Well,
way?
he said he was 6 foot when he's actually about 5'2".
I need to hear that from him, because that...
I don't know how tall he is. I'm just saying he's not Rory O'Regan, Max O'Shaughnessy height. Go on, Jasper. What a send up the inside of Rory. Sees an opportunity and says, right, well, I'm going to take that opportunity up the inside of Rory to unlap himself. And, it doesn't change anything for position, but a little bit of pride for Jasper. Exert dominance over Nameless Motorsport.
Yes. Question in the chat is, who gives the black flags? That is race control. Give the black flags for an accumulation of warnings, or for a safety issue, or if they've noticed something's wrong with the cart and they need to bring the cart in. That's what they'll do. And can we hear from them what it was? No. Is the answer to that, I'm afraid. We know they got the black flag, and if you look at the live timing, which is pinned in the YouTube chat, buckmore.co.uk/live-timing, there is actually a history of warnings. So you can keep up to date with what warnings there are, and you can also keep up to date with, just like a contact warning going out to Nameless, that now appears here, and it gives you a timestamp as well. So you can gather a picture of who's on what. But in terms of when the black flags get awarded, what they're awarded for, sometimes you have to use a bit of intuition. Sometimes it's just a case of, well, they've got a black flag, as fueling is well and truly underway in the pit lane as drivers make their first fuel stops, which normally is when you would see your driver changes as well. It's very rare you would see driver changes outside of the fuel stop window. You are allowed to do that, but there's a specific procedure with having to do the fuel stop. So the driver has to pull into the fuel bay, stop the cart, get out, make their way across to the sort of path, so they have to cross the pit lane to get to the path. Then the fueling starts to make sure drivers are as much as out of the way as possible, out of the fuel. And then they will call the driver back once the fueling is complete, so that the driver can then jump back in.
There's
Ideally,
a lot of cheering going on.
There
for
is
this
a lot of
battle,
cheering for
isn't
this
there?
battle. It's not even for the lead. There's a lap between them at the moment. But your then driver will be called back into the cart, and then you'll be able to go from there. We've actually got a come-in board for Falcon. So
that was a mechanical flag, I think.
It just said come in.
No, but I saw it on the board, and it was black and it had orange on it.
Yes, so it's an orange lettering, the come-in board.
Okay.
So, I mean, you wouldn't be too far wrong for assuming that, but yes, the come-in board.
Maybe
normally,
they just want to say hello to them.
Maybe. I wonder, have they got a black flag and they haven't served it? No. So...
I mean, they had a black flag ages ago, but I'm pretty sure
they
came
did.
in.
I think they did come in for that. So something else that's not, answered on a postcard. Well, Nameless at the moment, 40 seconds ahead of ARD. Spicy Boys in third place.
Oh, Rory's coming into the pits.
Aha, there he is. So, race leaders into the pits then. So this is it then. Rory O'Regan's stint is done. He will stop the cart. He will pull out his seat insert, and the fuel will now go into the cart. And the track staff telling him, you've got to make sure you get out of here. And can we see? That looks like Jack Goldsmith is jumping into the cart. He's ready, poised, ready. That is definitely poised and ready with a seat insert.
Yes, fully onto the pavement, Jack.
Now we can go. And now that was number 4 coming into the pits. That was Falcon who are coming in. Jack Goldsmith jumps into the car, a look over the right shoulder, rejoin at the track. Nice and slick there. And they rejoin behind the TRX OGs, but they will be a lap ahead.
Where our senior tadpoles haven't even crossed the line yet, so it's looking very good for Nameless. I think in their pit stops they have pulled a much bigger lead than what was previously, only about 6 seconds to the tadpoles.
And now they've got Jack Goldsmith in the car. That's going to fly, I think. It's going to set some very good lap times indeed, as they'll make their way. Jack will make his way through now, and if there's one person who knows Buckmore Park like the back of his hand, it's probably going to be Jack.
Yes. Well, don't forget Jasper Stewart-Stuff is a 2-time champion.
That's very
and
true.
Has a current lap record.
That's very true.
Between them, they have 2 hands, and on the back of their 2 hands is a whole map of Buckmore Park.
Split between. I like that, yeah.
who gets Sector 1.
So you know how we, obviously, when the drivers first knew they were going to be racing here at the Buckmore 24-hour, they got sent a little bit of a link, which helps us build a profile of a driver, right?
Okay,
so they can tell us a bit of background, they can tell us what they've done previously, their experience. For Jack Goldsmith, he's just put lots of racing.
Yes.
Thanks, Jack.
And then, so Jack's been very modest, and then you've got Peter Knight in the same team, who has given larger than a CV of information. I'm trying to remember what Jack Goldsmith has done. He's done so much, and the Nameless outfit now, they've been doing quite a few 24 hours here and there. I think they were in Europe recently. I forget where they were. It wasn't Sarno. Somewhere in Italy, and they had a 24-hour race. One of their first races in Europe. So, yeah, they're starting to become experts in 24 hours now. And, well, they've got 2 Buckmore Park 24-hour wins already to add to their accolades, and maybe there will be a third one as well. To answer Mr. Tom Justice, who's driving for the Tadpoles right now, it is Jasper Stewart's staff, as they are currently in P4. How far behind Nameless? Well, quite a way behind, 13 seconds. The gap was 6.5 seconds before pit stops were made. So Nameless have pulled another 6.5 seconds to Senior Tadpoles, and they've pitted later as well, which means that they can go further into the race, and they are that little bit closer to potentially cutting an entire pit stop out of their strategy. So we did have our previous stop about 2 hours ago, or 2 hours into the race, as we've got Kieran with another interviewee.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm here with Craig Dickinson, who's just come in from the TRX OGs. Craig, you finished your stint. A little bit of a breather now, but how was your first stint?
No, it was tough. I'd say we started 6th, cut really didn't get off the line, got swamped by everyone. But yeah, I came off in 9th in the end. Bit of a battle with back markers. We should have worked together with a lot of people, but yeah, it was tough. Very tough out there.
I mean, it's a great spectacle to see the Le Mans start here at Buckmore. I mean, what's it like to be actually the driver running into the car?
Yeah, so that was my first time actually doing the Le Mans start, so yeah, it was interesting. I mean, there's not a lot of running you do, so it's pretty good. It's just the acrobats you have to do jumping in the car and that.
So who's in the cart now then?
We've got Callum Eve out for us at the moment. He was our qualifier. He obviously qualified P6. He's one of our fastest racers out there at the moment.
And so, talk to me about what's the target for today. What sort of a best case scenario in finishing position?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're chasing the win, really. This is our 3rd year, so anything on a podium is great, really. Obviously we want the win, but yeah, I mean, if we can keep working forwards, then happy days.
Happy days indeed. I mean, I've got to remind myself, last year you entered as 3 teams, which was TRX Elite, was it Pro and Academy?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, we tried doing the same this year, but I think with all the publicity from the YouTubes last year, it's sold out within 20 minutes. So we did try, but yeah, we can only get 1 team this year.
So 3 teams into 1, and how does that get decided? Is it just everyone who's elite gets to race this time?
Yeah, mainly because we compete doing the endurance championship round here, so whoever's really the fastest takes the seat. Yeah, that's as simple as that. If you've got the numbers, then you get the seat.
And you do have the numbers in, Craig?
Yeah, I'm one of the slowest on my team, but
don't say that.
Also the heaviest in my team, so yeah, I'm a lot older than quite a lot of the drivers, so they have to weight up, and I'm already like 15 kg over the whip limit, so it's great if we were in the wet.
Yes, but we're not expecting any rain.
Unfortunately, no. I would love some wet weather racing right now.
If you could do a rain dance for us, maybe it might happen.
Yeah, I won't do that right now.
That's a shame.
I'll wait until midnight, and then because my stint's at 4 a.m, so I'll wait. I'll let the other drivers have their dry time, and then when I'm about to go out, then I'll have a little dance for you.
Sounds like a plan. We'll go and enjoy your rest, Craig, and thank you so much for having a chat with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Yusuf, back to you.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And I've just got confirmation as well. It actually sold out in 67 seconds this year. So, yeah, you can barely do a lap of Buckmore Park in that amount of time. So very quickly sold out, as there is a car running out of fuel heading into the pit lane. Who is that trying to make their way up the hill? They should be just creeping into the pits now. And hopefully that will pop up on my timings, and then we can confirm who has just tried to go that little bit too far. No one. Huh. Well, there was a car going very slowly up the hill, and that was an odd place to be stopped otherwise, so maybe they had just a spin or something, but a little bit bizarre to see.
As a contact warning going out for Phoenix Racing. At the moment, though, Nameless have now built a 5-second lead over ARD, with Senor Tadpoles now having, well, still have fast lap of the race. 49.725 is the lap time to beat, as I believe in the number 3 there in the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. That might be Tom Langford who's behind the wheel now. I think it is. Blue and red Arai helmet. Yes, that is Tom Langford who's behind the wheel. So he's getting up close and personal really with the number 4. So that is Falcon. So they're not racing for position. There's a couple of laps between these two karts. However, that's not going to stop them from battling. And I'm joined here, while Yusuf goes for a little bit of a break and maybe a roam, Adam Reed. Adam, welcome to the box.
Hello. It is good to be back in this place. Last time I was here, it was about a couple of minutes before the start of the race. So it's kind of good to be back in the hot seat. I could have had an interview with the dog as well.
And you did. I was trying to think of a pun for you, and I couldn't think of anything. But, yeah.
It's fine.
I'll show you though. I am now keeping a dog count, so if we're able to keep an eye on how many dogs there are, we're up to 1. There you go.
Well, of course, I did ask the dog if it had a winner, and all it did was lick the microphone. So I'm kind of taking potentially Namelick Motorsports.
Namelick Motorsports, yeah.
Maybe a lick crawling.
Yeah, a lick crawl. That's quite terrible. I like it. I like it. It's a dearie me. Track limit warning going out for Zesty Drink Racing in the number that. And they are currently, well, they're 8th in class, because currently Rango with Red Mist are classified as a clubman. I'm assuming that will change once we get to the point where we change over teams and classes, depending on what their pace is, what their average pace is. So you could go upper class if race control deem that you are quick enough to punch it out with the top teams, but also they could also drop you down to clubman from pro to give you a chance to actually fight for a position, just depending on what the average lap time was, what the driver experience is, and also what the driver, what they've driven before. That's going to be a mainstay, because with Rango you've got a lot of talent in there that have driven cars and karts, so it's probably very likely they're going to be promoted up to pros.
Yeah, of course. There's plenty of racing drivers in here that have driven, as you say, race cars as well as go-karts, and as I say, plenty of drivers that have done many, many laps around here. Track limit warning there for the number 6 TRX OGs. So again, another strike for them. They head their way now up Calf Curve.
That wasn't Craig though, because he's now come out of the car. He just spoke to me, so it's definitely not Craig in that TRX OGs machine. As there is the Senor Tadpoles getting a move up the inside then. Not for position, just to put a lap on the number 12, which is the Fueled by Snacks team, who have done a phenomenal job so far. They're 9th at the moment, 2nd in class as it stands, so they're very much having a really, really good time out there. I should point out as well, Team Rango, the number 21, it's not like it's their first ever venture here, as I think we might have yellow flags. Yes, we have yellow flags from the beginning of the S's, and that's because of those blocks. They've been moved again, so you'll see, well, you won't see from this angle, but once we get down to paddock there, you see there's just a bit of a green light there, so that gives drivers the all clear to start overtaking again. But that's also, if they put the hands up like in the air with the open palm, it's normally a case of, I'm observing the yellow flag. Take note of Mika Hakkinen when he raised his hand in one session of qualifying in the late 90s in Monaco, I think it was, but still went flat out. But it was, I acknowledged the yellow flag. I just went really fast still. I still went at full pace. I acknowledged the yellow flag. Nowadays, you do have to acknowledge the yellow flag and slow down. But it took Mika Hakkinen to fly through a yellow flag with a hand in the air to sort of realise, there's a gap in the rules there.
That seems like a very Mick Hakkinen thing.
It does, it does. It might have been early 2000s, actually. Someone might be able to correct me in the chat.
I'm a bit too young for Mick Hakkinen, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, great driver, great driver. I will say, cool as a cucumber. Nothing really fazed him. Yeah. But yes, Team Rango have pretty much been here. They've been a stalwart of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. They entered in 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, and they're here this year for 2025. So they're very much probably the most experienced team on the grid. They've been in every single one since 2019. So they're very much established. Their best finish in the clubman class is P9. They achieved that in 2019. In the pro class, they were in the pro class last year. It's the only time they've ever been entered as a pro. They finished in P14 in class. So there's a little bit to do, but they're going the right way at the moment, considering they're fourth right now.
You know, there's plenty of time still to... Yeah, still plenty of time to potentially make something happen here. More contact warning. So as you can see there, the carts are still bumper to bumper. They're really still working their way around. Some carts faster than the other. There is the 28 machine in the rookie car, in the rookie class. Of course, they're still trying to work their way through the field. And of course, it's going to get very tight, especially with you know, there's no blue flags. You're trying to get through every single cart that you can, whether that be mainly slower than you.
Well, the 28 you spotted out there, that's the Thunder Vipers. Great name, by the way. Fantastic name. Probably one of my favourite names of the year so far. But you also spoke to them about their pit board and how it got the lights on. And I sort of said, whilst I was up here, we probably need to go back to them once the sun's set. Maybe 8 o'clock, is it? 9 o'clock now that the sun goes down? See if we can see the lights in action on their pit board. You see, don't say we don't offer you and preview with juicy content. We're here for you.
We are. We're trying to gather as much as we possibly can. So, of course, I did my little dog content.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, who's not here for some dog content? That is for sure. Jack Goldsmith behind the wheel of the number 2 Nameless machine, by just about 10 seconds ahead of ARD. Senor Tadpole's in 3rd place. That's your top 3 in the pros. Top 3s in the rookies at the moment is number 21, Team Rango, with Red Mist leading the way in the rookie class. 2nd place in class is Fueled by Snacks in the number 12. And 3rd place in class is Top Tech BN Racing, number 23. So those are your top 3 in both classes as it stands. But obviously that is subject to, I love to say subject to homologation, but I don't think that's the right word for it. It's subject to race director approval of whether you're in the right class or not. I think it's a longer sentence, but I think it gets the point across better.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a better way of kind of describing what you were trying to say there.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But yes, Senor Tadpoles and ARD pretty much sharing the same bit of track. They're only separated by about 1/10 of a second. I say that, contact warning's just gone out to ARD then in the number 7, as with Jack Goldsmith making his way through in towards Garda. Well, whilst we have a look at Jack, Yusuf has found someone to have a chat to. Let's hand over to him.
Well, here at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, there's a couple of chill rooms, and this is one of the more exclusive rooms. So this is the Nameless setup over here. You can recognise that's Peter Knight's helmet. It's really boring. It just has a visor strip on it. And then over here, we've got a driver who's not that boring. Mr. Sullivan, I don't think I've ever got to speak to you before.
No, I don't do Club 100 or anything, so this is our first time meeting, I think.
Yeah, it is. How's it going?
Yeah, it's day's going well. Happy to be out in a go-kart. It's always good. Rory put in a shift, Jack put in a shift now, my turn next, so just don't want to let the team down.
Has there been any chat with Jack before he went out and said, right, these are track limits, don't get a black flag?
Well, Jack, considering how old he is, he should really know better. Compared to Rory, he's a little bit younger, we're all right with it, but Jack is quite old, so hopefully he knows better.
Do we want to confirm on camera how old Jack is?
Oh, late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, I can start to see the white hairs really coming out, isn't it?
Yeah, he's getting on a bit.
Speaking of age and stuff related, we were talking on stream or broadcast. How tall are you?
I'm 5'6", but for some reason, either I've put it in as 6 foot or you've read it as 6 foot. So
I didn't read it anywhere. I just made a joke about it.
Yeah, no, I'm 5'6" with these on, probably more like 5'5" with my racing shoes on.
But it means you get to be nice and low down, so less air resistance.
Oh yeah, and my racing seat as well, we've cut the bottom of it out, so I sit even lower, so my head's barely above the seat, which is quite nice.
We can shave a little bit off the top of the helmet too.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Bell helmet's already quite flat as it is, so not getting any higher.
And it's a boring, just plain white. Any design coming in soon?
Not on this helmet. End of the year, I might get a new one, design that one, but this one, it's done me well for about 4 or 5 years, so... Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, that's kind of how drivers work. You know, you get into karting, you've got bog standard stuff. Then you get the really good drivers, they've kind of got all of the cool lids and all of that. But when you get the great drivers, they don't really need paint jobs and stuff, do they?
Well, no, exactly. You just let them know who you are on the track. You've got a bog standard white helmet. I mean, I've been racing recently. This suit has been broken, so I've just been borrowing whichever track's suits I've been going. So I've been turning up at Rye House in Brentwood and just put on one of their suits. So
no Buckmore rental suit for today?
I was considering it. If it rained, I definitely would be wearing one. But yeah, because it's dry, this one's going to stay on.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and remember, no track limits.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
So we'll move over into one of our other corners. So this is the Accelerate. Thomas, sorry to interrupt your meeting. How did the stint go?
It was all right. I think the pace wasn't quite with the front runners, but I think we were, you know, I tried to stick with some similar pace karts and just stay in their slipstream to try and carry us forward. And it was going okay, not too bad, and then a silly contact at the end with a back marker got us a black flag, so I'm a bit disappointed about that, but it seems like quite a lot of people and other teams are getting black flags at the moment, so hopefully it levels itself out towards the end of the race, but I'm a bit disappointed with that really, but yeah, hopefully we can get ourselves back into the fight anyway.
I'm guessing you have another stint later on?
Possibly tomorrow. It's a bit touch and go. The strategy and everything changes. It's quite fluid, but yeah, probably tomorrow, just before the end of the race. Yeah.
Chance for redemption. Who's out at the moment then?
We've got Dan Brown at the moment. Yeah, very good driver. Glad to have him on the team. So hopefully he can get us back in the fight a little bit. We're hoping that the kart will get a bit better as the temperatures cool down a bit. I think we were struggling a little bit with tyres with the track temperature and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So, do you want to talk us through your setup, because it looks very professional?
We've done this. This is our sixth year of doing the 24 hours. So, I think each year we've come back and tried to make it a bit more homely and a bit more organised, I guess, despite the mess, I suppose. Yeah, so it's nice to have, you know, the laptop there, and you know, with the strategy and everything, and all the radios all charged and set up and everything. So I think, yeah, it's pretty good. Hopefully, as the years go on and we keep doing this event, we'll probably try and make it a bit more refined as it goes on. But yeah, everyone takes it quite seriously, despite it being fun, and we just try to get the best out of ourselves and the team and everything. So yeah, this is what you need to do to win this event, I think, sometimes.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, and next year we hope to see a nice full triple screen setup and Iron Man digital, whatever they use for it.
Yeah, maybe we try and get a few more sponsors then in that case. Thank you very much.
No worries. We'll have a chat with our one final team here before handing back over to our commentators. We have one driver. Let's squeeze in without tripping over anything. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, are you about to go out?
No, I just finished my stint.
Oh, did you? How did it go?
Awful.
Oh no, what did you do?
The car is awful. Like, it's 5 or 6 tenths off the pace. So
is it?
Yeah, we have no chances of winning this one.
No way of driving around it?
Unfortunately, no.
It's a shame. So what's the plan now then for the rest of the race?
Just practice for next year's, maybe for other races, you know, yeah.
Is there any kind of aspiration of thinking, right, maybe we can't go for the win, but maybe top 3, top 5?
I mean, podium is still a goal. I got a penalty black flag, but obviously we can go for P3. If we
remind me what team you're with again?
NFS Cossacks.
Oh, yes.
Ukrainian team.
Okay. But so far, again, I think, where are you now? 11th?
8th, are we? Yeah, we're P8 now.
Yeah, so making your way back in and a big fight up ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel.
Can I please say something?
Oh, yes, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, я тебя очень люблю. Очень. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And we hope that whatever he said wasn't swearing. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Yes, always good to hear from everybody in the cool-down room. Yeah, it's nice. It was the briefing room, but now there's no more briefing to be had. It's now the cool-down room, so drivers can just have a little, well, even if they're off the clock, i.e. not in the cars. They're still looking at the data. They're still looking at everything going on as much as possible. So easy to just get lost in some data when if you don't know, if you've never been to a 24-hour, you're sort of a bit lost at sea. But yeah, Accelerate have been here for 6 years now. 3 years in a row. I spoke to Mark Puxty as I was saying hello to everybody. I bumped into him and he said it's been 3 years in a row since we finished second overall, 3 years in a row. And I said, is it fourth time lucky? He said, well, maybe, but sort of, they were sort of hoping for some rain, but they liked their dry pace because when it came to, I think it was 2022, Mark was saying, it was relatively dry throughout, so they were very happy and very comfortable with the pace, and they were very happy with the pace that they had. But I think maybe secretly deep down he wanted a bit of rain to sort of spice things up a bit, maybe.
Yeah, I can really say that dry running and wet running is very, very much different. Very different. As you said, it became the briefing room at one point. Now it's the cool down room. I think it'll be the sleeping room in a couple of hours.
Yes.
I think that fatigue will really play a part of this event. It usually does. Throughout a 24-hour event, you usually catch those sleeping shots. We've already got one. So do we have to keep a sleeping tally at this rate?
It's a very good tally to have. I don't know how many people are going to catch sleeping before 6 o'clock, maybe. I could be proven wrong, but definitely one to look out for, especially in the nighttime shift. And we'll see how it goes. We've actually got someone, I think, part-time producer over there now. We've got Sam, who's part of the Fueled by Snacks team, who's taken an interest in media, and now he's having a go at producing as well. So he's in control of what we see out there. We're currently watching out Jack Goldsmith, who's making his way through, giving a thumbs up. Zesty Drink Racing, not as happy with the arms up in the air, but that is the ever great Thomas Layton. Very, very nice lad. But yeah, once the helmet goes on, the adrenaline starts pumping through you, and yeah, you do want to just get the best out of the kart you possibly can.
Indeed it does, and you do really try and push on and see how far you can get. And the only thing you really start thinking about is pushing until you get into like a really relaxed zone. Then you start to really open up your mind about if you want to continue pushing on, or if you should back off and really become a bit more, a bit more aware of what's going on around you. We see a bit of the lower end of the circuit. Continue through their way, and there is the number 12, of course, Sam's team. They've just picked up.
We might see a bit of Fueled by Snacks in a little bit, as controlled by Sam at the moment. He's found his team, and we might follow him for a little bit. Let's see if we can spot who it is out there. We get like a little written spotter guide, if you like, from the drivers themselves, but I'm not seeing a pink lid on there. So I'm not sure who it is. Maybe Sam does know who it could be out in the car. Either way, the pink lid, you're not missing them out on circuit. Currently right behind the number 26. Is this for position? No, it is for, of course, Fueled by Snacks are second in class at the moment. So this is putting a lap on the number 26, but a very, very strong opening by Fueled by Snacks at this moment in time. 9th overall, second in class, I think.
Yeah, BN Racing, and they were the ones with the really interesting, I think it was like a sticker pit board they had. I was going to try and have a go, but unfortunately I wasn't able to.
I'll give you another go next time, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
You'll have to go back.
I'm sure once the arms gets tired on everyone there, they'll be asking me to slave away and be like, can you hand out? Can you do our pit board for us?
Yeah,
and, that'll be a great piece for me to go and do.
I'm sure it will.
Yeah, it just depends on what time of the day it will be, because hopefully it will get caught on the good old camera.
That's what we're here for, isn't it? We said it gets caught on camera. Let's hope, eh? Let's hope. Nameless at the top then, 8.7 second lead. We had about 10 laps ago a new fastest lap of the race by Senor Tadpoles. We're now into the 49.6s, with the 49.659 from Senor Tadpoles. They lost about 0.3 of a second to Nameless on the last lap. So the gap's now 8.7 seconds as it stands. But of course at this stage of the race, you're looking at traffic all the way through. There's the number 11 ditch finders who have got a bit of lappery to deal with. Number 11 trying to get past the number 22. As we make our way down in towards Paddock, and onwards then towards Garda we will go. And number 1 there, Spicy Boys Racing. Where are Spicy Boys? They're 7th at the moment, 6th in class, that makes them. and they are about 7 seconds away from catching Maple, but Ditchfinders are not far away from them. Ditchfinders and Spicy Boys could have a little bit of a battle on our hands there.
There definitely there's a great possibility that they will do. You see, there's so many carts around. You're really just trying to weave your way through. It's really interesting to see how a lot of the teams do treat the battles. Of course, every single driver will be different. Of course, some might take it the usual karting route, because I'm sure many of these guys have done the likes of the Buckmore Park 24 hours, the Bayford 24 hours, Daytona 24 hours as well. Here in the UK, there's plenty of Daytona circuits. Great send there up the inside, in toward the right-hander, and on towards Garda they go. The elevation really proving to be quite a sight around here at Buckmore Park, for sure.
It is, and the elevation is just wonderful to watch. Of course, when it first opened in 1961, I believe, it just used to be the 600 layout. So you had these two corners here, you had both hairpins, and then you'd go basically left at the S's and then right again to take you then back onto the start-finish straight. And that's all the track was. Then we had the, I think it was the 900 extension, which takes us, it gives you the S's, it gives you Simon Sweep, and then it loops back around on itself. So then you get Cafe Curve and then back up to the start-finish line. And now we're up to a kilometre now with the addition of the bottom half of the circuit.
Oh
A
dear.
little bit of contact there.
3 wide.
3 wide, yeah.
Into Simon Sweep.
Didn't quite work on that occasion, but everyone's facing the right way, so it worked out in the end. I imagine maybe a contact warning is coming to at least one cut there, maybe.
I'll be surprised if none of them get a contact warning, but I'm sure there'll be one. There was definitely a little bit of contact on the exit there of one of the corners before they went into time sweep. So they're really starting to work their way through, and hopefully we don't want to see too many contact warnings. You know, they're coming about every, what's that, 5 to 10 minutes. Some more obvious than others.
It's not a bad run to be fair. I don't think it is anyway. I could be completely wrong.
I mean, we did get a track limit warning a couple of seconds ago for Harlow All-Star, so I was going to compliment that we haven't had one in a while, but then I checked my my clock on my laptop, which is just to the right of me, and I was like, oh, they're coming at roughly the same time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Oh well, we can blame you for that, Adam. It's all good. Black flag is going out here to the number 15. That's Belly Boys Racing. So they're going to be called into the pits then.
Down in P30, so that's the last of the runners, and they're a lap down compared to Richard Racing, the latter car ahead of them. So that's just going to really press down on their problems even more. I'm pretty sure they started in a decent position compared to their starting grid yet, but they've gone down 4 places. And that's really unfortunate for them. No improvements, of course, in terms of lap time. I think everyone is just trying to really manage themselves. Of course, it's a lot of managing all throughout an endurance event. You just need to look at the likes of the IMSA Sports Car Championship, the World Endurance Championship, just to kind of get a replica of an idea of how the racing could go here. And of course, they'll take a lot of inspiration. You know, I'm sure a lot of drivers in here watch endurance racing and do have the inspiration to come down here to the likes of Buckmore, to the likes of Daytona, to the likes of Bayford, of course, lap cars. Proving a little bit of a problem for some more than others. And through the first corner they go. We pick up the 11 and the 17, which I believe is going to be a lapped car.
Yes, it is. Elite Crawley Racing, and the number 17 and number 11 is Ditchfinder. So there is, I think, at least a lap between the two. But again, it's not going to stop people battling, especially if you haven't got the radio link you have to the pit board or to the pit lane, as other teams might have. Just keeping an eye as well on that gap between Nameless and Senor Tadpoles. The gap's now come down to 6.3 seconds. It's now down to 6 seconds. So on that last lap, Senor Tadpoles took a quarter of a second out of Nameless. So it's not too bad at all. As Senor Tadpoles and Nameless both having a black flag each they had to serve in this race. So both teams will be very much putting their heads down and looking to make up lost time. I think it was Jasper Stewart-Staff who was out in the kart in the number 5. So he's doing a good job right now of closing in on Jack Goldsmith, which is not an easy thing to do, to catch Jack Goldsmith. Lovely shot there as we make our way up towards Cafe Curve, catching all the cars. I mean, 30 cars having to pretty much share a kilometre of track. Not always easy at the best of times, but yeah, now you get to the stage of the race where it's all about keeping your calm, concentration, making sure that everything works to a T. As we've got some drivers here backing away. Number 16 is Black Flag Racing, hoping they won't live up to their team name, trying to get a move done on the number 24. Is that for position? I'm just trying to see where they are in the table. I don't think it is for position. No, Richards Racing in 29th place. That won't be for position, but nothing better than getting an overtake done and dusted, no matter who it is.
A couple of YouTube comments coming in. I think there's some support coming in for the Senior Frogs. Well, I'm afraid to tell you they aren't here. It's now the Senior Tadpoles who have kind of been inspired by, of course, the big frogs. But unfortunately, those frogs have gone into retirement. I think almost permanently at this rate. They've got their podium from last season, from last year's Buckmore Park 24 Hours.
I think we spoke to, I think it was Oliver and Ellis. You can correct me if I'm wrong, chat, from the Senior Tadpoles, who are basically trying to carry the baton. And they've got the seal of approval from Chip as well in the chat. So they've got the full support. They stole, what was it, the pit board they stole?
They stole the pit board, they did.
We'll have to find out what else they stole from the Senior Frogs as well. But essentially, they're here in spirit. Through the Senior Tadpoles, and the Tadpoles are doing quite well as well. 5.5 seconds off the lead right now, and if it is Jasper Stewart-Staff out in the kart, I think it is. He's currently closing in. Another 0.4 of a second he's taken out of Nameless, so he's having a great time out there.
Yeah, what? Of course, they said earlier in the interview, what are the chances of Chip coming down and doing a final stint?
Was he here for the briefing?
He was not here for the briefing.
No, he won't. Sorry to burst that bubble, but no exceptions.
No. I think there was also, we had a conversation before when we first arrived at the circuit that I think it was the Spicy Boys were going to try and get Steve Brown, Super GT, in. But again, he wasn't part of the briefing, so he will not be here either. He will not be coming from the Nürburgring to Buckmore Park. He might be part of the spectator, but I don't think he'll be. He can't race, unfortunately. Sorry to burst everyone's bubble.
Yeah, that's 2 bubbles burst in the space of 2 minutes.
Oh, you're going to really disappoint the audience now.
What? What am I going to say now? We've already disappointed them twice. It's fine. Another half a second from the Senior Tadpoles. Jasper's doing a good job there, isn't he? Well, 4.9 seconds now is the gap between himself and Nameless. Jack Goldsmith behind the wheel of the number 2. ARD, what sort of lap times are they setting? 50.5, so they're matching what Jack Goldsmith is managing in the Nameless machine. They're 17.8 seconds behind the leaders at this stage. And then you've got the TRX OGs. They're lapping in the 50.4s at the moment. And they're lap 6/10 quicker than that might be the car ahead of them, on track. So not necessarily who they're in position, because just having a look at the last lap time. Yeah, OGs were faster, but not by 0.4. It might be this time though. 50.1 from the OGs TRX this time around. And yeah, just having a look at the top 3 of each class as it stands. We've got Nameless, who are top. Senior Tadpoles in 2nd place. There are your leaders in Jack Goldsmith, who's making his way out of hairpin 2. And you might just be able to see in the distance the number 5 of the Senior Tadpoles. 4.6 seconds back at the moment as we make our way through Science Sweep and Pullmans. As Jack Goldsmith at the moment lapping in the 50 flats at the moment as we make our way through in towards Garda. But yeah, Jack's having to try and negotiate through this traffic as quickly as possible, make sure that gap doesn't come down too much more. But yeah, Jasper Stewart-Staff at the moment is on an absolute mission. 3rd place in class, by the way, I was going to finish that, ARD. And then we have our rookies at the moment. Leading the class is Team Rango with Red Mist. 2nd place is Fueled by Snacks. And 3rd place in the rookies is Top Deck BN Racing.
Yeah, there's been some really good racing by a couple of the teams, the 21 and the 12. Of course, Team Rango in there as well. They're currently sitting in 5th place, as you said. Putting in mid-50 lap times, which is not too bad because they're not too far off those front runners, about a tenth or two compared to the leading group. And then you find, of course, Ardua, in fact, a little bit slower. It's a 10th last time around, but that's all you need, a 10th slower around the circuit. The margins are really, really close, especially with a kart circuit where you can lap about 50 seconds or 49 seconds that we're seeing, and do have a track limit warning for the bumper kart in the number 14th.
That's bumper cart with 3 T's.
3 T's. We have to accentuate the T's.
Yes. I don't know how, but we are somehow going to. Bumper cart.
I think someone was just very energetic on the keyboard when typing that in.
I'd like to think it's not a typo. I'd like to think that is what they are called. That is it, bumper cart.
The bumper cart with 3 T's.
3 T's, not 3 T's. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Another quick lap from Senor Tadpoles, by the way.
It was also in all capitals as well. I think they're the only team on the timings group we could see it in all capitals. So I don't fancy shouting down a microphone, which is what we usually do, but at a modest volume. But
there is Jasper Stewart stuff. Who's making his way through the field, just trying to pick his way through. 3.8 seconds between himself and Jack Goldsmith. They're almost sharing the same camera shot at the moment. Doing a fine job out there is Stuart Staff as he makes his way on towards the S's. And, well, look, the lean down, it seems to be working. It's certainly helping him lap quicker at the moment. He lapped a 50.3 last time around. It might have been some traffic to have dealt with on his previous lap. But the gap has been coming down bit by bit, lap after lap. That is exactly what Jasper needs at this stage of the race. And Jack Goldsmith maybe getting the information that, you know, Stuart Staff is closing in on him. Senior Tadpoles are closing in, and Jasper will have to make a choice when he catches Nameless. At this rate of knots, he is catching them. Another 3.5 tenths taken out of that lead. 3.4 seconds is now the gap. He'll have a decision to make, Adam. Does he try and move and get a move for position, try and get into the lead of this race, or will he be happy to stay behind Jack? Because the way I see it, he'll probably want to get the move done because he's lapping quicker than Nameless at the moment.
Exactly, and you know you're essentially a racing driver. You are a racing driver in this situation. You know you want to get into the lead of that race, but you have so much traffic to try and negotiate. There's about 2 or 3 cars you've got to try and manoeuvre around the circuit. And one of them is, of course, one of the pros, the number 6 there of TRX. And where is he going to try and make that move? Potentially into Calf Curve.
Yellows. That's
yellow
probably
flag.
Yep, so he's made way through towards Calf Curve. That's why, because someone's working on the plastic blocks on the edge of Cafe Curve. So yellow flags will be there, and then they make their way through on towards the start-finish line. Then they'll be shown a green flag, and then they can overtake and race again once they've passed the green flag. Not just when they see it, when they pass it. And that's something that has caught out a couple of people in the past. Once you see the green flag, you have to be beyond it before you can make an overtake. Let's have a look at lap times here. Yes, Senor Tadpoles maybe lost 3 tenths on that lap. Maybe due to the yellow flag, maybe due to a little bit of traffic at that point. Either way, it's all been a downward trend at the moment. So 21 hours and 18 minutes left to go. We're almost at the 3 hours completed mark and on the brink and the fringes of hour number 4, which would be great. We've had some great battling along the way. There is Stuart Staff, who's in second place. He's right behind TRX OGs. That's not for position. That is going to be a lap that's put on the number 6. Now, this is the thing. If the Senor Tadpoles can get past, there's no blue flag, so you can't just have a blue flag waved and that's that. The TRX OGs will jump out of the way. They're in no inclination to jump out of the way. They can race to their heart's content at the moment. And we'll see what happens there. I think he has got his way past. He has, and might even get a little bit of a helping hand from the TRX OGs as we make our way through in towards Garden. Now through the centre chicane and up the rise as we head away towards Cafe Curve. So he's cleared that little bit of traffic again. On that last lap, he was 7 tenths quicker than Nameless. What about this lap? Still a 1/10.5 quicker. Even with some battling to do, the gap's now down to 2.9 seconds. So Jasper Stewart Staff having a really good time, really in form right now to try and catch the back of Jack Goldsmith and see what he can do to try and get himself ahead, potentially ahead of Nameless then. And this is some team that have been formed together, Senor Tadpoles. You've got Ellis Cox, you've got Jamie Tiley Gooden, you've got Oliver Borg, who was one of those we spoke to. RLK Bandits getting a black flag for the number 29, so they'll have to make their way into the pits and serve that black flag penalty. You've got Jasper Stewart Staff, who's out there, and William Sparrow did the first stint for the Senor Tadpoles. And I mean, all of them, you know, there's some heavy accolades behind them. Jasper Stewart-Staff right now, he's a 3-time Buckmore Pro Series Championship winner. He's a current Club 73 Junior champion, Brentwood Senior champion, Rye House Pro Class winner as well. So he's got a big trophy cabinet already, he has, and really he's going the right way about it. Another 4 tenths taken out of that lead that he has to Nameless. 2.4 seconds. I mean, at this rate, he's going to catch Jack Goldsmith within about 6 or 7 laps at this pace. So, yeah, really outstanding job there from the Senior Tadpoles, and especially by Jasper at this stage.
It really has been. It's been a big old push there from Jasper there, Senior Tadpoles, and going to set the fastest lap there at 49.603. So I'm hoping there's going to be some lovely pit boards being put out to try and hoist that number 5 toward the rear of the number 2. I'm sure he's got his fishing rod out. He's going to absolutely cast that onto on the back bumper and reel him in like a fishing rod. So really interested to see how that's going to turn out, and of course how will he play it strategically, because there's so many ways that battle can be played out. You know, there's the way of sitting behind, or potentially going a little bit of a tow, saving some fuel, or you just absolutely go and attack that number 2 to see if you can potentially move ahead of Nameless, which I think that they'll be looking to do.
Through the final corner, Jasper Stewart-Staff goes and he'll make his way towards the line. What sort of lap time will he set this time? I mean, it's a 49.7. Another near half a second taken out of Nameless now. The gap is 1.7 seconds. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Jasper is absolutely flying out there and making his way through towards hairpin 2, getting that power down. And there is Jack Goldsmith in the number 2. And, well, it gets to the point as a driver when you see the one up ahead, you see the position you need, and that just gives you an extra 1/10 of a second. You're able to attack. You're able to try and close in, and it always helps when you see the gap visually closing as to how you're able to close the gap down. That might just be a little bit more of a carrot in front of Jasper as he makes his way past the number 18 car. That's Losing Daylight, that is, who they've just lapped there. And another near half a second taken out of Nameless. And you see Jack Goldsmith, he had 3 karts to deal with, but it's not like Jasper didn't have any traffic to deal with. Look at this, now up the inside, there is your leader, Nameless, with Jack Goldsmith behind the wheel, and is now only 2 karts ahead of the Senior Tadpoles as they make their way now through in towards the Syme Suite and towards Pullman's we go. Jasper knows he has to get these laps on this little bit of lappery done and dusted. Yep, he's done that one. He's done the number 27. That's Blue Flag Bandits. Now he's got the number 4 machine to deal with. That's Falcon, who are up there as well. So they are in the Pro Class as it stands. And how about laps this time then? So Jack Goldsmith has managed to clear the traffic, at least for now. And they both managed to round about the same lap time, a 50-second flat lap time they managed on that lap. So if anything, that was slightly in favour of Goldsmith on that last occasion. Gap is 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely, really working their way. I think they had the number 4 as well, right in front of them. That's Falcon. They're down in 19th, so they've had a couple of issues over the course of the first, almost 3 hours we've hit in this case. They're really trying to work their way through and up the inside. It's a nice clean move, but they're looking to stay on the outside here. They're in towards Garda they go. That 4 just going to try and hang it around the outside, and I think Nameless at this rate just had to try and pick as many back market carts they possibly can, and just kind of like throw them back at the number 5, especially if they're aware that number 5 is behind. But I think it's going to be interesting, because if you really think back to the opening stages, I think that they have put potentially one of their more slower drivers have Senior Tadpoles first, and there goes the number 12 that gets taken out of the path of Nameless Motorsport there. Continuing to try and put their lay the market down here and continue leading these laps. Of course, almost on lap 200 we have completed here at Buckmore Park here in Kent. And they head their way once again through Garden, and the battle for first there. A lovely little graphic there created by our guys in the background at Alpha Live. And on towards that main straight they go. The 5 will just side on through, give him a little bit of a thank you, and I wonder if the 12 is going to push him a little bit on towards hairpin 1 here, so potentially helping the 5 of Senor Tadpoles out a little bit there, but it looks like Nameless has potentially put their fastest driver up first.
Yeah, well, Jack Goldsmith has a wealth of accolades behind him, a kart race of champions champion, even with carrying an injury in that one in 2023. So he's been all around the globe. I think they were in Italy last weekend for an endurance race for Nameless. So, you know, he's a very, very quick driver. And now, I would say right in his mirrors, if these karts had mirrors, he'd be filling them up there. Jasper Stewart-Staff for the Senor Tadpoles, getting out of the centre chicane and tucking into the toe for now. And now, Jasper has a decision to make. Does he go for the position, or does he try and work with Jack Goldsmith to extend their lead over ARD even further? We make our way through in towards Henry's Bend, now towards hairpin 1. No move on just yet, but it's been phenomenal to see Jasper close down this gap to Goldsmith as we make our way through in towards hairpin 2. The late apex corner, get the power down. They've got the number 15 up ahead of them, which is Belly Boys Racing. They're going to put a lap on them as we make our way through in towards Syme Sweep and Pullman's now. This might be a chance for an overtake. You really do have to be confident on the brakes when you head your way down in towards paddock there. Now towards Garda we go with the Belly Boys Racing kart. Just a little bit of lappery to deal with for Goldsmith and for Stewart-Staff as they make their way through in towards Cafe Curve. For another time of asking. Goldsmith then taking the inside line and Stewart-Staff following him through as Belly Boys goes a little bit wide just to allow drivers to go through. It seems like, though, that Stewart-Staff is happy to just work with Goldsmith at this stage of the race. They are going to be slightly out of sync with each other, with Senor Tadpoles, I think, taking an earlier stop than Nameless. But if there's one place that Nameless are incredibly good at, it's the pit stops. They are very well oiled in terms of that. There goes Stewart-Staff up the inside. In towards paddock we go. He launches that up the inside. Goldsmith has the inside line, though, now for Garda, as they're swapping positions now, left, right and centre. The marker has been set now. Stewart-Staff isn't happy just staying behind. He wants to go for it. He wants to lead this race and try and pull a gap now. We head away on towards the first corner at Conway. It's not really an overtaking opportunity, but certainly you'll make your way down towards hairpin 1, one of the heaviest braking zones of the circuit. No way through this time around. Two slightly different lines being taken, and now Stewart-Staff has the outside line, heading our way through in towards the second hairpin. He'll try a switchback and a cut back here, grab the inside line, but he can't quite do it. Tucks back into the toe of Nameless.
Yeah, no, that's a really good defensive move there by Nameless. Really trying to work the steering wheel to head their way now in toward the right-hander, and now we'll head up towards Garden out, and on the inside there, that goes to number 5 and Senor Tadpoles. Tadpoles are through, but it looks like Nameless are going to be coming back at them potentially. The forage sitting back there like it's a cinema, enjoying all of this. I'm sure they'll want to not get involved because this is the battle for the lead on track. There's no lapping involved here, and there you go, Stewart-Staff up to P1 for the race lead on toward the 21-hour mark. We head.
Yeah, nice move as well, wasn't it? He was sizing up that move for a couple of laps, and I did think Jack Goldsmith might have been a little bit wary to it down in towards paddock. You know, he tried it once before, but in towards Garda, and Jasper Stewart-Staff has the move now and takes over the lead of the race for the Senor Tadpoles. The number 4 behind them is Falcon. I think that's Ben Johnson who's behind the wheel of the number 4. And you're right, he was just enjoying watching that battle. He was sort of maybe thinking, oh, this could be pretty interesting. I'll keep my distance for now and see how this all turns out. More often as well, when you're looking to just try and get through the race and you see some faster cars come through, your instinct is to say, right, I'm going to follow your line for a couple of laps. And it really is a couple of laps because you try and follow the lines a couple of laps and then they're gone. They're absolutely gone.
They are, and I can really sense that Nameless have taken that overtaking from Senor Tadpoles, and I think they'll really start to look at that potentially and see if they can potentially just follow the lines and get any sort of advantage over. You know, Tadpoles were lapping in the about the 49.6s, their best time, the 49.7s. Yeah, Nameless did a 50.0 last time around, so they're They dropped 3/10 last time around to Senor Tadpoles. Almost says Senor Frogs then. But
force of habit. It's all
it
right.
is. It's really become a force of habit. Even though I didn't cover last year's event, but they've become so synonymous with the 24 hours of Buckmore Park. It's a shame to not see them return, but potentially if we can coax Chipper a little bit, we'll see if we can get them back for one more.
Twist his arm a little bit. Go on, you know you want to. you know you want. You know you missed it. You know you missed it.
You know you want to be our source of entertainment.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know you want to come in for an interview every hour.
I can't think of anything better. Senor Tadpoles then, as we saw, taking over the lead of this race ahead of Nameless. ARD rounding off the top 3 for pros and overall. Then we have a look at our clubmans. It's Team Rango with Red Mist, currently leading the way in the clubmans. Fueled by Snacks in second, and then it is Meaden's Motor Group who round off the top 3 in our clubman's class. But a lovely view of, I'd say, the most recent extension in the early 2000s of the Buckmore Park circuit down at the lower end, which brings really all the undulation you could ever dream of. Sime Sweep, Pullman's, Paddock, Garda, and then up the rise out of the centre chicane through the Cafe Curve. Some people might have said, oh, the 600 was so flat. Well, they responded with the lovely undulation that you see here as Senor Tadpoles looking to try and build the gap now. This is the important part now. It's almost like Jasper Stewart's staff has done the hard work. Jack Goldsmith is a difficult driver to catch at the best of times, but he's absolutely flying out there at the moment. And looking now, the most important part for him is to build the gap, build it as much as possible.
Absolutely is. Really seeing if Senor Tadpoles will extend that gap, and they do, because it's now up to 9/10 of a second, up to a second now at this rate. To carry on their way. So many carts out there, as I've been saying, 30 carts with 21 hours and 4 minutes to go.
So we'll, I believe we have, well, Yusuf has got another driver to have a chat to up here. Yusuf, over to you.
I mean, Chris Klitschwell, how are you doing, Chris?
Good. Feeling a little bit tired after that stint, but yeah, nice and ready.
Now, first of all, helmet. I'm going to be honest, I can't remember Kubitz's helmet livery. Is that essentially a replica then, of sort?
Yeah, I think it's based off of 2008 season, back in his BMW days. But yeah, it's full-on replica, stickered as well, not painted. But yeah, it's been done really nicely.
And it was going quite fast around the circuit as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, going through the race in my stint, tried to keep a cool head down. Obviously, there was a little bit of fighting at the beginning with a couple of karts for P3. Managed to get past them, just cruise away, try to catch the leaders, and their black flags obviously helped to get us in the lead and up to P2.
Did you have comms on while you were out on circuit?
Yeah, I did. My dad was trying to aid me, telling me the gaps, how quick I was going, and just keeping me safe and secure.
So when you found out that you were leading the race, were you a bit excited, a bit of a smile, or what was going on in your head?
I was really surprised with the news. Like, he just said, whoa, you're leading. I was like, seriously? Couldn't believe it. But yeah, did
check the date. It's not April the 1st. Oh my God.
No, we're well past that. So yeah, really happy.
I mean, you guys are doing really well. I'm guessing the aim is getting that top 3, or maybe with these top 2 picking up penalties here and there, maybe even going for a win.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, my stint was a little bit close with track limits, obviously, but you know, if you're not getting them, then you're not pushing. But yeah. But mainly aiming for the podium spot. Maybe not the top step, but a P3 would do us really nicely.
So who's out at the moment for you guys?
We got Lewis Smith out there. He's saying some pretty good times, pretty consistent. But yeah, that's the main aim for him. Obviously, to just watch out, get the contacts away once it reaches 3 hours into the race, and there he could just pull away.
Yeah, so how many contacts are you on at the moment?
Track limit warnings, just 2. So I mean,
just 2.
Yeah, just 1 more, and then we might get a black flag. But you know, it's not a huge deal. Can be all controlled.
So we were talking on the chat about teams that don't get any black flags over the course of the race. Is that one thing that you think you'll be able to get, or do you think one will sneak in at some point?
Hopefully we don't get any, but anything can happen in 24 hours.
Chris, thank you very much for your time, and best of luck to the squad for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
And back over to you, Kieran.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Always good to speak to drivers out there, and especially with Team ARD, with Lewis Smith now behind the wheel as we make our way through there. Team ARD in the number 7 as there we go. The competition's still going on here, Adam. We saw the number 27. They're now getting ready to pit in. We'll see that live action to get the pit in. That's Blue Flag Bandits who are calling their driver in. That looked like what they were doing.
Yeah, it seemed like they were going to get their driver to box this lap, so they're going to try and bring that 27 in. Oh, that is...
Does that count as a dog? Does that count as dog count? This is an important question. I need to know. Producer St. James says yes. I'm not so sure.
It is a sticker, but it is a dog.
Yeah, it's a contentious one, I think. James has said if I don't go for it, my tally is 2. My tally is 1. What are you talking about? Okay, it will only be 1. Yes, James. Yeah. Unless you've seen a dog that I haven't seen, James, then I don't know. Do I count it, chat, as a dog?
Actually, yes.
I'm siding with no.
Let's ask the chat. Do we count the dog sticker as the dog counter?
It's the most important question of today that we need answered.
We keep asking questions. Who's going to win the 24 hours? Who's going to have the best? Who's going to have the best pit stops? Who's going to have the best helmet delivery? No, we need to know if this is a dog counter.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Someone says no.
Someone says no. Good start for Team No. Up Team No.
Someone says that's a dog.
I don't know.
1-1.
Ruben, how many dogs have you seen that are stickers that you've gone, that's a dog, that's a real life dog? I don't know. It's a contentious decision there, Ruben. I've got to be honest with you. Contentious is the best of times. I've forgotten. It was Belly Boys Racing who had that, didn't they? Was it 15? Yeah. I think it was.
I believe so.
Who have caused this debate in the commentary box. Bigfoot says yes. Well, you're wrong. Well, yes. You're wrong, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot goes yes.
Producer James says you're right, Bigfoot, but I don't know. It's close enough, says Ruben. What do you mean it's close enough?
100% it counts.
We might have to set up a poll, James, to settle this once and for all.
Do we set up I think we should set up a poll.
I think
then we'll get more responsive.
James says 2 minutes. We'll have a poll.
So this is still under pending
investigation. Yeah. In 2 minutes' time, you will have the most important decision you will ever have to make. Yeah. Would you even Okay, I can open a kennels then, and I just have stickers of dogs. That would count, wouldn't it? Team No. Team No. I'm guessing you're better for Team Yes then, Adam.
Yeah, why not?
What do you mean, why not? That doesn't sound like a strong argument there.
Dogs get views.
I don't know. I'm putting it as 1 there. Definitely a dog. Squibble, you're incorrect. That's what I'll say to that.
Team Yes is absolutely blasting.
I know. Where's my Team No? Come on, Team No. Back me up here. I had 1. That might be all I'm getting. Anyway, we're into hour number 4. Hour number 4. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? It really does. There's the number 3 machine. That is number 3 is Accelerate Kentbury Racing, who have struggled here. We just see a bit of track staff, a bit of track modification made to, I believe, hairpin 1, but now towards the S's to push those plastic blocks a little bit closer to the curb, so that we can, so drivers have a little bit more, I don't know, a little less incentive to attack the curbs. Ruben says choosing my levels is less important than this poll. That's an interesting take, Ruben, considering your Team Yes. I don't think your vote counts as much if it's Team Yes. Oh, chat, I've missed you. I've missed you since last year. There's Jack Goldsmith. Ben Johnson is chasing him, though. They're not battling for position. There's a lap between them, at least. And Ben Johnson's able to make sure he keeps himself up to scratch with Jack Goldsmith, so he can gain a little bit of time here and gain a little bit on some others ahead of him. Where is number 4? Falcon. Yeah, they've struggled at the start. I think they did say they might have had some kart issues, so they've been really on the back foot since the very start. I will say, DFGA, your sticker, your £1,000 offer. The poll is up, by the way. Your £1,000 offer. If it's a sticker of a dog, I'm not accepting it. Not accepting it. There you go. The poll is live. The most important poll you will ever need to vote in. No other poll. Well, actually, we might have a couple more polls, but this is really important right now. Right now. Does that dog sticker?
I mean,
for the Belly Boys Racing count as a dog for dog count?
We all talk about pole position, but let's be real, that's the most important poll so far.
It is. It is. It is.
I mean,
I've got a laptop in front of me and I'm voting no, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Say it's rigged, whatever you like. I've broken it. That was not a wise decision, Kieran. I've lost you all. Oh well, never mind. I can easily bring you all back. It's okay. Don't panic, chat. Don't panic. The worst thing you can do is panic. Get your votes in the poll. Get your votes in the poll. James will tell us what the results are. I don't know, James. It's up to you how long.
Do we have a third dog?
No, DFG. That does not count as a third dog. Come on now. Elton's on my side. Only real dogs. Yes. No stickers. No fake dogs. Only real dogs. My point still stands. It's one. It's one dog.
Then we need to have a limit or something.
What do you mean a limit? Oh, I see. It's like if it's a real dog.
So far,
yes.
so far we've had a real dog, we've had an emoji dog, and we've had a sticker dog.
That 2/3 of that doesn't count. The emoji dog and the sticker dog doesn't count. Thank you, Squibble. I mean, I love the spirit. Your vote is wrong, but I love the spirit. Poll is more important than winning the 24-hour. I don't know. Tell that to Senor Tadpole's Nameless, ARD, all of those in with a shout.
At this rate, we're going to get a spam of dogs and we're going to have to say the sound of them.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Chat, we're one step ahead of you. If you do that, I'm going to be very disappointed in you all, and that's worse than anything.
I know what YouTube chat is like, so...
Yeah.
You know, we can say that Alpha Live chat has some of the greatest out there, but sometimes there's limits.
Yeah. Yeah, like a real dog is real, so should count to dog count. Anyway, there's a race going on apparently. Team ARD, that's Lewis Smith behind the wheel. He's currently got that car in 3rd place in the ARD machine, and he's about 37 seconds away from Senor Tadpoles at this stage of the race. And I have a feeling I might be saying this quite a few times. It's a long way to go, Adam. That's the first one. If anyone had on bingo then, how long it would take me to say it's a long way to go. You 4th hour. If anyone had 4th hour, you can tick it off there. Well done you. Well done you. What is the point of a dog being a dog if you can't pet it? Thank you, Spocky Van. You've seen the point exactly. Team no. Team no. I won't have any more discussion. Well, actually I will. There's a poll going on, but get your votes in. James, how long have we got left on the poll? Juicy James.
5 minutes on the poll.
5 minutes. It's a very important 5 minutes you've got here. Very important 5 minutes to get your votes in.
It's like I've got a delivery.
You've got a delivery? Are you kidding me? This better not be a dog. Actually, it might. Or a dog sticker. If it's dog sticker, I don't know. It's going to be hard. A Squibble. I love that, because what you've done is you've captured the essence of what a 24 is about. Yes, there's racing going on, but then we just have debates about is a real dog, or is it not a real dog if it's a sticker? You see, this is what do you mean I'm losing, James? Team no. That's not 58%. Is not convincing, is it? Not a convincing victory. I don't know about that.
I've kidnapped Adam. And I'm taking over his headset just to confirm with you, Kieran, that you are correct. It's not a dog.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusuf. Some sanity in this commentary box at last. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me.
How's the racing going, though?
Do you know what? I've been so focused on dog count,
Yeah.
Senor Tadpoles took the lead whilst you're away. I mean, it's been a fantastic stint so far.
Jasper is on fire, isn't he?
He is. Jasper's ruled Jack Goldsmith in. Took him 3 laps to get past. He's now leading the way by 2.3 seconds. He's been absolutely phenomenal on this stint.
He's living up to the hype of, you know, lap record holder, multiple time champion here at Buckmore Park as well.
Yep.
But considering that we are over 3 hours into the race, there is only 2 seconds separating the top 2, which is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Yeah. DFGA. Does a taxidermy dog count? That's a tough... I'm probably going to say no. And the reason being is because it's taxidermied. Like, if someone turned up to the track and had it with a taxidermy dog, I'd probably thinking, what? And second of all, I probably wouldn't count it. I realise that's going to be more contentious, but you raise a point there. You do raise a point.
And I'd probably be very scared if there was a taxidermy dog.
Yeah, it would just be staring at you the whole time. Wouldn't be nice.
Very worrying.
Anyway, there's our leader in the Senor Tadpoles. Jasper Stewart-Staff is having an absolutely brilliant time out there as he makes his way through. 6 Pompado. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting a 24-hour. You're here for the fun and the memories. There is racing as well. There is racing. I mean, we've seen a good overtake as well from Jasper to take the lead of this race.
It is 95% podcast.
50-50 on the pole, I'm being told.
That's great stuff.
Come on, team, no. Team, no.
Just to annoy Kieran, team, yes.
No. No, you see, now the insanity's... Bring back Yusuf. Where's he gone? There's some sanity in this box.
You never know. He might be team yes. I think you're in trouble.
Well, I'm always in trouble. Don't worry about that. Stephen Soden. Souden? Going to have to phonetically. I'm going to go with Soden. And if I'm wrong, completely understandable. Have a nice day. He's saying up the fuel by snacks. It's good. Get your team support in as well. Yes, we've got the most important poll you'll ever have, but let your team know you're behind them. Let your team know you're supporting them. Who are you supporting today? We've already had, I think we've had viewers in New Zealand, in Kent, in Cornwall. I think we had USA as well. United Arab Emirates. Let me know. Let us know who you're supporting today. Which team? Is it the Senor Tadpoles who are here in spirit, or they're carrying on that spirit? Perhaps it's ARD. Perhaps 40 seconds off the lead. It's not bad at all. Not bad going. And I think it's Lewis Smith behind the wheel. What can he do from this position? Perhaps you're rooting for an underdog. Hey, you know who could use some support? Belly Boys Racing. They've had a tough start. Falcon could do with some support as well. Falcon. Stephen, I love that you say I got it bang on, but I might have said three different pronunciations of your name. I'm going to go with Soden, because I think that was the one I went with. So I don't think we need a poll to decide that. That's... Don't put bad ideas in my head. It's not a good idea, producer.
We don't need too many polls at the minute. There's racing.
Look, I've hyped up this as the most important poll. We can't just have a poll straight afterwards.
I mean, they got a podcast to listen to, Kieran.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean, as I say, Endurance is basically 90% podcast.
We've got some support, though, for Maple Motorsport. That's good to see. Any team that has a Welshie has my support. Well, I've got some good news for you. I think we have the number 10, I want to say, SRK champion. The SRK champion team, I think, have a couple of Welsh drivers on board, so they will be very happy to have your support there. Nameless as well from Reese. Brilliant stuff. Another one for Nameless from Callum Tanner. Can you remind us on the current pit situation? Who's pitted and how many times? Racing Rhubarb, you're talking about racing. I think we can help you out there. To assist you with that, we've got the live stream, not the live stream link, the live timing link, which is pinned at the top of this YouTube chat, www.buckmore.co.uk/live-timing. Now, essentially, you've got a PS, which is your pit stops. Now, that's how many times a team has been into the pits. Now, what it doesn't differentiate between, much like in other forms of motorsport, it doesn't differentiate what's been a scheduled stop and what's an unscheduled stop. So if someone's been called in for a black flag, if someone's been called in because of a safety issue, or they've had to have a driver change, an unscheduled pit stop, whatever the reason may be, it can't decipher between the two. All we know is that Senior Tadpoles have been in twice, but we know that Senior Tadpoles and Nameless have had a black flag each. So they've actually had one scheduled stop. ARD have also had one scheduled stop. You'll have a TT column by it that ticks up, and that's track time. So that's the amount of time that that team has been on track since the last time they came into the pits. So I think the longest we have out there, Falcon have been out there for 90 minutes so far from their last stop. So if we're expecting anyone to be in for a scheduled stop, it's probably going to be Falcon.
Talking about racing on a 24-hour live stream can't be real.
It can't be. It's not real. It doesn't exist.
Don't know what you're on about, to be honest. 20 hours, 46 minutes remaining. Senior Tadpoles continue to extend their advantage out to 4.3 seconds. And Team Hard still there, or Team ARD. Hopefully I get a correction on that, whether it's Team Hard or is it ARD, the 3-letter abbreviation, because I was thinking to myself when I first saw this name, is it Team Hard, is it basically the replica Team Hard British touring car team, and then you remove the H because of where they're from, or is it ARD? They will have somebody coming into the commentary box, so expect an interview very, very soon. But I'm surprised the rookie class at the moment is quite spread out, but we'll move on to the rookie class in just a moment because we do have an interview and we'll cast it over to Kieran.
Team name, Meaden's Motor Group.
And I'm here now with one of Meaden's Motor Group here in George. George, welcome along. Brought your lid here as well. Brilliant to see. Lovely design on it as well. You're here with Meaden's Motor Group. You've got the Army Motorsport. I mean, talk us through.
So I was asked to race for Meaden Motor Group in the last 2 weeks. I've never been to Buckmore Park in my life. Yes, I do have a bit of karting knowledge. I've been racing in the Armed Forces Karting Championships for the last 2 years. Novice driver, never did karting before that, but progressed quite nicely. And yeah, I thought, why not give a 24-hour endurance race a crack, see how I get on.
George, you've been well and truly thrown into the deep end here, but how have you found it so far?
I arrived on Thursday for a 30-minute practice session, and Buckmore Park is one hell of a circuit. Every corner has its own entry line, its own exit line, throttle control, braking points. It is a lot to get your head around, and it's a long circuit. Maybe out of my depth going for 24 hours on it, but I'm going to give it my 100%, always.
Great stuff. So what was the sort of spark? Why karting? Why did you think, I'm going to jump into one now?
I just wanted to see if I was any good, and it turns out that I'm okay. I mean, I got picked for the team, it just seems to be growing legs from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk to us more about you've got embroideries on your suit as well, Army Motorsport. I mean, talk us through a couple of them, if you can show them to the camera as well.
Where are we looking? Just there. So we've got a few of our sponsors that have supported us, particularly as a team, as an Army karting team within our championship. Obviously, my bit of maturity on the back as a team name. So all of our sponsors have been massively supportive in the way of products that can help us support serving soldiers in life in general, or even in the racing community, or just outside of their serving careers. Then we have particular sponsors that look after us during our racing, so whether it be tyre pressure gauges, these kind of things, these products help us build to become better and better. Even down to the point of I've gone to a small farm shop to provide the food for us. Don't get me wrong, it's not for free, but we would rather put money into British farming because then it supports our country as well. So yeah.
That's brilliant stuff. And talking of the karting as well, what's the aim for today? As a team, where are you aiming to finish today?
Podium would be nice. I think realistically, we've got half the team that have never been here. We are doing well. I mean, I'd like to say that we are doing. I think we're in the top 3 of the rookies. I think Yeah, I'd say a podium is achievable, but I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I don't want to suddenly have to come back and apologise and say I didn't do it.
Never have to apologise here, not a chance. George, thank you so much for the chat, and you're more than welcome to join us back up later on.
Oh, brilliant, yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. I'll see you after my stint, which I believe will be between 10:30 and midnight.
There you go. There you go. Get on that, 10:30. Mark it in your diaries. George is out on track. George, thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and back to you, Adam.
Absolutely. We did have a stricken kart there a couple of moments ago on the Giro cams. It looks like it's got back going. I couldn't see the number, unfortunately, because it was sideways on, so you could only see the cockpit. You couldn't see any of the numbers. There's plenty of support coming in for some of our drivers. Bew Sullivan, Ellis Cox, Jack Simmons, Jack Goldsmith, in all the support. Jamie Salter, of course, the Super One driver, taking on the Super One Championship. Of course, that could be going all over the UK. And of course, he does a lot of his racing at the Mansell Raceway. Okay, Harry Power for an interview, potentially. So many drivers been coming up here now and again. Poll is going too far for no. That going back to the dogs, potentially. Do you have an update on the dog poll? %52% saying no. So honestly, I see the reason why. You know, you can't pet a sticker dog or an emoji dog. So I can fully understand why. I just wanted to annoy Kieran and just say yes, he's just currently having a bit of a chinwag with George behind my shoulder. Senior turf poles continuing to put in some really impressive performances. The number 22, a lot of rookies in this battle. The 19, the 22, the 26, all in that little tussle. They'll head through Calf Curve, and then they'll light up on our timing screens. So I think there was a top deck in there. There was Slimy Sword. There was also bumper cart right at the back there as well. They're carrying their way on towards hairpin 1. So yeah, this is an awful position. A lot of them are lapped. It's about 2 laps between all the carts in this battle, but the 22 is putting up a bit of a fight and giving a bit of a biff there to number 30. That was Meaden's Motorsport there, up in 13th, giving a bit of a bash to Harlow All-Star down in 23rd. So, yeah, those two are having a bit of a tussle going on with BN Racing as well. Meanwhile, looks like a track limit warning there for the Harlow All-Stars. They're not showing all their stars at the minute, unfortunately, with that track limit warning.
That's very harsh. That's very harsh, Adam.
Could it potentially have been for that off-track on the Exeter 4? Bearing in mind they had a bit of a whack on the front.
Maybe. I don't know. Well, that's for. Luckily, we're just people that speak into a mic. We don't get to influence that. We don't get to decide that, and probably for good reason. Probably for very good reason. I think we're setting up a little one, but I would love to see how it's going off for the poll. Apparently, if Ruben is telling me the truth, it's going too far. No, yes. Thank you, Team No. Thank you, Team No. Oh my goodness, there is a second dog, chat. There is a second dog. I'm not making this up. Outside our commentary box, there is a second dog.
Dog counter number 2.
Dog count is 2 now. And you don't need stickers or taxidermied dogs. I don't know how we got to there, but that's a real dog, real live dog out there. Our producer James has grabbed the camera because this is so important, dog count. We need to see the dog.
It's like seeing Bigfoot.
It is. It was only because James was waving at me. There it is.
There it is.
Dog number 2. Dog number 2. Amazing. See, that's what we're all loving.
Oh.
That's what we're all.
Do we need to add a baby count now?
Do we have a baby count as well? Right, I'll put a baby count as well. Right, baby count 1. There you go.
Dog versus babies.
We're going to have more dogs or more babies? What do you reckon? Dog count 2, baby count 1. There you go. Lovely stuff. Thank you, producer James. All right, let's bring some sanity here. The only way we can do that is handing over to Yusuf for an interview. So over to you, Yusuf.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm here with NFS Cossacks and Logan McAllister, who has informed me something very important. Apparently there are more dogs.
Yeah, I've seen like 5 today, so...
Okay,
yeah.
so we've got 5 dogs to hunt for.
Yeah.
Hunt in a kind way.
Yeah.
Drow, when are you going to go out next?
In 2 hours, I think, yeah.
Are you glad that when you're going out on track, I'm not out on track at the same time? Because otherwise we'd have about 10 incidents with about 2 corners.
No, I think you're a clean driver, so...
That is the biggest load of rubbish I've ever heard in my life.
It was good hacking you in the Club 100.
Pleasure. I know, Logan, you dipped out of that online championship.
Yeah, most of the tracks were out of my price range, so... But I'll be doing the next one, hopefully.
Okay.
When
Well,
it is.
Drow and I will be there to send you into turn 1.
See?
My rating doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
I just broke into 3,000.
Beating you.
I got taken out like 5 times in like the Formula V, so it's like, it's all his fault, to be fair. He
okay.
forced me to do it. He forced me to do it. So.
Okay, so... But you're both better in karts than you are on iRacing.
Okay, yeah, sure.
No, it wasn't like confirmation, it was a question.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
No, me on the Mazda is actually hacking on the Mazda and iRacing. It's insane.
You are rapid on a Mazda, I don't know where it came from.
I don't know either, mate. I don't know. I'm just rapid in it. I'll probably be like 9k if I was literally just Mazda was on iRacing.
And fixed setup.
Yeah, of course.
And to be fair, rental karts are also understeery like the Mazda, so it's the same thing.
I think the Mazda's more oversteered than understeered.
Is it?
Because if you trail brake, you can get it to turn in.
Have you tried trail braking go-karts though?
I don't think it works.
Have you tried it?
No, I haven't.
That's what you got to do.
That's how you beat Senior Tadpoles.
Maybe, yeah. We may have to try that out.
And from what we hear from Senior Tadpole's team mascot in the background is apparently they've got square tyres.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. It might be a cheat code.
Okay. Anyway, with regards to racing, how are we doing at the moment?
We're doing well. We had a penalty at the start of the race, well, a black flag, which dropped us down a few positions to 25th or something. And now we're back up into 9th, I believe. So, yeah, it's been a good drive back, and it's only up from here, so, yeah.
Well, it could also go down as well.
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, but yeah, hopefully not. If it goes down, then we might have to pack our bags, you know. Can't be asked to drive 3 a.m.
You just said that you like driving at night.
Yeah, but like, we kind of have a suboptimal cart right now, so...
I think that's just because you guys are driving it.
That's not kind. You saw my performance at GYG?
I did. It was actually quite good. You were rapid at GYG.
Yeah, I was.
I mean, to be fair, it's because you're not racing Jamie anymore.
Well, yeah. I mean, I beat him at GYG last year.
You did. That last corner was amazing. Do we have any last corner plans? Last corner, last lap, 24 hours for the win?
I'm driving for the last stint of this event, so yeah, maybe.
Pod him off, get nameless.
No, right, so just to clarify, there is no podding off that is going to occur. If there is, well, you're going to get a penalty for it, which we kind of expect anyway.
I disagree.
Fair enough. So what is the end? The top 5, top 3?
I think we'll really sit in top 5. I think we can make up 4 positions within the next 20 hours.
Tall ass.
Yeah, but it's doable.
Well, I mean, the aim was first, but we got sabotaged by Clint, so...
No, you didn't.
Well, we did. They literally couldn't give him the best car.
No, they didn't. Right, Logan, go sort Drow out so he learns how to do an interview properly. And we're going to hand back over to Kieran.
Thank you very much. And, well, we had the result of the poll. I am begrudgingly, and I will say begrudgingly, adding a column for sticker for a dog. 51 to 48. Come on, team. What happened to Team
I can tell
No?
how disgusted you are.
What happened to the Team No momentum? Honestly. You know what? I agree with Spuffy Vamp. First a sticker, now it's just going to devolve. Anything that looks like a dog, that'll count. See what you've done, chat. See what you've done. Anyway, real dog count is 2. There you go.
I think we're going to have to stop with the dog talk because, of course, you're going to get a little bit
yeah,
too much.
It has to be 3. Chat has spoken, and that's legally binding now, so there you go. There you go. Team Yes Dog. I didn't think you'd actually win, but you did. I'm so happy for you. Right, anyway, there's a race going on. We should check in. Senior Tadpoles at the top of the order then. 5.4 seconds ahead of Nameless. And then we have ARD, who are now a lap down on the leaders. But they're still within about 50 to 60 seconds of the race lead. So they're not too far behind at this stage. We are 3.5 hours into the race. So to be about 50 odd seconds down at 3.5 hours it's not bad at all. When you get to endurance racing, especially on a shorter track like this where your lap times are 50 seconds, you see a lap down, you think, oh wow, we're so far behind. Actually, all it takes is a bit of a pit stop, maybe a black flag or two, and you're right back into it again.
Yeah, absolutely. There are still, plenty of time left on the clock, and with these short times, as you said, we can get into the thousands of lap times. What time is biscuit talk allowed?
Oh, I don't know. Late.
Because
if you're good, chat, then we'll have biscuits.
I have a gold bar, which I could use as a biscuit.
I mean, I think it's a bit too early for biscuit, chat. Let's cool the jets, because I'm still not impressed by what you all. Well, 51 to 48. I think it's because there's a decimal point in there somewhere, and it doesn't use the decimal point, but then doesn't round up. So it's probably more actually 52 to 48, which I'm still not happy about. But there we go. There we go. Anyway, good gaggle of carts making their way down in towards Hairpin 1. That's always what you want to see. 3.5 hours into a race. Maple Motorsport are right at the back of that train as well as Jack Goldsmith and the nameless number 2 trying to make his way through the field. The number 3 cart just jumping up and down. That's the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing cart. Yeah, jumping up and down, Adam. Does it actually make a difference? Does it actually help your acceleration? I never thought it did, but drivers do it, so it must do. It must make a difference.
I think it potentially works for some drivers. Potentially, there might be like a really specific way of doing it that only some drivers could master. Because I suspect it could be for a sign of just go. So, when you're really trying to push forward, you really make the head bobble movements. Yeah. Just go, let's get on with it. Which I'm sure a lot of drivers have been doing throughout this race. 23 it doesn't seem to be happy. That seems to be number 23. Where are they at this moment in time? Ah, yes, 15th. Top Deck BN.
Yes, who are one of our top runners in the rookie class. I think they're 4th in class at the moment.
Yeah.
And when's the next pit stop expected to be? I said before that it's probably going to be Falcon, who have been on the tracks 1 minute 48? 1 hour, 1 hour 48 minutes. That's what I meant since their last stop. We've got 16 actually coming in, so that might scupper my plans. It's Black Flag Racing who's raised a hand to signal that they're coming into the pits. So number 16 from what was 18th overall is now into the pit lane. So we watch on then, there's the number 24. That's Richard's racing team. They are currently 29th overall. They're lapping 3/10 quicker on that last lap than Blue Flag Bandits, but they are a lap behind. So they've got about 50 to 60, maybe 70 seconds to make up over the course of the next couple of hours. See if they can reel themselves back in and make their way up the order. Still plenty of time to do it, as we see Maple Motorsport looking for a move up the inside then. I think, as they said, was it Jay who's going to be the next driver? I think it might have been. Well, let's see. Let's check in with Yusuf. He's down there with the roaming mic. Let's see what he's found.
So we're in the paddock here at the 24 Hours, and there's people dotted all around, but we found one driver who's made their way over and is doing a uni assignment. Very glued to his screen, the new generation, just terrible. Let's go and sit down and have a chat with him. Hello, Adam. How's the uni assignment going?
It's going quite well. In all honesty,
I had this done before the Buckmore 24, and I had my dissertation done before the Buckmore 24. However, my group decided they wanted to do a last-minute change of plans, and so I'm now having to re-edit everything. But, you know, got to show commitment to both uni and karting.
Is it a group dissertation then?
No. Dissertation was a separate piece of coursework. This is for another module. This is a sustainability presentation, which is as dull as it sounds, in all honesty.
I love the irony of sustainability while we're karting.
Yeah, I mean, this is Department of Transport, though, so... Okay. You know, I mean, this is to do with trams, but still, there's a link. We're transporting go-karts. Maybe in circles, but somewhere.
How sustainable do we think the Buckmore 24 Hours is?
Very. I think they're net carbon zero. I heard they're planning, like, for every lap that's getting done, they're planting a tree. I heard that was...
Is that for every car or just, like, overall?
Every car. There's, like, hundreds of thousands of trees getting planted.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I know. Like, shout out to Clinton for doing that.
There we go, straight from a university student. Buckmore 24 Hours is a sustainable race. We won't fact check it, but I'm going to take his word for it. That was Adam Natha, who was out in the first stint of the 24 Hours for Zesty Drink Racing. Now we've come inside and it's a lot quieter. People are grabbing food. I want to see if we can grab some racing drivers. Are you a racing driver?
I am.
What team do you race for?
ROK Bandits.
Oh, sorry, what team?
ROK Bandits.
Oh, okay. Have you been out yet?
No, not yet.
Is this the fuel of a bandit?
It is. It is the fuel.
What do you have?
It's chicken curry.
That looks actually really good.
It's actually quite nice.
How would you rate it, 0 to 10?
Out of 10, 6.
I thought you said it's really nice.
Oh, well. Okay, 11.
11, thank you. Don't forget, anyone, if you're at the track, even if you're not at the track, come down to Buckmore Park. You can grab yourself some food. Well, I'm guessing your dad?
Yep.
What does he have?
I don't know. Cottage pie? Cottage pie. Cottage pie.
Nice. 10 out of 10.
Have you tried it?
I haven't, no.
I think you should try some.
It's a bit fussy.
I'm very fussy.
Oh, no.
I like cottage pie that much.
You can't be a bandit if you're fussy.
Oh, well. We'll see.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck to you, and I hope your chicken curry helps you. Is it for a midnight stint?
Yeah, I start at 10:30, end at 12:30. So.
Okay. That's a proper bandit stint.
Yeah. It's a late one.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
We're going to move on over here. No, we're going to ignore. That's Jamie's dad. There aren't any... Jamie's gone into the toilet, so unfortunately we can't follow him into their privacy and all of that. Let's squeeze in over here. Oh, Belly Boys!
Hello.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Yeah, all good. Wow, we're last, so...
Yeah, well, only way is up, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear my pun that I made about you guys?
No, I didn't. I missed
So
that.
when you got Black Flag, I said, oh, it's all gone bellies up.
I hate it, but I love it at the same time.
Thanks.
Yeah,
what's the food looking like?
dangerous. It's curry.
Okay.
The options are limited, and so we went for the best there was. And
I think curry's a good option.
Yeah. We had it last year as well. We also came last year, so the only thing we left to lose is more dignity. But
right. Well, maybe it's a curry thing. Maybe curry equals last for you guys.
Maybe we should just leave it and let's focus.
Didn't fancy the cottage pie?
No, Danny had that, but he's put in some good times. Yeah, we got Dave out there at the moment. He's trying his best. He missed out last year, but he's back in for the team this year, and hopefully we're going to work our way up.
Well, you've got T-shirts for it and everything, so I feel like you guys also have like fun racing nicknames for each other.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Are they broadcast appropriate?
Yes. Yeah, next one.
Napster. Okay, so what does that come from? Hopefully nothing to do with like nappies.
No. I mean, we are crap, but yeah, not that bad. No, I mean, it's from a film, some techie guy, because we like our tech stuff. We've got a few different names, like Slick for my dad. It's like, because he used to slick his hair back.
Right.
Just fun little names.
I thought it'd be because he had no hair and his head would be like slick tyres.
No, to be fair, I mean, these tyres were really bad last year when they were slick in the wet, but this year it's completely different for us because it's dry now, so we're hoping to see how that turns out. But
do you prefer the dry?
Yes and no. It's a lot harder on the arms. Yeah, definitely a lot harder on the arms, but yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Do you have a nickname?
Geek Squad.
Geek Squad?
Yeah.
Why squad? You look like just one person. Are these imaginary friends?
Yeah, imaginary friends for a geek. That's pretty much it.
I have nowhere to go with this now. You just... I don't know what to say.
Me neither. It was just a random name that we generated. How many years ago was that? 2 years?
Yeah.
And just stuck with it.
I've got what's your name?
Brandon.
Brandon. Elijah. Maybe that should be your nickname.
Yeah. Next year, that's my new nickname.
Geek Squad Elijah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
You don't have a cool name on your drink.
Unfortunately not, no. I think I'll have to stick with Napster for now.
Yeah. Is it better to have a wrong name or no name?
Say no name. Yeah, no name.
A bit like Nameless, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. It makes you go faster.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we should work on that for next year. Yeah.
Well, pleasure to talk to you guys. Good luck for the race.
Cheers, bye.
Right. Oh, we've got another driver. Go on. We've got to sneak in. Hang on. This is Mr. Ford Fiesta Racing. Peter Knight here. How's it going?
It's all right. Just come off a BUKC weekend.
Yeah.
That was pretty tough. We struggled in the Drivers' Championship, but hopefully redeeming it today.
Yeah. And there's no grass here at the chicane that you can, go cutting through.
Oh, I know. I literally transformed a cart into a lawnmower. So, and I think 6 other people did as well. But no, it was really good fun. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
How's it going for you guys at the moment? Second at the moment?
Yeah, we've Senior Tadpoles have had a really good time. They've managed to catch us by 10 seconds and then pull another 5 seconds. So they've had a really good stint. We're not worried though. I think we can pull it back pretty easily. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And what's going on with the black flags? Because I was speaking to Bo earlier about, your transgressions.
Yeah. So I think we got 3 track limits in the first stint with Rory, and then I think we're on 2 more warnings. We haven't had any more black flags come through yet. So hopefully, the fingers crossed, don't want to jinx it, but hopefully we don't get any more for the foreseeable future.
Do you guys have like a swear jar but for track limits and contacts?
We don't. No, it's a good idea actually, but yeah, we haven't. No. So.
And then what would go into that jar if such a jar existed?
Just probably money. I don't know. Yeah. I really don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but yeah, probably money's the main one. Yeah.
I was also saying as well, you guys do tuition. Have you had to tutor anyone yet with Nameless?
No, I haven't yet. We've had a few inquiries, but to be honest, my schedule's really busy. If I'm doing BUKC, Fiesta, and also the 24 hours abroad in here, it's tough. So
you want to drop some tuition to any viewers in the chat?
Yeah, if you want tuition from any of the Nameless drivers, we're all pretty competent.
No, not like that. Yeah. Like, give some actual tuition now. Where's?
Oh no, you can't tell them the secrets.
Oh, okay.
You got to keep those secret until they want it, basically.
A proper professional, aren't you?
Yeah. But it's there if people want it. So yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
No worries.
And Peter's useless with giving advice. So the throttle pedal's the one on the left. You press that harder, you'll go faster. Absolutely, guaranteed to win. We're going to find some more drivers. One more driver, I think. It sounds like we're having an argument. Well, what's the topic?
No argument. Pit lane.
Yeah, there's a pit lane.
Driver changes. Sorry, I'm so lost. I'm tired.
We're like 3 hours into the race. Why are you tired?
I was up until 3 in the morning.
Do you have a night stint today? Then why were you up at? You need to sleep before. What were you practicing at 2 a.m. in the morning?
Do you want the truth on what I was doing it on?
If it's broadcast appropriate, yes.
Roblox. Yeah, have you not played the...
Laura, let's just leave him. Right, he's clearly not a serious karter. He's following. Oh, go on. We've got to have a chat with Luke, man. So, Luke, I hear you showed up to the track trying to find yourself a karting seat.
And I found one 15 minutes left to practice.
Did you?
Went out and did 3 laps of practice. So I'm registered. I'm not telling you who the team is, but...
Are you not?
I'm keeping it under wraps, but...
Are you out at night?
I'm not out for a stint at the moment, but I'm registered and may go out tomorrow, probably.
Ooh.
But anyway, how are you? You all right?
I'm all right. I'm curious now. Is it a pro team or a rookie team?
It may be a rookie team, hence why I'm keeping it under wraps, because I want them to get promoted to pro. So.
Luke, you're quick, but you're not that quick. By the way, Luke was leading the race last year at one point.
I went from 12th to 1st, and you then went from, where was it?
No. Hang on. Your team put me out in like 9th. Yeah, we were teammates. I was in 9th. I brought us up to 5th.
Well, okay. You did spin a few times in the process, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's spinning. Yeah. I think the only person quicker than me was that guy over there, Peter Knight, and Fraser.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So I was a catch.
You spun a few times, but yeah.
Oh, I did. Yeah. One time.
Well, anyway.
No, I didn't spin.
Well, the cameras died after that, so we don't really know what happened beyond that. But anyway, yeah.
Fair enough. Can you beat some faster laps?
Yes. I mean, I went out there and did a 50.7 in my 1 lap, so I was pretty pleased with that.
They're doing 49s now.
Yes, I did one lap. I was quite happy with that.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, that's not bad. Anyway, Luke, have you had any dinner yet?
Yes, I just had a packet of crisps. Have you had anything?
That's not dinner.
Well, anyway, it does.
It's not dinner.
I've got another packet of crisps on me in case I get hungry.
What flavour?
Barbecue.
I mean, and that's dinnery.
So, yeah.
Right, chat. James Production, if you're listening, can we have a poll in the chat? Do crisps count as dinner? Goodbye, Luke.
Goodbye.
And with that, we're going to hand back over into the commentary box to Kieran.
Thank you, Yusuf. You never quite know what you're going to get when Yusuf gets a microphone and starts walking around. And half the stuff, yeah, definitely couldn't predict that. How does a chicken curry go from 6 out of 10 to an 11 out of 10? I can't get over that. I cannot get over that. And we'll all have to find out. We'll all have to guess which team Luke Battersby's actually going to drive for. Because I imagine the fact that he said that, it's not like race direction aren't listening. He does know that, doesn't he? I don't know. Anyway, Senor Tadpole's still leading the way. 6.4 seconds is the gap between themselves and Nameless at this stage. Team ARD are running in third place in class, and you've got TRX OGs in fourth, Spicy Boys in fifth, Maple Motorsport in sixth, NFS Cossacks in seventh, Ditch Finders in eighth, Accelerate Kentbury Racing in ninth, and SRK Championship Team rounding off the top 10 at this moment in time. Championship Endurance Team for SRK, I should say, to give their full title. And yeah, production has put the poll in the chat. Do barbecue crisps? I think it was actually just crisps class as dinner. It's the new poll. It's all the rage. And with that, I'll hand over to Adam, who's got a driver to have a chat to. Adam, over to you.
You absolutely do. First of all, what is your name and what team are you from?
So I'm Maz, and I'm part of the Blue Flag Bandits.
And of course, the first thing I know is your beautiful, brand spanking new Alpine Stars too. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I literally just bought it yesterday. We're kind of like the no gear, no idea team. But I thought someone should have a racing suit. I'm the captain, so I thought I can't go into the captain's briefing without a race suit. That's not Buckmore. So thought I'd buy this, and it's pretty nice. Kind of done the job. My stint was okay, but yeah, we're currently in 28th place, which I think we'll take for the moment. We're just kind of battling out with Richards Racing just to hold on to that spot. But yeah.
You're running it out, but that one's been a bit through the walls.
Yeah.
Let's not tip the table over.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have many lids. Obviously, Alex is on track at the moment. He's got his own kind of racewear helmet. He used to race in the Ferrari Driver Academy, actually, so he had a little stint there for a bit. And yeah, he hasn't raced for years, though, so he's the only one with his own lid. But we've all got the Buckmore lids. So yeah, repping the brand. It's nice, it's yellow, something different. Everyone else got their own lid, so it still stands out. And yeah, through the walls, but that wasn't me.
Is he your fastest driver then?
Myself, we did all the practice sessions. We thought whoever's quickest would do qualifying. So yeah, my lap was the fastest. So I've done the fastest stint at the moment. So I'm hoping these boys step up their game because it's looking shaky right now. He's quite quick. He's doing all right. He's starting to get in the groove a bit again. He's never been to Buckmore before, so he's getting the groove a bit. But yeah, I'm shaking because I don't want to go down to 29th, and that is poor. So yeah, but we're doing well, and he's getting into it now. I think he's going to the low 51s, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, faster than a former Ferrari Academy driver. How many times do you say that? What brings you to this Buckmore Park 24 hours?
There's a lot of social media videos that we've seen of 24 hours. I've been to Buckmore for the arrive and drives for like 4 or 5 times. I've never driven more than half an hour in a go-kart. And we thought it's great, like we'd do it, get a team together. And yeah, I mean, it's been great. We didn't expect to be high up. Like, you know, we're quite happy with kind of where we are. Obviously, we'd like to be a bit higher. But it's fun. It's a good day out. Hope it doesn't rain. And we thought we'd just have a good time, good experience, and do our first ever endurance race as a team. Because no one's done longer than probably like 2 hours in a stint before, in a full stint. So yeah, it's been fun. But yeah, we just saw it online. We thought we'd give it a go, and so far so good. Apart from performance-wise, but we're staying strong at 28.
This potentially see you going for another season?
Yeah, why not? If we can hold on to 28, push to 27th, then maybe next year get some faster drivers in. I'll do some new recruits, and then yeah, hopefully push on towards the middle end of the rookie class. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Again, it's very popular, but more 24 hours, so hopefully we can grab a spot for next year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. It's been absolutely brilliant to see you. Hopefully a bit more development. And maybe see you on a podium next year.
Hopefully. Thank you so much. Cheers.
No worries. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adam. And the race are actually in the chat saying, yes, crisps do count as dinner. I don't know. I genuinely, I don't really have a side on this. So it's up to you, chat. David's saying that they only count as dinner if you put them in a sarnie or in a sandwich. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Because then you've actually got something sustainable like a sandwich. That would say. Crisps equals food. If you want to eat them at dinner time, it means they're dinner. Yeah, but it's not... Look, I'm not a man to disagree with the race very often. But I can't see it as being very substantial, crisps for dinner. I'll be honest with you. Adam, you're back. What are you weighing in on this? Yusuf started something here, and I love it.
What was he started?
Well, he basically got us to launch a poll saying, do crisps count as dinner?
No.
Thank you.
I mean, I have two packet of crisps in my bag, but
right, you're not helping the case.
I'm not having them whatsoever. Well, I'm gonna have one probably very soon, maybe once I come off this, and then I'm gonna have some dinner back at my place. I'm only 10-15 minutes away, so I've been having a lot of pesto pasta. We need to get back in my house. We need to get rid of the pesto pasta.
So that's what you're having.
Yeah, that'll probably be my dinner for tonight. You know, they say in commentary, yeah, just don't be mindless and talk about what you have for dinner. But you know, this is really starting to become a big old podcast, like a life podcast.
Yes.
At this rate.
Well, you clearly haven't seen any other 24-hour Buckmore Parks because I'll tell you something. Chat loves to get involved in the polls we make. They love the madness. That's why we're here. We're down.
Wait a sec if you can.
Yusuf's down there with the roaming mic. We'll hand over to him now. See what he's got.
So Jamie Tylee-Gooden's just gone out for the number 5 car. Jasper's in. Jasper, you look absolutely destroyed after that.
Yeah, it was a hard stint, but we had to make up the time somehow. So
big smile on your face when you went past Nameless?
Yes, very big.
You caught them by about 10 seconds in like 15 minutes or something crazy.
Yeah, I'm the lap record holder here, so
yeah,
you know.
Humble brag.
And catch them as quick as possible and then gap them. That was my main goal.
Do you know what the gap was when you came into the pits?
18 seconds maybe.
Was it 18 seconds?
I'm not sure. That's what I've been told on the comms, but...
Well, you've definitely done your job. When are you next out?
4 a.m.
4 a.m. So are you going to have some sleep beforehand or stay awake until then?
Definitely going to have some sleep.
Well, go get yourself some rest. You've deserved it.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to try to grab one more chat with the driver just before they jump in. Have you just come out of the kart?
I have, yeah.
Which team were you racing for?
BN Racing.
How was it going?
It's going good. It was better than last year. It was just drenched last year.
You look very calm and collected.
Well, I don't know about that. Screaming internally.
Oh, okay. Pain or?
Just exhaustion. This is only the first stint. We've got another one to go.
When's your next stint?
4 o'clock in the morning.
That's what the other guy just said.
Yeah, so you normally, if you have a 6-person team, you normally try and just do 12 hours, and then at least you can have like downtime, relax, kind of put your feet up and not sleep because you're too busy worrying about what's on track.
So no sleep coming up. What are you going to do to relax?
Just listen to music, play cards.
Oh, what kind of cards?
Just playing cards. Rummy was what we were doing in the paddock last night. Sat round all just relaxing last night.
No Cards Against Humanity?
Oh no, I left that at home. That'd have been too funny.
Well, either way...
We'll try and get Clint to play Cards Against Humanity. I think he's got some quite good lines in him.
That sounds like it'd be really good fun. Anyway, congrats on your stint and good luck at 4 a.m.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're going to head back up to the commentary box with Adam and Kieran.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Yes, you get Yusuf behind a microphone and let him walk around. What you've got there is a prawn cocktail of madness. Thank you, the race. There's your first food-related pun. There you go. Many more to come, I'm sure. We'll do our best. Very high, right, limited range. Don't want to be all salty or anything. Don't want to be already salted, but yeah, they're running dry. Help me out, chat. Help me, chat. Help me. Do you reckon, though, if you're at a place where they're grilling a lot of meat, maybe in a back garden, and you want someone to sort of play some tunes, do you say barbecue the music?
No.
I think you do.
I wouldn't, personally.
I think you do.
Barbecue the music?
Yeah, barbecue the music.
Turn up the tunes, man.
No, barbecue the music. If you're at a place where they're grilling meats in a back garden,
you don't say
barbecue
grilled
the
tunes.
music. Grilled tunes, did you say?
You don't say grill up the tunes.
You can do. I'd make that a phrase now. Grill up the tunes. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're looking at me like I'm mad.
I'm just having a great laugh.
I know. Can we say if some of these carts are sandwiched between each other, says production? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Crisp sandwiched between each other. There you go. We have fun here. And it's almost hour 5. Can you believe it? We're already on the brink of madness. Chat, it's not like we're not there already. You voted a sticker as a dog, and that's legally binding. I can't believe you did that. Anyway, never mind. I suppose the next thing to do now is what is your favourite crisp flavour? I think we're at that point now. I think I'm going to throw it out there and say prawn cocktail is my favourite. And I always get some weird looks, but let's face it, James from production is giving me a thumbs up. Let's face it, anyone else who says, well, what's your favourite crisp? Salt and vinegar, or you've got cheese and onion, or barbecue, they're always gone. With prawn cocktail, you know that's going to be there. You just know it's going to be there. My whole family took the mickey out of me when I said, well, what do you want? You can have any flavour you want. Prawn cocktail. What? Well, do you have it? Yes. Perfect. I'll have some prawn cocktail, please. Because you'll have it.
I'm going to blow your ego on that one because over the last couple of years, I have actually started being fond of prawn cocktail.
Thank you. Yes.
Asked me a couple of years ago.
Yes.
I was gone, would you like some prawn cocktail? I would go, no. Now, yeah, why not? They're crisp.
Oh.
He walkers around with the mic.
Oh, that's good, DFGA.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yusuf was walkersing around with the mic. Very good. I'm a fan of that. I'm a big fan of that. It's a golden wonder pun. You're welcome. You're welcome.
We talk about going into a sense of madness. At what point do we start breaking out into song?
No.
No,
we can't imitate a fantastic Le Mans moment. We can't do it. Yeah, bear in mind copyright. We won't sing it. We won't sing it that well.
No.
Production.
We're
I promise.
awful here.
Yeah, I promise we won't sing it that well. I think the poll is still live though. Do crisps count as dinner? I'm delighted to say that Team No is winning.
For what?
Although I said that before and it backfired, so I sort of fell into the trap of don't provoke chat because chat will come back and bite you.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
People who like prawn cocktail, Chris, do you actually like prawns? I like prawns.
Yeah, I've got nothing against prawns. I think they're good.
Yo guys, is Senor Tadpoles under Chip's new team? No, they're not. They've just taken inspiration. I think we're going to say this about every hour, but yeah, they've taken inspiration from our Senor Frogs. The Frogs have unfortunately gone into their retirement homes, and they are now kind of a new team that have just taken a lot of inspiration.
Yes, and they're doing a good job as well. Second fastest, or I should say second place right now. They have made a pit stop more than Nameless. That's why they're 37 seconds back. But if there's one thing Nameless is good at, it's pit stops. They're very slick at them, very quick at driver changeover. So they could reel some time back. Am I seeing number 30? Number 30, the Harlow All-Stars. That looked very familiar. Maybe I was seeing it wrong. It looked very familiar. Anyway, I'll try and work it out as we head our way through. But yeah, it's very, very good indeed. But Nameless at the top of the order. Senor Tadpoles in second. TRX OGs rounding off the top 3. And believe it or not, we've let Yusuf have the mic again. Who's he found this time?
Thank you, Kieran. I don't know who came up with the idea of letting me have a mic and talking to people, but we've got 2 more people to talk to. Who are we?
James Sherrington.
Charlie Longman.
What team are we racing with?
We're part of the Slimy Swordfish.
Oh, not you guys again.
Oh, yeah.
You guys had a very fun stint out there. There were lots of battles out on circuit. Who was out on track?
Me. I mean, I just ended up getting into a tear-up with everybody. Like, I was happy to work with people, then all of a sudden, everyone started going everywhere. I thought I'm getting stuck in, and just kept sending it, basically.
Yeah, I feel like the weird thing about working with people is everyone's like, yeah, let's work together, until they're the driver behind.
Well, yeah, exactly, because I kept going past the guy, pulling away a bit, and then all of a sudden he'd just fly up my side again. So I was just thinking, you know, let's work together. But then obviously he'd go past me. Then I thought, actually, I want to be in front of you. So I just jumped back past him again.
You know what the issue is with slimy swordfishes being behind, right?
What's the issue?
Well, there's the sword at the front poking people.
Yeah, it's good. Penetrate it.
Okay, not appropriate on the broadcast. Okay, apologies for that.
Yeah, no, just getting the elbows out.
So, does slimy swordfish have like a hashtag, like hashtag stay slimy?
Actually, that is good. Yeah, we need to come up with something like that.
This is why I'm like the kind of lyrical genius. I'm like Snoop Dogg, but with no rhythm.
Any more in the locker?
Not right now. This is what I mean. I don't have the rhythm. Not because there's no rhythm. It takes me ages to think of this.
No, I got you. Got what you're saying. Yeah.
You can let me know some of your best ones. Chat. Let us know. Come up with some hashtags for slimy swordfishes. Is it swordfishes or swordfish?
Fish. Yeah, fish in the singular.
Yeah, but I thought maybe if you put sword on the front, then it'd change it.
There's only one fish in the ocean at the moment.
That's the swordfish.
Yeah. And it's Ben at the moment. Ben's the swordfish in the ocean at the moment.
How's Ben doing?
He's all right, I think. He's doing. We kind of went for an undercut, so he's bringing some of the time back, doing a little bit longer. But he's doing all right. He's been in for like 10 minutes. So.
Is he slashing his way through the traffic?
You could say that he is. Yeah. He's bringing it back.
Well, yeah, you can see him on the stream. He's flying. Go on, Ben.
No. You don't want to be flying because then you're above water, drown.
We need to be swimming. Yeah.
Swimming with the fishes.
Exactly.
Or swimming with the fish.
The fastest fish in the ocean is swordfish.
Is it actually?
I think
No
so.
no fact checking here whatsoever.
I just got a feeling that it could be.
Okay. Well,
he's searching it up.
Yeah, so if you guys want to check that up at some point and then come back and we can confirm that.
Yeah. It's going to be at the end of the stint, I'll tell you what, we'll be the fastest in the ocean.
Well, I hope you don't end up in the ocean.
They're not the fastest.
No. Sailfish.
I'm sure we'd be in the top 5 though, that's all that matters.
Yeah. So next year you can call yourself the sailfish.
If we have the money, yeah. If we can second fastest in the ocean.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Take the second win, the rookie win.
Yeah, the rookie win
fastest.
It's a shame you're not even second out on track, are you?
That's besides the point.
The real swordfish are stepping in at 12:30, I've heard, and that's me.
Oh, is that you?
Yeah, I'm stepping in at 12:30. I'm ready to carve through the pack.
Lovely. Well, best of luck at 12:30. Best of luck making your way into the top 3, and I hope you've got better gifts for us than this T-shirt.
Oh yeah, obviously Sherrington Racing, big thank you to our sponsors Romac Logistics and Holman for my season this year. And yeah, keep supporting the swordfish, guys.
Hashtag stay slimy.
Of course.
Kieran, back to you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Matt is in the chat with a couple of good puns there. Engineer said keep it cool, but I was already frazzled. And what was the other one? Engineer, oh no, I've said that one. Car was so slow, even walkers overtook me. Fantastic, Matt. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Poll is, I think, is still live. 115 of you have voted so far. Majority for no. Good. Very good. You're starting to learn, chat. There's some sanity coming back to this chat. We can start to trust you with decisions again. We've got driver changes. Well, fuel coming in. Driver change underway as driver gets into cart and gets away again. So that's number 15. So that's Belly Boys Racing, who are currently at the bottom of the order. Of course, Yusuf spoke to them, one of them, two of them actually, in the cafe, digging into some food, well-earned food as well, as they make their way back out onto track then. And I'm just trying to work out, as I said, we've got like a little text-only spotter guide. So drivers basically, if they've received a link, they tell you about, well, what suit they're wearing, the colour of the lid they're wearing as well. So yeah, it may have been. Well, I know Cam Ray has been there, but it's a black and high-vis yellow suit. And I don't think I saw high-vis yellow. I'll be honest with you. But there we go. I could be wrong on that one. Anyway, Nameless are at the top. Senor Tadpoles in second place. Since their stop, though, Senor Tadpoles have been lapping in the 50.6s. Jack Goldsmith has found more lap times in the 49s. 49.8 was his last lap time, so he's unlocked a bit of kart, or a little bit of pace underneath him at the moment. So he's very much underway and looking to try and extend the gap. Their last stop was nearly 2 hours ago, were Nameless. So we are expecting them to be in the pits soon. And I wonder how that's going to play out. Where will Nameless come out? Will they come out ahead of Senor Tadpoles with the little bit of pace they've had? Or can Senor Tadpoles take back the lead and swim their way up the order?
Like it.
Thank you.
I think Nameless, I've got a little bit of an advantage here. It looks like Senor Tadpoles just aren't lapping at the best at the minute. They're in the mid-50s compared to Nameless, who are staying in the 49s. So very much expect Nameless to keep themselves in front. 41.3 seconds is the gap last time around between the number 2 and the number 5. So really intrigued to see how they're going to potentially play out here. They rush their way down. Sime sweep. There is the number 5 there, Senor Tadpoles, continuing to push on, but they've got a lot of traffic around them. Just having a look at our little mini-map here. There's a lot of traffic, but it does seem like Nameless have it worse off. They're currently stuffed right in a sandwich. Stuffing sandwich.
A crisp sandwich.
Crisp.
Lovely. Lovely. Keep it going.
My crisp sandwich later.
Oh dear. Deary me.
How many crisp sandwiches we can get?
I don't know, actually. Quite a few out there. Quite a few crisp sandwiches. That's for sure. We are, by the way, into hour number 5 of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours of 2025. We're watching on the Senor Tadpoles, just trying to get through a little bit of traffic out there and try and make up some, well, I would say lost ground, but I mean, it was a phenomenal stint from Jasper Stewart's staff. Who have we got out there at the moment? It's sort of a whitened, a white lid, a bit of colour on it. I'm just trying to see. We've had Will Sparrow, we've had Jasper Stewart's staff. Just trying to see. Black with white shoulder and red accent suit. Oh, I need to see that number 5 again. Try and work out who it's going to be out there. Because as far as I know, they've got 5 drivers out there. And there is Nameless. There's Jack Goldsmith, who's bringing the kart in for a fuel stop. He will jump out of the kart, and we will try and work out who's going to try and jump in. That looks to me like it's Bo Sullivan who's going to jump in. Exchange of words as well. Always helpful when the driver just lets you know what the track's like out there, even if it's a couple of words there. That does look like Bo Sullivan who's going to jump in and take over from Jack Goldsmith. Now, where will Nameless rejoin then? As they make their way out of the pit lane, rejoin onto the track. And of course, you're not up to speed until you get to the first hairpin. So it's a case of trying to work up the speed, work up the momentum. And we'll see where Nameless move out. There, this is Bo Sullivan, it looks like, in towards hairpin 1, now towards hairpin 2. It looks like, though, have they rejoined ahead of the Senor Tadpoles? I think they have.
I think they have too. Nameless had, again, very good pace over the course of their stint. Senor Tadpole just couldn't quite match it. I don't know if it's potentially a bit of fatigue potentially going on, because there are some young drivers with a lot of accolades and a lot of experience, but sometimes they just can't quite beat the might of Nameless. Nameless have plenty of experiences over the course of the last few seasons. Defending winners, the Buckmore Park 24 Hours.
Yes, and there is Bo Sullivan. I've had a look now. It's an orange and black and white suit with a white bell helmet. Yep, that is definitely, without a doubt, Bo Sullivan, who's jumped into the kart then. See, I did that without looking at the, I'm going to call it the cheat sheet, because it sounds better, it sounds funnier. But yeah. I'm getting word from chat. It's the senior tadpoles, it's Jamie. Is it Tilly Gooden or Tyler? I think it's Tilly Gooden. I'm going to go with Tilly Gooden until I'm told otherwise.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that one though. You'd think, you know, someone who speaks into a microphone might have an idea of how names work, but no. It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. But Jamie, yeah, oh yes, the chrome, silver, and white and black helmet. Yes, you're absolutely right, chat. That is Jamie. Tyler Gooden. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bread. Thank you. Again, you get sentences that you never think you're going to say in during a race. Thank you, Bread was not one of them. I didn't have it on my list.
You're going to write now. Do you have to write a list of words or sentences you never thought you were going to say?
Oh, as if you would say Ty. So it's Tyler Gooden. Thank you. Again, thank you, Bread. Jamie Tyler Gooden. He won't get tired, that's for sure. We've got Nameless, who are in the lead by 6.8 seconds so far, ahead of the Senior Tadpoles, and it's ALD rounding off the top 3. Spicy Boys in 4th, with TRK OGs in 5th, Maple Motorsport in 6th place, Accelerate Canterbury Racing in 7th, NFS Cossacks in 8th place, Ditchfinders in 9th, and SRK Championship Endurance Team rounding off the top 10. They are all in the pro classes. To take you through our top 10 in the rookies, it's the number 21 Team Rango with Red Mist in the lead, fueled by Snacks is in 2nd place, Meaden's Motor Group in 3rd, Top Deck BN Racing in 4th, Slimy Swordfish in 5th, Zesty Drink Racing in 6th. Then we have, looking through the order here, I'm just trying to see, what is it now, the number 16. I've lost my way a little bit there, but that's okay. Black Flag Racing AMG, that was it. I wanted to get their full name in there. Black Flag Racing AMG. They are in there. We've also got Thunder. Is it now Thunder Vipers? That was it. What a name! What a name! That's my favourite name so far. Thunder Vipers. Elite Crawley Racing and Bumper Kart rounding off, I believe, the top 10. I think Phoenix Racing actually are within the top 10 in Clubman rookie class.
And I know you're starting to go crazy because you've already said that Thunder were your favourite team name.
Oh no, that's just me. I do that sometimes.
It's 24 hours, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
That's very true.
Just repeat yourself. You'll be fine.
It's fine. It's fine. You know who else is fine? Yusuf. He's there with another driver, ready to have an interview with him. Over to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much again. Who am I talking to?
My name's John Angel, or Johnny, I think I am on the board.
And which team are you racing with?
I'm with the Ditch Finders.
Found any ditches yet?
No, we're still trying.
You're actively trying?
If there's any ditches around Buckmore, we will find them.
Sounds like a great slogan for an advert.
Maybe. You've already warned me about my answers, I'm not going there.
Okay, right, so we've got to talk about our show and tell. So we've got some Voltarol and we've got some Arnicare. What do those do?
We are nearly, I think, all over 40 in our team. So 2 hours in a go-kart can hurt. It's for ribs, hands, arms, goes on the skin. Yeah, it's a last-ditch attempt at making the 2 hours bearable.
But when you put it on, what does it actually do?
Well, the Arnica, I don't really know. I've Googled that. Apparently that's good for bruises and skin stuff, so that's what we went with. Voltarol, I think that stops the pain, does it? I don't know. It's not
I don't know.
at the moment, but so yeah, we until we I don't know if there's drugs testing at this event, so
Well, we'll get the drug sniffer dog out. Right?
yeah, we'll stick with the Voltarol for now.
And also the glove, not a standard karting glove.
No, weirdly I use motocross gloves. I don't know why, but they're a little bit more vented. They're nice and thin. You can feel the kart a bit more through the wheel. It's always just been something that I run with. It's a personal choice more than an advantage, I think.
I knew one guy who was actually quite quick. He used to use builder's gloves, and he found that the latex on that was actually really grippy and super warm.
Yeah, so I don't get no blisters with them. Again, they're nice and thin, so you can feel the kart, you can feel everything through the gloves. So yes, it's always been my choice.
What position are you currently running in? Is it going as you wanted, or a bit above, bit below?
I think we are 7th or 8th at the minute. Yeah, we're creeping our way up. 9th. Okay, so that just had the news we've gone down.
Top 10?
Yeah. Top 10. We're on the bit of the ball that doesn't rotate. So when you're looking at the timing screen, it normally stays, if your name stays there, you're doing all right. So, yeah.
That's good because you can always take a screenshot or tell someone to go and look, and they're like, "Where's that team?" They can't find it.
Yeah, so when it's rotating, it can be a bit of a pain. You're having to wait for your name to come up. So if we can stay, I think top 8 is, we've done all right, to be fair. We're in the pro class. We're definitely not pros. So we're hanging on. We're hanging on.
If you want, we can have a word with production. We can get only the top 5 to stay fixed, and then everything else rotates.
No, I think Clint's already got it in for us. So no, we'll leave it at top 8.
Okay. I mean, what was kind of the objective coming into this weekend for you guys?
So we've done it now, I think this is our 4th year. So the first year we was in the clubman class, and we got on the podium with that, and then got moved up. We do the odd practice session here at Buckmore, and then we always book in for the 24-hour. And yeah, once we invited Clint out for a little drive around with us, and on a practice session, and he did come out and he had a little go, and we beat him up a little bit, and so from ever then he's had it in for us. And he'll love me saying that. We pushed him round his own track.
At some point, we do end up going into race control to have a word with Clint, so I'll bring it up.
We love you, Clint.
What's the plan, though, for the rest of the race? Obviously, a long way to go.
Yeah, hold on for us. Hold on. If we're, like I say, top 8 is good. No black flags. I've seen a lot of them. I think they're hotter this year with the yellow flags and slowing down. There's a lot more black flagging going on than I remember. So fingers crossed that stay out of trouble is probably the plan.
Good luck, keep it clean, and best of luck for the race.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
And back over to Adam and Kieran.
Thank you, Yusuf. Yes, Ditchfinders 6th place. Last year was their best finish in the pro and overall. So if they can do a couple better than that, they'll be right on the money. But yeah, 3rd in the Clubman's in their first year racing, so they're looking to try and get their way up the order. But right now, 9th place, not too bad, on the same lap as NFS Cossacks as well in 8th place. But bear in mind, a couple of teams ahead of them, like Accelerate Kentbury Racing, still yet to pit. They've been out on the track 2 hours and 1 minute since the last time they visited the pit stops. So too the Spicy Boys, 2 hours and 6 minutes for them since they last visited pit lane. So we're expecting a couple of teams to pit in within the next, say, couple of minutes. Maybe a couple of laps would be more accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. Really intrigued to see how that's all going to pan out at this moment in time. I see hello, Costa. For context, Costa is one of my friends. He's currently working at Silverstone at this moment in time, so a big hello to you. But yeah, we will be expecting those stops to come in very, very soon. Of course, fuel stops going to be very, very important. A couple of manoeuvres being made there in our rookie category. With 19 hours, 44 minutes to go, the sun is starting to set. You can see there the starting to get a little bit longer. The shadows are starting to come in. The sun is starting to go down. It is about that time. It is currently, what is that, 6:45 local time. So we still have another about hour and 15 minutes before we get sunset. Yusuf is back on the microphone. You see a little bit of a biff in towards turn number 1. Yusuf, how's it all going down there?
It's been going well, Adam. Good to be back on. I was saying to Kieran, or Kieran was saying to me, when I've got the handheld mic, the inner milky cereal is unleashed. So now that it's not a handheld mic and it's back to a headset, it's going to be more proper. For now.
Yeah, you know this paddock more than me, but I aspire to have your confidence to just chuck yourself into a seat and be like, what have you got for food?
So I feel like I'm the definition of talk first, think about it later, and then realise, oh no, why did I say that? So don't be like me, Adam. Be like yourself, because I'm bad.
We all have our different ways of being entertaining. You're just chucking yourself into a scenario, doing what you do best, and then going, should I have done all that correctly? Or I have to try and think ahead.
It's like one of those where, you know, a few years down the line, you're awake at night and you're remembering back to that embarrassing moment. It's like, oh, why did I do that? What was wrong with me back then?
I think we all have plenty of those moments. Let's not get into that, because we'll go down a very, very deep rabbit hole, and
absolutely.
I don't know if we're able to fish our way out.
How are you enjoying your first 24 hours then?
It's been interesting. Of course, a really nice paddock. I've been in previous paddocks before. been doing RHPK, so the Right House Pro Kart Endurance Championship. That's a really good championship. The longest has been 5 hours for a race, and this is going on for 24 hours. So
next time you do RHPK, you know Sam Lovelace?
I don't.
Ah, he's the one with the blue suit and the blue helmet. Probably usually around like third or something.
Is he in Super Pro or Clubman?
He'll be in the top split.
Yeah, so that's going to be Super Pro.
Super Pro.
I'll keep an eye out, especially.
But you can make fun of him on my behalf because he's my teammate for 24 hours and stuff. So
yeah, I'll. We have there's the briefing room. See, everyone's just hanging out there, and that's where a lot of our drivers will be sitting. Probably, I don't think they'll be analysing data, but analysing the stream. Probably having a few chats as well. I think that was Kieran Eve just even to potentially go for a stream. Why? I'm seeing my name being mentioned by a couple of friends.
Oh, is it?
Yes, because Costa's one of my friends. Tia's one of my friends. Jamie wants me to come and interview. Jamie, if you are here, just
just come up to the commentary box, and you can interview him.
I can because he's a good friend of mine. There we go. We're getting away from everybody else.
Hey. We can't actually see from this camera, but there's a really nice TRX have brought in a very nice set of
the helmet stand.
Yes, helmet stand.
It's like a shelf.
Yes,
the helmet shelf.
Yes, nice foldable shelves. And that looks really good. And now they're all observing something. So that could either be hot lap racing tips.
They're analysing us.
It might be the stream, yes.
They're analysing us.
They're analysing themselves on the camera. I think they found one of our jokes funny by the looks of it. Someone was laughing.
No, it's definitely because they've been caught on stream. They've been caught lacking on stream.
Spicy boys into the pits. 2 hours and 11 minutes. So I don't know if we've been able to keep track of how far teams have been able to go in one stint. Because it's always fun to see who's able to stretch their stint out the longest.
I think that's a very, very interesting thing. Of course, we've both been doing part-time until it's been Kieran that's been doing all the tracking until he's had to pop off, and it will just be us two for the next couple of moments. TRX now, of course, going up into fourth, so they'll take that position away. They're currently lapping in the mid 50s.
Oh, look who's out on track, Mr. Cameron Dash.
Right, because there's a joke. Okay, so I need a bit of explanation. There's a joke going around on Discord.
I love jokes.
I know. So we're now seeing out there Cameron Dash, the two-time open wheel champion, who wants to use the switchback, the slipstream, the side draft, and the double apex surprise to get Christian Mansell at Monza in the Euro Formula Open Championship. This is the move that eventually helped him win the title and set him on the path to become a social media influencer, a professional sim racer, and a member of the Veloce team. Truly a move that comes with 5 years of experience. That's been going on for years. I'm currently on...
Oh my God.
That has been going on for ages.
We got you saying that on camera as well.
I know.
I think you should try to memorize it and then say it again, but looking at the camera.
Give me a sleep, and then I'll be able to. Because that is an absolute script and a half to try and memorize, and then I'll put it on the Euro Formula Open Discord on Feeder Series.
We've had a conclusion to the poll of do barbecue crisps class as dinner. 199 votes. 100 say no, 99 say yes. How is that close? YouTube chat, what is wrong with you guys? Well, actually, it's YouTube chat. They're probably all eating crisps right now. Or I mean, my sister was going through a phase where her dinner was, I think, just a Monster Energy drink or like a packet of Starburst. That was like the sixth form of lunch. Packet of Starbursts.
I've neither had I'm going to be honest, chat. I've neither had a Starburst or a Monster. I'm very, very, very healthy when it comes to myself. Sorry, Tia, I had to bring it up on stream. I saw Christian Mansell. I saw Cameron Dash on the event on our little Excel or Google Sheets, it's called, and I just had to say it. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
So we do have some questions in the chat about senior tadpoles. Senior frogs are not racing this year. They were only ever meant to do 3 because all good things come in 3.
Yep.
So they've had their 3, and they've now passed the mantle unknowingly to Senior Tadpoles, who are a bunch of junior karters who are very, very quick, racing a lot of different categories. Burnt Chip was in the chat earlier, giving them some support as well. So if you're a fan of Senior Frogs, I guess you're now a fan of Senior Tadpoles. We'll see when the Tadpoles eventually grow up into frogs, but right now they're doing a pretty good job.
Oh, they are definitely doing an incredible job. Really impressed to see how they're doing. You know, they've been doing some really good stuff, and of course putting in some great laps. Someone who's not put in a good lap there is someone who's driving the number 19 Slimy Swordfish, because they currently have a black flag, so they'll be in for 30 seconds, and that's not ideal whatsoever. Where are they currently at? They're sitting in 15th overall. That's 4th place in the rookie class.
We were just interviewing them as well.
We were. So I don't know if there's been any form of curse put upon them, or I mean, my brain's already starting to go crazy. And I was subbed in at the 22.5 hour mark. It was great.
Yes. Well, we are 4.5 hours into this race. Nearly 2 seconds between our top 2. Nameless Motorsport ahead of Senior Tadpoles. So that is going to be very fun. It seems like Nameless Motorsports, they've just been really acing their pit stops. Every single pit stop, they tend to gain about 5 to 10 seconds over the Tadpoles, and then Tadpoles have to work hard again to regain their advantage. Cameron Das has come to Farnborough Team Sport a few times, so it will be interesting to see him drive Buckmore. I want to hazard a guess that he was driving Buckmore before Farnborough Team Sport, but who knows? Who knows? As we're slowly getting towards sunset. It's starting to get a bit dark. It's getting a little bit cooler out on circuit as well. But I am just going to keep an eye on that gap at the front. Last time round, Senior Tadpoles taking 1/10 out of Nameless Motorsport. Let's see this time another 10th gain by Jamie Tyler Gooden as he hunts down Bo Sullivan.
Yeah, Tia, I'll quickly reply to Tia. I'm going to get that clipped up. That is going to go straight into the Feely Series Discord the minute the race finishes. I will put that in the Discord, potentially in, potentially in on the Instagram as well. Emma, I don't know what you're on about. I've never held a monster, ever. I'm not an energy drink person. I stay up with vibes, and
see, the only time the energy drink comes out for me is for 2 things. Technically, 2 things. 1, 24-hour karting races, whether I'm racing or on comms, to help me get through the night. Tonight, though, we get to sleep, so I don't need one. And if I get really tired on the drive back home, then a little Red Bull gets me home without having to do, that silly little stop off on some side road, try to sleep for half an hour, and then you're still tired.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of love for Cameron Das. Any Cameron fans, make sure you share the link. Let people know that Cameron Das is out on circuit right now for the Spicy Boys. Is Cameron the spiciest of boys? Who knows? But they are currently in 5th position, as Adam has gone off his rocker a little bit. But Spicy Boys are currently in 5th. How far back are they? Well, actually, it's nearly 40 seconds to TRX OGs. And the TRX OGs were down in, I think, about 12th or 13th place a few hours ago. So they've done a really good job to pull themselves back up to 4th place. And now trying to hunt down Team ARD, about 30 seconds down. Senior Tadpoles still hunting down Nameless Motorsport. The gap is now under 2 seconds.
It absolutely is. The chat is looking great today, but that was an interesting call. Is Cameron Das the spiciest boy? I mean, you're already descending into madness already, I can tell.
Yes.
But it's an obvious route. I will go down that route as well.
For multiple time watchers of the Buckmore Park 24 hours, and by multiple time I mean you watched last year or the year before, you will know that once you get into the nighttime hours, milky cereal banter starts coming out. And since we're not here over midnight, it's got to come out a little bit earlier because, the fans demand it.
Absolutely. Nameless is ahead of Senior Tadpoles. I believe it was the Nameless Motorsport team that made... Was it Nameless that made... No. I'm having to think. I'm going to...
Well, you try to remember. It is currently Bo Sullivan. There he is on your screens for Nameless. Very, very quick and accomplished driver ahead of Jamie Tylee Gooden, who is the current reigning Club 100 junior champion. Very quick driver. I think he's also the Daytona Super Champion. And I'm going to quickly check Kieran's notes, because Kieran has been an absolute legend. And he's left his notes up, and I can check the notes on Bo Sullivan, because Bo is a very quick driver. 2021 Saudi World Champion, Buckmore Star pupil, 6-time Buckmore Park Junior Champion, 7-time Brentwood Champion. He's won a lot of things.
He has, and you know, there's a great karting scene out there in the UK. It looks like we do have a yellow flag.
Oh, that's bad news for Bo Sullivan, because he's right behind 2 back markers. This is going to allow Jamie Tylee Gooden to catch up massively. So the gap was 1.8 seconds last time round as they head through Garda. And, well, there's no way through for Bo Sullivan. That gap to Tylee Gooden is probably going to drop a lot. And you can see Tylee Gooden, the number 5 car, making his way through Cafe Corner. Bo Sullivan, he's finally got the green light. He's going to go up the inside of the 23 into turn 1 and just about makes it work. But the gap has dropped to 1.1 second now, Adam.
Yeah, it seems like he hit a little bit. And there goes through the number 2 of Nameless Motorsport.
Oh, but there's a yellow flag out again, and Bo Sullivan has got through that yellow flag zone, or he's got to the yellow flag zone just after he overtook the 2 back markers, which means that he should be able to pull a tiny little gap to Jamie Tylee Gooden and undo the damage that was done on the last lap. As there goes Tylee Gooden up the inside into Garda hairpin, and Tylee Gooden will know exactly who he has to hunt down. The Bigfoot 95 asks in the chat, has Cameron Das had a stint yet? He has just gone out for his stint, so he's out on track at the moment for the Spicy Boys, who are down in 6th place currently. Actually, he has just been overtaken by Maple Motorsport. So Cameron Das, though, is still probably getting up to pace. He's gone out for the first time since his practice session, so give him some time to get up to speed, and maybe he'll be coming back at Maple Motorsport and trying to reclaim 5th position.
I have an announcement. We have dog alert.
Do we?
We do have dog alert. We just need to find the camera, and we do have dog alert.
Our 3rd possible dog. I can't see this dog. I'd just like to point that out at the moment. So I'm very excited.
I'm very happy here because well, that sounds bad, but Kieran isn't here, but it is my dog.
Is it?
It is my dog.
It's your dog.
My dog is here.
How has your dog got here? Did you bring it?
I didn't bring it. Parents brought it.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, my parents have been in chat watching along, so they have decided to bring the dog. And prove a point and add to the dog counter.
We can go up to 3 as there goes Tylee Gooden. Late move up the inside into paddock. He's closing in onto Bo Sullivan, and we are going to have yet another battle for the lead. We've already had 3 battles for the lead. Every single stint between Nameless and Senior Tadpoles, every single driver for each of those teams has been involved in a lead change at some point in this race, and it looks like we are going to get another, this time between Bo Sullivan and Jamie Tylee Gooden. I am super excited to see this, and well, but it's quite interesting to see the 2 different driving styles. Bo Sullivan seems to be a little bit more aggressive going into corners. You can really see him getting the rear end to come out on that Sodi kart as he goes into some of those tighter hairpins, whereas Jamie Tylee Gooden tends to be that little bit smoother, and you'll see this here. Watch Bo Sullivan as he goes into this corner. Actually, never mind, he didn't really do it this time round, but he does do it going into the hairpins of turns 3 and 4. Hairpins what? and hairpins too, because turn 1 counts as a 2-part corner. And interestingly, they've caught up to some back markers as well, so this is going to make things really, really tasty. I absolutely love it. 4.5 hours into this race, Adam, and we have another fight for the lead on our hands. Bo Sullivan will go up the inside of the 29 into hairpin number 2. Jamie Tyler Gooden will be licking his lips at the prospect of this battle.
Yeah, Senior Tadpoles have been so fast over the first course of this race, and the young guns have really been out there. There's a little bit of a shove there from the 29, the 5 to go around the outside, really just trying to maneuver through the traffic, and he's still there. The 14 also going to get in the way of this one. This is starting to go right toward the wire. A tap on the head there for the number 2 of Nameless Motorsport. That means there is a little bit of tiredness coming in there for Nameless Motorsport. It's going to be very interesting because they're not being pulled into the pits, and I think there's a big opportunity for Senior Tadpoles to potentially take this lead. And on the inside here of hairpin 1, is it going to be legged on the brakes? Let the rear go out wide there, and through go Senior Tadpoles once again on Nameless Motorsport. A brilliant move there, really smooth up the inside, kept the steering smooth, and it looks like Senior Tadpoles will look to extend that lead once again.
Tadpoles didn't even take any time to do it. They caught up to the back of Bo Sullivan, aka Nameless, and they made that move work so quickly. Jamie Tyler Gooden takes the lead of the race for Senior Tadpoles, and now the objective is to gap Nameless.
Absolutely, that's what they'll be looking to do here, because we already know that Nameless Motorsport have a bit of tiredness. That tap on the helmet really signifying that one. There go through the 14 on the 29 there, so really starting to make a couple of maneuvers. But how will Senior Tadpoles go about this? Because Nameless, with the tired driver at the wheel, how long will they be able to go? Because it should be only a couple of laps before the team realise, our driver is not looking in the best of shape. He needs a bit of a refresh and a new body in the kart. Senior Tadpoles. As I say, the young guns really now starting to build this lead out. Just in a moment, we'll start to get a new gap. It was half a second as they came over the line last time around. There goes the number 5. There goes the number 2. It opens up to a second, so half a second last time around for Nameless Motorsport. Looks like ADR keeping in 3rd place here, but we do have an interview. Youssef.
Well, thank you, Adam. We have another interviewee. Who do I have the pleasure of talking to?
Lewis Smith.
Which team?
ARD.
ARD, our second ARD interviewee, currently running 3rd on circuit. Things are going pretty well for you.
Yeah, keeping consistent. Kart's really good, just trying to get past everyone else, but 1st and 2nd are top of their game, but try to keep up.
They're also at the top of getting penalties, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just need to get a few more for them. How have you been out on circuit yet?
Yeah, I just came off. I did have like the fastest lap, but not for long. But I'm not sure it was probably like a 49.8, but it was good. Was that there for 2 hours? It's a bit hard.
I was going to say a 49.8 is very quick. I like that pun, bit hard, team hard. I was going to say, when you're out on circuit and you're trying to navigate through the back markers, how do you have to approach it? Because surely it's really difficult with a variety of skill level.
Just see what happens. It's like, see where the gap is, you just go for it. It's like, it depends on how many you are, who is there, and whoever in front of you overtakes. You just follow them through, or you make your own way through. So, not too bad.
I like the helmet design as well. How long have you had this helmet for?
For a bit. Just personally done it here. Biff Boff. I got it all for free because that's my sponsor, which I'm very grateful for. Yeah, I've had it painted for like 4 months. It's good. A little bit known.
So if anyone needs a helmet painted, Biff Boff Motorsport.
Yeah, definitely.
Nameless drivers, we're looking at you, get some designs on your helmet. Come on.
Yeah.
It's appalling, isn't it? Some top drivers out there just stand a white lid.
Sometimes can't go wrong with a white lid, but I like a painted one.
It looks really good. Have you had that fateful first chip on the helmet yet?
Yeah. Well, ish. There's one.
Where?
It's decoloured on the little bit here, but
Ah, yeah.
they're only little bits. It's all good.
Do you have another stint?
Yeah, 4:30 in the morning.
Well, best of luck for that stint, Lewis, and thank you very much for coming up here.
Thank you.
And back over to Adam on the commentary table.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Lewis Smith. A marvellous helmet you have there. I'm just having a bit of a chat with somebody, because shall we get dog number 3 on the face cam here?
On the face cam?
On the we got a cam.
We've got a webcam.
We got with a webcam.
There's no dog in here.
Yes, there is. Bring in the dog.
Okay. Apparently, we are getting a dog in here at some point.
Bring in the dog.
Who let the dogs out? Or who let the dogs in, I guess?
Me.
I'm also seeing Max O'Shaughnessy in the chat. Max, when are you coming up into the commentary box? Can get you on the mic for a little bit. I know you were desperate to come in and make fun of your teammates, and we'll do the same back to you. And we can talk about why you're getting gapped at the front of the field. Max O'Shaughnessy, one of the drivers for Nameless Motorsport. I don't think he's actually racing it today. Been there, done that, all of that stuff, I'm sure. I'm sure that's what he'll say about it. But the top two, they're kind of pulling off, a Senna Prost at Monaco, lapping everyone else on the circuit apart from themselves. It is a very, very impressive drive from our top 2 teams, with just 1 second separating them after 4.5 hours of racing.
There's some really good racing so far. Of course, we're still into the very, very early stages. But at this moment in time, they're just starting to become a little bit of a packed field, especially through that first sector. Just having a look on our track map, there is still some really, really close battles. It's a bit more quiet there. I think the 2 leaders of Senor Tadpoles and Nameless Motorsport, they're in a little bit of a difficult scenario at this moment in time. They're stuck in a little bit of traffic at this moment in time. There you can see you've got Slick and Tire with Richard Racing involved in that little tussle. Black flag for ARD, that's 3rd place in the overall standings. I wonder if that will drop them behind TRX in P4. So it'll be really, really interesting to see how this all turns out.
And also black flag as well for Zesty Drink Racing, who were at one point 3rd place in the rookie, or the clubman category, I should mention. We've had a couple of black flags for Slimy Swordfish as well over the last half an hour. So the black flags do keep on coming in, and it just goes to show that you have to be super careful. And, well, we're back on the commentator cam because we have a special guest coming in behind us as well.
We have,
as Adam,
dog number 3,
shows us dog number 3.
So this is little CC.
CC, the camera's over there.
She's a little bit nervous in a minute. Who do you think? Just have a look at the timing screens.
It's going to be CC predictions.
Yes, it will be. What is she thinking in a minute? Not really. She doesn't know where the microphone is, so I'll pass her down.
We've got Andrew McWilliam as well in the chat, another one of the nameless drivers. It's quite audacious of him to make fun out of Bo Sullivan and Rory O'Regan when he wasn't even good enough to get the call up for the event.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, but it unfortunately wouldn't be there's something that unfortunate in life, and unfortunately no pick for them. But there we go. We got dog number 3 on the counter.
Ooh,
how many more can we
Bo
get?
Sullivan is less than 2/10 behind Jamie Tyler Gooden. We've got a black flag for the number 10 of SRK Championship. As we've just heard that Kieran McGinley is ready with an interview. So, Kieran, down to you.
Well,
I'm down here with Aldas, just at the pit lane entrance or exit, whichever way you want to call it. Aldas, who's just finished a stint for the Spicy Boys Racing. Aldas, how was it out there?
It started off a little bit rough because I strolled in my camera into the mounts. This is a first world content creator problems, but after that, I thought I did really well. No penalties, not even a warning, which I think is going to be the key. We're seeing so many black flags, even as we were standing here actually. So yeah, it was a consistent stint. I was pretty happy with it. Very physical. I haven't done kind of over. I think we did 2 hours 12. We were really trying to push it, but it was a lot of fun getting through the traffic. But Nameless and those tadpoles, they are quick. They're definitely quick, but yeah, I think that they definitely overtook me, but I was pretty happy with my stint. I overtook a lot of people. Didn't get overtaken a lot, so yeah, all good signs at the moment. But yeah, we still got a lot of catching up to do. I think we're down in like 6th or something, so it's going to be, I think the graveyard stint at night is where it's going to be won or lost.
Yeah, I mean, sort of graveyard shift last year, we had a bit of rain. We're not expecting that this time around. Does that scupper any strategy, or does that embolden you?
We were praying for rain. I mean, we were doing all the dances last night. As a team, we've got some pretty big boys, you know, some 90+ kilo guys. And, you know, when you're up against 70 kilos, you know, really light people in the dry, it's just death. So we were hoping for rain. It's not going to quite come, so we're just going to have to give our best and see where we are at the end, really. So, yeah, basically.
Has it helped you coming back as sort of the reigning rookie champions of the Buckmore 24-hour? Have you felt any pressure from that coming into this as a pro now?
I think less pressure, but more expectation of we want to do well. We want to look, you know, we've been promoted to the pros. We want to look respectable in the pros. We want to try and fight for a podium if we can. So yeah, but there's always just pressure on yourself as well. You want to perform well. No one wants me to do more well than me, basically. So yeah, it's just pressure that you put on yourself to perform well. But so far everything's going quite well. We have had a black flag. Toby in the first stint. I think everyone was getting black flags, so that was a bit unfortunate. We were really hoping to minimise them, but yeah, not too much pressure, especially once you're out there. You're on job. You know, you got your task and you don't think about anything else, so it's good.
20 hours time, you reach the checkered flag. What to you is a good day at the office? What position?
I mean, we'd love a podium. We're gonna fight hell for leather. I just tried as hard as I could on track. We'd love a podium. You know, in our first year in the pros, it's pretty difficult. At the moment, it's going to maybe top 5 is more likely, but we're not going to give up. I think the night is where it is won or lost. So at 6 a.m. I'll tell you what, because it was going to be a good result or not.
And I'll be here to hear it. Aldas, thank you so much for your time. Go and enjoy your break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And with that, it's back to the commentary box.
Perfect, and here we are back in the commentary box. Of course, a lovely chat there with Aldas. Of course, he's done YouTube content creation on the likes of Formula 1 and IndyCar and Formula 2 for quite the while now, over the last couple of years. Of course, being with the likes of Veloce, that's a bit of a tussle there. That's Senor Tadpoles, and Nameless getting a little bit hairy and squarum there, really squaring up to each other. And it looks like with Nameless right on the rear of that number 5 of Senor Tadpoles, they're really just running the lines, see if they can continuously just hassle and hound that number 5, because as long as you stay close to them, they will have to push no matter what. It will be interesting to see how the fuel loads are currently sitting at this moment in time. They head their way through Calf Curve. I wonder if they're going to go into another tussle once again, because the slipstream will be very powerful down in towards towards turn number 1. The number 9 just exiting the pit lane. That is going to be NFS Kodaks there, who just said, who just came out the pits just behind that battling duo. Senor Tadpoles staying ahead here, 0.2 of a second behind, between them.
So just wanted to quickly jump in. There's been a bunch of black flags that have come through, and those have all been down to drivers getting too close to a marshal who was fixing the tyre barriers on circuit. So it's effectively a form of speeding under yellows, but it's just being a little bit too dangerous. Obviously, drivers in the karts will think that they're under control, but marshals need to feel safe out on circuit, and you cannot get too close to them while they are making repairs. As another black flag is in for Team Rango with red mist, which is likely going to be for that same incident. But your top 2 are nose to tail, as they have been for a larger portion of this race. Jamie Tyler Gooden for Senor Tadpoles ahead of Bo Sullivan for Nameless. This is so much fun to see, and they are, well, 2 laps ahead of TRX OGs in 3rd place. That's just how quick these two are compared to the rest of the field.
Very much so. They've really stretched their legs out here to 2 laps over TRX, who of course have been keeping their noses clean. It was ADR that have not been keeping their noses clean because they have, of course, had a black flag within the last 5 minutes. Spicy Boys trying to make their way up with Cameron Das. Currently sitting in 5th place at this moment in time, really seeing if they can potentially get onto the back of ADR. But I think ADR have just got some really good pace. They've really kept the consistency up here. There's more manoeuvres there. I think what Nameless is trying to do there, just having a look back from the timing screen, looking up to our main screen, our main feed, I think just Nameless are just trying to follow Senor Tadpole through. Having a look there at our track map, there's a little bit of a traffic jam going in toward the right-hander of turn 10. So they're really trying to work their way through, but they'll have the leaders to contend with. They come their way through Calf Curve. The Tadpoles are going to be looking at that thinking, I need to get past that pretty quickly, and they'll be hoping to potentially put a cart between them and Nameless. I think it's quite even Stevens at the moment in time. Very similar pace. Single Tadpole did a 50.0 last time around, with Nameless doing 50.002. So 37 thousandths of a second separating those two last laps last time around. So he's staying pretty close. Everyone is now lapping in the 50s. Some in the 52, but that's potentially them putting in their slowest lap time. I think that losing daylight, yes. Number 18 putting in, getting a black flag as well. As we see Bomba Kart in 22nd place there in the pits. I'm sure that will get some absolute comments from
that is a great team name as well. Bomba Kart.
Bomba Kart. Yeah, but we were me and Kieran were talking about we had to accentuate it because there's 3 T's and it's all in capitals.
And it's not like an R that you can roll it either.
No, it's not like it's you can go the Spanish route and roll your R's. It's just T's. You can't really, I don't know, you can't clack your T's.
Maybe you could just go ta-ta-ta-ta at the end.
No, I think they're just trying to accentuate it, to be honest. Oh, that's a bit of a rough move there from the 5. And the 2's going to follow on through. Exactly what they're trying to do. Yes, the moves are a little bit rough, but when you're in this scenario and you know you're battling for the lead with nothing between the 2 of you, you've really got to just make sure you're going through, really keeping with your opponents. Otherwise, you know, it's like endurance racing with the likes of IMSA, ELMS, WEC. You find yourself battling with another car, let's say in the more higher class, like the LMDH, the hypercars in WEC, or maybe an LMP2 in ELMS. If you get stuck behind a maybe like an LMP3 or a GT car, you need to just go with your opponent in that one. If you get stuck, even if it's for about half a corner, you are losing up to a second in that one. And in karting terms, yeah, that gap will probably extend by another half a second, which is never ideal because you then got to try and gain it back up. And it's just such a difficult thing to do. And we're now starting to approach the quarter mark of this Buckmore Park 24-hour for Buckmore Park 2025. I believe the 6th season this has gone on for.
7th,
yeah.
I want to say, because
yeah,
I think 2019 was the first year.
Because I'm thinking 2020, because you know my numbers are a little bit wrong on that one. But yeah, 7th edition of the Buckmore Park 24-hour side back in 2019, and we managed to work our way through the pandemic, continue to put it on through the likes of the COVID years, 2021, 2022, and we now find ourselves in 2022. I wonder, what would it be like for the 10th anniversary?
Oh, that would actually be quite cool, to be fair. I think for the 10th anniversary, they should let the commentators have a commentator racing team. Or commentator and production.
That would be interesting.
But we get like a supercar.
Oh, there's a
like the hypercar.
like maybe I think you're talking about one with like an extra, like maybe 10 horsepower. But
it's fine. I can have an extra 1 horsepower. These carts only have I think it's like 12 horsepower. But because they're so light,
it is a ridiculous amount in total.
Yeah.
I think. I could be wrong. But I don't think they have a lot of horsepower, as there goes Tyler Gooden up the inside of Maple Motorsport. And now, what's next on the menu for our two leaders? It's Cameron Dass from the Spicy Boys.
Absolutely. Cameron Dass will be looking to use all of his experience to hopefully work his way into a decent place. But when you're potentially getting lapped, sometimes you may just have to dart yourself out of the way. Of course, Cameron's got so much karting experience, a little bit, hopefully a bit less lapped scenario in cars. Of course, the former FIA Formula 3 driver will be faced with a lot of karts up his back bumper, but he'll let one through, and he'll probably let the other one through at this moment in time. Now, Nameless will be getting a little bit aggressive here, and will probably, indeed, send it up in towards Garda. There is the camera for Cameron Dass, so you'll be seeing all the content there in a few, probably weeks' time, because I know it took the Sidemen quite a few weeks, maybe
but
months.
did you see that video that the Sidemen put out? It was so good. It was like a Netflix special. The quality.
That's exactly what they went for, and it looks like I'm going to do the voice again, but Buckmore Park has now got the number 14. Of course, the number 14. Another black flag. When was the last time they had a black flag?
It was a few laps ago, wasn't it?
Oh no, was it? It must have been a.
Oh no, it was a different team that had the black flag.
Yeah, I think we're looking at something like maybe it's like Slimy Swordfish, who had a black flag and then a come in literally 2 minutes later. So,
I've just seen one of the cardinal sins of racing. Someone's put their helmet upside down on a chair. Genuinely, I wish I had like a police permit, and if I see anyone putting their helmet down, upside down on any surface whatsoever, I just remove their helmet from them immediately. And I think we're going to get a live camera feed of this, so we've still got it up there. You're going to see our producer, James Fitchu, walking in, and thank you, James. Thank you very much. See, James is a hero that
the people need.
We don't deserve James. That is the most beautiful and heartwarming thing I've ever seen in my life. Hello, TRX.
Yeah, James is. We all need a James in our lives, but there's only one of them. And
Yes,
we have him here.
we do.
In the media room here at Buckmore Park.
Well, 2 tenths between the top two. So Spicy Boys and Maple Motorsport are nose to tail in this battle for P5, and they're right behind our leading two. So we can see them just in the corner of our shot popping into view. There they are, Cameron Dass for the number 1. I'm not sure who's on the wheel for the number 8 currently. Someone from Maple Motorsport is listening in. Please let us know who is out on track. I'm going to have a little check through the notes.
Oh, gander.
And I will say again, these notes that Kieran has left up beautifully is, I think it's Todd White. I thought it was Todd. Yeah, it's Todd White. Todd, very quick driver, and keeping up with Cameron Dass is somewhat proof of that as well. Oh no, what have you seen?
I've been added in the Feeder Series Discord multiple times.
What is this Feeder Series Discord?
So Feeder Series is basically a kind of like a company, and they focus a lot on their content on Feeder Series racing. So so you're like your Formula 2s, your Formula 3s, your GB3s, your GB4s, and there's so many there's so many like funny things that come out of Feeder Series, like my I did do my Cameron Dass call from that one.
Yes.
There's also another one. I'm so sorry, Feeder Series. I'm very much outing you out here, but there's a guy in there who's a massive Timek Kuharczyk fan.
Who?
Timek Kuharczyk. He's a Polish racing driver. He did GB3 last year with High Tech. And
Right.
they were hoping.
Oh, move for the lead though. Sorry to cut across you. Bo Sullivan going up the inside of Jamie Tyler Gooden, who had a little think about going back up the inside into hairpin number 2. But Bo Sullivan, he's had enough. And the Nameless driver reclaims the lead of the race. And there's a black flag for Nameless.
Was that for a bump and pass, or was it for something else? Now, if we can keep the camera on Bo Sullivan, we're going to get his live reaction when he comes over the start-finish line, and we're also going to see Jamie Tyler Gooden's reaction to this black flag from Bo Sullivan. Tyler Gooden, though, trying to fight this one and trying to go up the inside into Cafe Corner. I think he has been able to make the move there side by side. Imagine if that was the last lap of a race. Well, no reaction from Bo Sullivan, ice cool, but he does have a black flag that he is going to have to serve. Tyler Gooden will know this. He doesn't have to do anything crazy to get past him. He just has to sit behind and let Nameless serve this black flag.
Yeah, really unfortunate on that one. That's going to be so frustrating there for Nameless. They're going to really have to work doubly hard on this one to try and reclaim their lead. That is going to be so frustrating. I wonder if that is potentially because they were too close. Oh, that was a bit of a wiggle. You saw the number, what was that, 25 there, just chopping away at the steering wheel like they're cutting a vegetable. Through they go in toward the downhill and uphill section of the centre corner, and in toward Calf Curve they go. When will Nameless serve that black?
They've done it. They're into the pits.
It's best to get it done and out of the way with now. And unfortunately, they'll just have to sit there. And, well, I was going to say think about what they've done, but you can see
Sullivan's trying to argue it, isn't he?
I mean, it's a classic racing driver thing. You have to argue your case. But even though,
it doesn't matter.
You may not get anything out of it, but they'll just try and argue it anyway. But out they go. They'll drop to second. 28 seconds behind. So they lost a chunk
about
of
30
time.
seconds, really, because they were in front as well.
Nod of the head.
So, Bo Sullivan, well, he's got a lot of work to do, and he'll be, well, I don't know if he'll be kicking himself or if still under his helmet he's going to be saying he didn't deserve a penalty. There's a little shake of the helmet as well. We don't necessarily know what it's for. We're assuming it's potentially for that contact with Jamie Tyler Gooden. It could have been maybe for speeding under yellows, maybe a third track limit extension. We don't know. But there was a black flag. If you get a black flag, you have to serve the black flag. That is what has been done by Bo Sullivan. And he is, well, I was going to say how far he is into the stint. I think it's about 1 hour, about an hour into his stint currently. So he's got another hour to go. And he is 29.8 seconds behind Senior Tadpoles. A lot of work for him to now do, as there is Cameron Dass and Todd White. Todd White in the Maple Motorsport number 8 Mobile, and Cameron Dass in the number 1 car for Spicy Boys, the reigning rookie champions. Rookies is though now clubmans, and the Spicy Boys have advanced to the senior, or not senior, but the pro category.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to really see how they work out how that's going to go. We're now a couple of seconds away from hitting that 6-hour mark, a quarter of the way through the 24 hours. Contact warning there for Meaden's Motor Group, and the number 22 there. Currently in second place in the rookie class. So it's only a contact warning, but let's just hope that doesn't build up over time. Cameron Dass continuously pushing his way through past Maple Motorsport. And now that puts them, I believe, now ahead of Maple Motorsport. So if we check on the timing screen, we should see Spicy Boys move up to 5th. And they do. They're now up into that P5 spot. And Cameron Dass really using every single ounce of his experience as try and look and see if he can potentially throw that Spicy Boys kart up the field and potentially put them into a really good spot. But yeah, the next point they're going to try and go for is TRX OGs. They're currently sitting in P4, and they are on, I believe, the same lap as ARD Motorsport, who are in a podium spot.
Actually, we've missed that. So Team ARD, they recently overtook TRX OGs because TRX were in 3rd place. ARD had that black flag about 20 or so minutes ago. So they've closed into TRX OGs, overtaken them, reclaimed the final spot on the podium. And, well, we'll see Spicy Boys and Maple Motorsport. I have a feeling that their battle is not done yet and will be continuing for a bit longer. And there you can see Cameron Dass with Todd White just behind him by about a kart length, as it has been for the last 10 minutes. The pair of them have been very, very closely matched.
They have been, and it's been a real pleasure to see both those guys batting it out. you know, both Senior Tadpoles and Nameless have been really fighting it with everything they've got, and now you can see their Senior Tadpoles are just moving their way through, and that's all they're doing really now, is just putting themselves into a decent position where they're going to have more carts in between them and Nameless. Nameless currently going through the second hairpin as Senior Tadpoles make their way through Calf Curve. So you can see there's a massive gap there that you have to try and just shut down. And you know, there's so many questions, I'm sure, amongst the team of how are we going to do that. It is just about playing it safe with the traffic, hoping it all goes well, and also praying on a little bit of luck that Senior Tadpoles here just get a little bit held up here and there, every single straight, every single corner. And of course, strategies will also come into play, but I think also Senior Tadpoles will be thinking, let's not get a black flag here. Cameron Das very much going into the walls there with the number 5 of Senior Tadpoles. I think trying to go through. I think that's the 29. My apologies on that one. That's RLK Bandits down in 26th position. So, yeah, of course, not obliged to get out of the way, but it would be useful for Cameron Das to get scythe past that 29, because he's still got Maple Motorsport right on the back end of them.
Yeah, he's managed to make his way through, as has Todd White as well. And a couple more of the pro teams will follow through, including the number 7 of ARD, who are putting a lap on the Spicy Boys and Maple Motorsport at the moment, as they make their way through the flat-out chicane and then down the hill into Sime Sweep and Pullman's. Probably my 2 favourite corners on the calendar, particularly Pullman's, because there's one corner where track limits don't get enforced, so you can take a little bit more track than you probably should, but it is perfectly allowed, and it always feels really nice to be able to do that at any circuit.
Oh, I do love the S's through Sime Sweep, especially if you can get a good exit off hairpin 2. There's a really nice section of the S's and Sime Sweep. I think Pullman's just, I haven't done it too many times, but it just scares me, because every single time you're trying to just get to that piece of barrier that just sticks out, and oh my lord, that is a lovely picturesque view of Buckmore Park. That is a brilliant screensaver. Yeah, clip that, guys.
Just have it. Well, you need some motion, don't you, as well on the camera?
I might need to update my wallpaper on my laptop.
I remember one person had, from like Wallpaper Engine or something, the entire Shrek movie as their wallpaper. It's brilliant.
How does one do that? that genuinely boggles me. How does one get that as a laptop wallpaper?
So I've had in the chat, is that not Dan Webber? I mean, it could be. Dan Webber's not on my notes, so I've just got Todd White, white helmet, red and black gloves, orange and black shoes. I'm pretty sure it's red and black gloves that I've seen. And he definitely has the white helmet to go with it. So if it isn't Todd, and it is indeed Dan Webber, then I do apologise. As we have some people outside our commentary window, we might be getting some more interviews coming in.
Ah, is that, it looks like it's
a cameraman.
Senior Tadpoles.
It is Senior Tadpoles. Look how happy they are now that they're leading the race.
Spot Oliver Borgen there.
Oh wait, sorry, that's not Senior Tadpoles. That is NFS Cossacks.
Oh, is it now? I think they're trying to indicate they want their cameraman to get interviewed.
I mean, Adam, do you want to interview the cameraman?
I mean, photographs are really important.
I don't think we should let the other guy interview the other guy. I think that's going to get really dangerous. So, Adam, if you would like to mediate them,
I'll see what I can do.
I mean,
give me a sec.
We all know how bad Drow was being during the last interview, trying to get me in trouble. So I don't think we should be trusting that group with more microphones. Just keeping an eye on Phoenix Racing as well. A bit of love to them from the chat. I think they are in 18th place overall. And they are in 7th place in category. So Phoenix Racing doing a decent job. We got to speak to them earlier.
I believe they're raising money for charity as well. Their goal was £500, and they've already got over 500. And I would give a link to donate, but I don't know what it was. They did have a cool QR code on their T-shirts. So if you can find one of them on circuit, you can scan their QR codes and find a link. Track limit warning as well for Team ARD, who are indeed in 3rd place. And just keeping an eye on the times between Senior Tadpoles and Nameless Motorsport. Very close, nearly 30 seconds separating the pair of them. Which, considering Nameless Motorsport had that black flag, is not a big gap. We're being asked if we can have a cameraman versus cameraman fight. What are you showing me? That's so incredibly cute, guys. Wow. And I thought my humour was childish. Production, can we bring up the camera of the studio room? Because I'm being swamped by drivers at the moment. It feels like a Zerg attack or something. I think that's what it's called. And I can't hear what they're saying because I've got my headset on as well. But they're having fun, and Adam has abandoned me. He's left into another corner. And I've got these Punterinos behind me. So, yes. So we've got Senior Tadpoles. We've got NFS as well. Do we have any other teams here, or is it just you two teams? Independent photographer, Harry Power Media. Oh, we've got another dog. Do we know what breed of dog that is, though, guys? Wow, Oliver, that was incredible. It was not a poodle. Even I don't know much about dogs. So we've got a new commentator here, and thankfully I've got a button that can mute him if Oliver says anything bad. Hello, Oliver. Say that again.
Hello, stream.
Yeah, I didn't push the button properly. I've got weak fingers.
Can I do a shout out?
If it's not inappropriate, yes.
It's my owner team.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
Shout out Spanatech Motorsport and Toby K. Newton. Biggest team out there. Come on, up Spanatech.
Thank you. We'll see whether we get any Spanatech love in the chat. So, what do you make of our setup here? Everything that you can see, Oliver?
It's very warm in here. That's why I first noticed.
Is it? Yeah.
Warm.
We can be in our t-shirts, chill, all good fun.
Very nice, just relaxing and... Oh, 30-second lead. Oh, no, I didn't notice that.
Did you not know that you guys were leading?
Oh, no, I knew we were leading, but I didn't know 30 seconds.
Yeah, they had a black flag.
Did they?
Yeah.
We did tell you that. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, you don't have good memory, do you?
I thought they were lying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't put it past them. But it's a lot better here. You know, the access, everything that we can see is very nice. As thankfully, we don't have to talk to each other anymore, Oliver, because Kieran McGinley's got an interview. Do you want to do the throw to Kieran?
Who am I going to?
Yeah, so all you have to say is, and now we're going to go to Kieran, who's got an interview.
And now we're going to go to Kieran, who's got an interview.
Well, I hope you've added it to the tally now. I think that's number 4. That's number 4 of the dogs here. And I think I'm down here at the number 15 team, which is the Belly Boys Racing team. Who is this lovely?
She's a King Charles Spaniel Cavalier. Her name's Psotka. It basically translates to naughty girl.
Love it, love it. And I'm obviously the Belly Boys Racing mascot. Is she here to sort of lift the spirits a little bit?
Yeah, help them out a bit.
Help them out a bit. I mean, it's great so far. I mean, what's her sort of traits like? What's she like in the house? Is she naughty still, even with her name? Does she live up to it?
She used to be, but now she's just a bit lazy. Oh. Yeah, she just loves a nap.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Absolutely. Well, she seems so excited here as well. Laura can barely capture her. She's so excited.
Smelling everything and everyone, apart from where the camera is.
Yeah, camera shy, but there we go. Hopefully then that's dog number 4. It's back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much for that, Kieran. Dog number 4. Will we have a 5th?
I think so. I can sense a 5th dog potentially. You know, we've got a great counter going on, and of course we got Sticker Dog. We got Sticker Dog on there. Have BN crashed yet? I haven't seen. I know there was a kart that spun down at turn 9, I believe it was. Down at Paddock. But I can't. But this was back at like half an hour into the race. I can't remember the number. I just remembered it was down at Paddock. They were backwards. Contact warning for Falcon. They're currently running in 10th overall. Of course, 10th in the class under the 11 Pro category karts that entered the Buckmore Park 24 hours. And that could potentially drop them down to 11th or maybe even 12th, depending on. We'll drop them down to 12 because they are both on the. They're all on the same lap, pretty much. 5 laps behind the leader, Sanya Tadpoles. And Namus have actually gone into the 49.8, so they're starting to really start to build out that lead. They're about 29 seconds in the lead there when Oliver Borge came on the microphone for a little bit, just giving them a little bit of microphone experience.
And I just had confirmation in the chat from Martin Webster from Maple Motorsport that it is Dan Webber in for Maple, not Todd White. So apologies, Dan and Maple. Also, shout out for Tiagos, who used to race against Bo Sullivan at Brentwood. So, yeah.
Brentwood, a lovely little circuit up in North London.
I need to go there.
I haven't.
It's East London, though, isn't it? Or east of London.
Yes, it's just over the Dartford Crossing.
It's on the good side of the Dartford Crossing. No offence to South London, but it means I don't have to pay £2.50 to get there.
Yeah, it's useful. Our baby counter is still seeing 1 at the minute.
Yeah, does anyone have more babies that they can bring?
We'll see. I'm sure there will be at some stage. It's just something that popped in. We've had more dogs than babies. So I think the dogs are becoming obviously popular at this rate.
I've also got a message on one of the Instagram posts that Lily Catignon, who is a karting racing Club 100 juniors or cadets, her dad is racing in Top Deck BN, who are currently in 5th position in the rookie class. So they're doing a decent job, 15 seconds behind Black Flag Racing. So very good chance for them to be able to pull out a nice top 3. Well, at the very least, a top 5 currently. And hopefully they can try to eke their way further up through the order.
They are really working well. I've been really impressed with them. They've just kept going at it and really keeping on the, they've really kept on pushing here. And of course with the Black Flag Bandits in the pits. Black Flag Bandits? AMG Racing. Sorry, my apologies. Because I think last year there was. Black Flag Bandits and then the Blue Flag Bandits as well.
Multiple bandits.
Multiple bandits. But Black Flag are now AMG. I don't know where they've got the AMG Racing from, but they should be coming out of the pits very soon, unless there is an obvious issue with that number 16 kart. It's currently fallen down to 17th.
Well, Nameless are starting to bring that gap to Senior Tadpoles down, not by a lot, but down to under 28 seconds.
And there you go, Black Flag AMG is out there at this moment in time, so I wonder if they've potentially had a change. They were in the pits there for a minute. They were in the pits and their lap time resorting to a 1 minute 35.0. Contact warning for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Let's see if they can brew up anything else other than the contact warning. Oh, more track limit warnings coming in. I think that it was going to be an obvious thing, track limits. Yeah. In karting, you're pushing for every single tank. You're pushing for every single meter of the circuit. So you can go off at turn 4 and the exit of hairpin 1. You can try and maybe cut a corner through yeses or sign sweep. I don't think it's worth it trying to cut Pullmans at all. But then you get down towards the likes of the exit of Paddock and Garda as well, and then the big one there you're just seeing on the exit there, a cafe curve.
Yeah, there's a lot of runoff at Buckmore and a lot of entry as well going into corners, so very easy to pick up those penalties. But it's weird because it depends on the series that you race, and different series allow you to use different amounts of track. So some drivers might be used to racing in one series, like Club 100. Others might be used to racing in the Buckmore Rental Karting series, or maybe even owner karting, and all of those will have different rules on where you can extend track limits. But then you come to the Buckmore 24 Hours and it can be all different, so you have to rewire your brain from what you're used to being able to use, and sometimes that can catch out a few drivers. Shout out to all the Club 100 drivers racing here. There are a few Club 100 drivers out on circuit. Jamie Tyler Gooden is one of them at the moment for Senior Tadpoles at the front of the field. I don't know if there are any others at the moment, but there are many other Club 100 drivers across the circuit. Do the tyres get changed? Yes, they do. The front tyres will get changed during the service stop at about halfway through the race, so that'll probably be between about 1 and 3 a.m. I can't remember the exact time. And someone was asking what is the track record. Well, apparently it's a 48.7, which was set by Jasper Stewart Staff, who was out earlier on today for Senior Tadpoles.
He absolutely was, and you know, Jasper, a super quick driver already, of course, very much dialed in. He is having his break at this moment in time before he then will get back in the kart. Looks like we are just having a look at some of the crowds here on the balcony. I think some are already in their coats because it's starting to get a little bit cold. The temperature has died down from about 15, 16 degrees from the start. It looks like a black flag there for fueled by snacks. Plenty of black flags. Potential for track limits, potential for contact. It does look like fueled by snacks running in P3 there in the rookie class. Looking a little bit worrying there, because looking at the times here, it will potentially drop a position or two, putting third place, Top Deck BN Racing.
I've also just checked on Spicy Boys. They've really started to up the pace as Cameron Das, and now onto the back of TRX OGs, but a lap down. As we were also seeing the 3 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing is closing in on to Maple Motorsport, and as I say that, Kieran McGinley is ready with another interviewee.
Well, I'm actually down here now in the paddock area, so we're sort of to the left of Swimes, Sweep and Pullman's, where you can see all the car park around, and I've just bumped into the Blue Flag Racing, was it Blue Flag Bandits? Blue Flag Bandits, thank you for correcting me. That's a mouthful, but it's fine. What's your name, sir? And let's talk about experience in the kart.
Yeah, Gio, I've been here twice, maybe karted for about 5 or 6 times, so we are in the rookie class. Yeah, finding it tough.
Yeah. Have you done a stint out there yet?
Yeah, done my first stint, about to go back in. Passer's about to go in for his first. Harry's just done his first. First stint, yeah, lapping like high 51s, low 52s. Nowhere near the pros, but they are quick.
They are very quick. I mean, did you get here for 40 winks just to get a bit of rest, or?
No, we arrived at like 9:30, 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Too excited. Love it. I'll come to you next. I'll just walk straight in front of the camera. It's all right anyway. No one's watching. What's your name, sir?
So I'm Paz. First time at Buckmore, first time doing an endurance race. It's a great experience so far. It's getting cold, but yeah, loving it.
So first ever endurance race, and you've decided to throw yourself into a 24-hour.
Absolutely. Yep, with my brother and friends. Why not?
It was a bad idea. Why not? I mean, that's fine. It's good.
We've realised that the rookies aren't really rookies. Well, as we class as rookies, they're very good. So yeah,
rookies with an asterisk on it, maybe.
It's very humbling, but
failed pros. That's big words from Gio over there. That's very, very big words. So what does that make you then?
Up and coming pros.
Up and coming pros.
Yeah, rookies.
How long do we need to give it?
A couple more events. 10 events.
A couple more events. Set the watch. Set the watch. There you go.
Yeah. I'm on in like 45 minutes, so you can check the clocks and the carts when we go up.
We'll specifically look out for you now. That's it. You're no hiding now.
No hiding. I love it.
I'll go round behind you there and I'll have a chat to your third driver. What's your name, sir?
My name's Harry.
Harry, and let's talk about experience.
Experience, not much. Probably go-karted about 5 or 6 times in my life. Find myself in the deep end. But I'm enjoying it. It's all about having fun in it, really. Like, it's not much fun getting past every 5 seconds. Right, you turn around, they're like 6 seconds behind you. Next corner, they're coming through. I'm like, where the fun is that?
Apologies for that.
No, it's on YouTube.
No, not really.
No, okay, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. But no, it's good fun. Like, going slow, enjoying myself, taking in the scenery. That's what it's all about. That's what I paid 320 quid for.
Absolutely. And what have you made of the track then? Have you actually been out yet?
Yeah, I've been out. I just did my first stint. It's a really fun track. Like, it's just constant cornering. You don't have a moment's rest. Like, if you like go-karting, you're having fun, right? But yeah, the standard's high.
I will ask you, what's the target? Is it not to get the wooden spoon?
Yeah, we came here today. We thought if we can just, be in the mix, have fun, then we'll take that. At the moment, we're 29th, but last place is 6 laps behind us, so that's the aim. Just keep them behind us.
That's the aim. Love it. Well, good luck, gentlemen, on getting that wood. Well, not getting that wood spoon, I should say, and have fun out there. I'll leave you to it because your stint's very soon. Let's see if we can grab. Can we grab another driver whilst we're here? Why not? What's your name, sir?
TJ.
TJ. And who are you driving for?
Losing Daylight.
Losing Daylight. All right, a name like that. How do you come to a name like that?
Wow. So, actually, a long story. So we were working one day at work, yeah, and we had a gentleman. One of our managers, the day was going so horrid, we came over phrase, we're losing daylight, gents. And that phrase was so heroic in that day. As you used to say. I know it's pretty random, but amongst the team, that's a quote we all know, but yeah.
So are you here for rest in the paddock, or are you just gearing yourself up for another go?
So I'm going out quite late, so I'm going about 12 o'clock, so I'm kind of chilling around a little bit, resting and seeing what the boys are doing out on track, so.
So you're giving it a nice oversight, overseeing everything?
So overseeing, kind of like a managerial role,
Is that what you are, you're manager of the team?
Of course. What more could you expect?
And as a manager then, how's it been so far on your side?
It's been all right. It's a lot of us first time at Buckmore, first time doing 24-hour. So we're doing a lot of firsts for this one. So it's going all right, not too shabby. We're kind of mid-packing rookies, so we're happy with that. It's doing good.
There's a lot of firsts here today at the Buckmore Park 24-hour.
Yeah, a lot of firsts. I mean, what more of an event to try it in,
Can't argue with that logic. Cannot argue that logic. Well, TJ, thank you so much for talking to us. I've actually spotted someone I'd really like to talk to over there who's wrapped himself up nice and warm. How warm is this? Let's have a look.
It's not very warm. It's not very warm at all. I need to get another one. Let's get you under here as well.
All right, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see how warm it is.
Yeah, you're right. It needs to be a little bit warmer.
It needs to be a bit thicker.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more thickness, and we should be there. All right for the, spring evening, kind of, but it's a bit too cold for that. So, whilst we're under here, let's talk racing. Have you been out there yet?
Not yet. My first stint is at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then my second one is at 10 a.m. I think. Yeah.
You think?
I think.
Okay.
I'm lost. Yeah.
Good. It's not a good time to be lost. You've still got a night shift to do.
I need to get some sleep, and then I'll be focused. I'll be locked in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sleeping under this?
I probably will be sleeping under this.
Excellent. So you're not due out until the wee hours of the morning. What's the sort of tip? How do you get yourself up in the middle of the night?
Probably my friend TJ waking me up, give me a slap in the face, and then I'll be get the adrenaline pumping, get out on track, and then lock in.
You sound like you know what you're doing, so we'll leave you to it. I'll leave your blanket to yourself, but thank you so much for having a chat with us. Good luck out there. Let's see if we can have a couple more drivers. We might have... we spoke to Lily earlier. Let's see if she wants another chat with us. Are you free to have another chat? How's it all going?
It went really well. I've done my first stint, overtook a lot of different drivers, and even though I'm a rookie, I overtook some pros. So yeah, overall quite pleased. Made quite a few places back up. But yeah.
And happy as a team so far then?
Yeah, so we're doing quite well. We thought we'd be rookies because we've not done an endurance together, but yeah, overall we're feeling like pros.
And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. What's the sort of target towards the end? I mean, we've now got, 19.5 hours left to go. Is the target still the same?
Yeah, so we're still aiming for a trophy, but overall we're going to end up being happy no matter what. Yeah, try our best. That's all that matters.
It's all that matters. And when are you out next?
4:40 in the morning.
Oh, that is just. I'll tell you what. I've got to look up when sunrise is, but it's around about 5 o'clock-ish, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to have my clear visor on. 2-hour stint, so.
I mean, that must be nice though, seeing sort of dawn approach as you're out there in a car. But that's normally when we see the lots of mistakes happen, especially at top class endurance races. How do you keep your focus at that stage?
Try to just focus on like the people around you rather than like the sun. But obviously, if it's like in your face. But yeah, focus on myself and the people around me. Try to get more overtakes in and just like keep my zone. I sometimes listen to music in my helmet to proper zone in.
Yeah, I know a friend who does that. It's weird, I couldn't do that, but whatever works, it's clearly working. So thank you. Thank you for talking to us, Lily.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your race.
Make sure that you send some money in.
Oh yes.
Phoenix Racing.
Up Phoenix Racing. Make sure you make a note of that. Thank you so much, Lily. Enjoy. Let's see, have we got anybody else around here? It's looking pretty quiet. I see 2 drivers and they're walking away from it. I'm going to run. I'm going to run for them. Come back here. Talk to me. Talk to me. Oh, I don't believe this. I'm not playing games. Oh, there we go. I can't believe you made me run. Right, let's have a chat then. Team name, team driver.
Richards Racing Team, Jamie Salter.
Very good, very efficient. How's it going out there?
Rubbish.
Okay, nice. That was good. That was worth the run.
Yeah.
Excellent, brilliant. You couldn't fall further apart. What's the target then for this race? Because obviously we've had a lot of rookies, a lot of first team or first appearances for teams. How's it going from your point of view? What are you aiming for in 19 hours' time?
Don't really know. We had some kart issues on hour 2 or something like that, and it's just falling down really.
Love it, love it. Worth the run, wasn't it?
No.
You said it, not me. Right, let's have a chat to your friend over here. I'd see the name is Brain. Okay, Brain. So you're the brains behind the operation?
I'd like to think that, but I'm quite stupid.
I don't know, with a nickname like that, you surely can't be. Surely not.
Well, yeah.
So how's it going from your point of view? Have you been out in the kart yet?
Not in the race yet, but practice was all right. It was I was 4/10 quicker than qualifying time, but I think that was because the tyres were in the right window than qualifying, and our engine, it was a dud in the straight.
Well, look, it's a long race, obviously, we say that a lot, but what would be a good day at the office once the checker flag falls? Where would you say it's a good day?
I say roughly top 20.
Top 20, is that achievable?
It could be with the way it's going. Teams getting black flags, we've not got a track lengths warning for about 3 hours. Yeah. So yeah.
That's good running. That's very good running. Well, listen, I'll let you rejoin your team. You ran far away from me, so and I caught you in the air. But thank you so much for the chat.
All right, thanks.
And I don't want to run anymore, and I can't find and see any more drivers. So with that, back to you in the studio.
I hope you enjoyed that run, Kieran. That was a brilliant running action. I'm sure. I'm sure that'll be absolutely going crazy on the Alpha Live social media. So have fun seeing that on the social media potentially.
I think it's a missed opportunity if that's not on social media. He was running faster than Forrest Gump.
He was.
He's a man on a mission. And we loved every single second of it. Also, not 19 and a half hours left, Kieran. 18 and a half hours left.
I mean, probably faster than McLaren Hondas is, right?
Oh, dear Lord. Let's not
Speaking
start
of Hondas, these carts, of course, are powered by Hondas.
Oh, what a segue.
Yes, these are 290cc 4-stroke Honda engines. I mean, McLaren fans may be getting some unfortunate flashbacks, and whilst other F1 teams are going to be absolutely loving it.
Speaking of 390, we've just done 390 laps.
That was a brilliant segue. I didn't even notice.
I know.
We're so good at these segues into even 6.5 hours into a 24-hour.
Okay, you need to work on your maths, because 24 minus 18 and a half is not 6.5. It's 5.5.
Yeah, I did kind of mess up my maths a little bit there. Yeah, we're at 8 p.m. local time here. So you can kind of tell the energy is still there.
Someone's asked a good question. Do they rebuild all the kart engines before the 24 hours? Well, actually, I think it was last year where they had a brand new fleet of karts coming in for the 24. Maybe it's the year before that. It was last year that they had the brand new karts coming in. This year it hasn't been brand new karts, but they will test all of the karts beforehand to make sure that they are all as close to each other as they possibly can be. As Cameron Das sneaks his way on to the broadcast screen in the number 1 kart for Spicy Boys, currently running in 5th place. And trying to hunt down TRX OGs just over a lap behind them. And TRX OGs, though, putting in some good laps at the moment and just starting to stretch that gap between 4th and 5th.
I wonder, looking at the nose of that number 1 Spicy Boys kart, I wonder if we should be calling him Camera Das.
Oh.
He's got a camera on him.
He's got many cameras on him. He's got the 360, I think, on the front nose. He's got one on his shoulder, and he's probably got a cam box as well, knowing him.
Camera Das, everybody.
Camera Das. Camera on Das. Might work a bit better, I don't know.
Because he sent through his little experience. You know, it wasn't too much. It was. Where is it? I just post videos on the internet so people can enjoy watching me struggle. I mean, there's not too much struggling going on.
That's so humble from him.
It is. He could have put all his achievements about
European Formula 3 driver or FIA Formula 3 driver.
Went around the outside of Christian Mansell to go and win the Euro Formula Open Championship with, that takes 5 years worth of experience. There was a kart. Oh, that's dicey in towards the right-hander. But there was a kart, I think, that slowed.
Was there?
On towards Symes Sweep. It's the Marshall kart.
I've just realised we've got custard creams in the production room.
Do we do a biscuit review?
That's what we did last time.
Right. Do we do a
oh, biscuit poll. What should be the biscuit? See, last time we did custard creams and bourbons. Bourbons? Bourbon. Is that how you say the alcohol as well? Is it, or is that bourbon or bourbon?
I barely touch alcohol.
Oh, I don't drink. I'm Muslim, so.
I'll see if James, because James has just entered the room. I'll see if we can get a custom creams review going on.
Oh, yes. See, I think after this, I'm going to pop to the Asda, grab myself a little snacky. Or maybe get takeaway. Pizza, chicken burger usually tends to be my way to go. Oh, let us know in the chat, guys. What is your takeaway of choice?
What takeaway should Youssef have? Because
not what should I have? Just what is your people's takeaway of choice?
What are their takeaway of choice?
I reckon we can't be bothered to make food. What's your go-to option?
I reckon a lot of the people are going to say Indian or Chinese.
Yeah, true. Chinese is a common one, to be fair. So is Indian.
Kebab's a really good one.
What type? Because so I grew up because I'm half Indian. I grew up with kebabs being like what people would call Sikh kebabs. So doner kebabs were for me the fake kebabs. But if I ever spoke to my friends and said kebabs, they think doner kebabs. So we need that distinction as well. Pizza, India. No, right. Okay, you can't just say Indian, right? You can't say a whole cuisine as your takeaway. You're not eating an entire country, right? What is the dish? Steak and kidney pie with chips and gravy. That is not a takeaway. That is a full-on meal. It's a great meal to have. You're missing Yorkshire puddings, but it is a great meal. We've also got potential interviewees coming in that we can talk to momentarily, so they can give us their options. Also, you can't say pizza. What's going on the pizza? Right, be specific, chat.
There we go. Kebab with salad.
What type of kebab? Right, we've said this. Doner kebab? No chips? Burger? What type? Normal burger? Chicken burger?
Well, I know who that's going to be.
McVitie's Digestives. That's not a takeaway, Alex.
Cheesy chips.
Pizza is my favourite. Guess what country I'm from? Well, Tiagos is not an Italian name. Cheesy chips. Now that's a takeaway. Not my kind of thing, but yeah. Pizza on top. On top of what? Why are you putting pizza on top of something? That might make a great burger. You have like a 5-inch pizza on the top and bottom, sandwich, bit of meat in the middle, spicy wings. That is great.
I'm trying to imagine it at the minute, but
Salt
my
and
brain
vinegar
is-
crisps. Well, we know Ruben's a child.
I'm surprised nobody says dino nuggies yet.
Doner meat and chips covered in mayo. I'd rather not have diabetes just yet. I've got a long way to go. Raj Multani. I have no idea what that is, but
no idea.
Sounds like an Indian, I guess.
There you go. Chicken salad, salad, chili sauce.
Chicken salad and then salad on top. Also, chili sauce does not go with salad. That just feels wrong. So,
Why be more specific, chat? Be more specific. You're saying Indian. You're seeing pizza. Come on, we need a little bit more from you. We need the margarita. What do you want? Aldas says, "Spicy boys, let's go." Aldas, come on, save us here. What is your go-to takeaway? And be specific. Don't just say a whole country.
yeah, Chinese with prawn crackers. Yes, because there's one dish in all of China. Crispy shredded beef from any Chinese is fire. But that.
Tikka masala, not too bad. That's my Indian go-to.
So now I can unleash my pet peeve. Why do people say tikka masala when it's tikka? There's two K's in there.
Because it's cause we're lazy.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I outed you there.
New choice. What about fuel? What? That's what dinner is. It's fuel.
No, that I'm pretty sure they're talking about petrol fuel. As a joke.
Speaking of petrol and cars, Nameless Motorsport are only 21 seconds behind Senior Tadpoles now. The gap has come down. Also, by the way, if anyone in chat is here at Buckmore and you fancy a nice chili and rice meal from the cafeteria downstairs, I got one, but I'm allergic to the broad beans in it. So if anyone wants to come and claim my dinner, you can. That is open to everyone.
We'll get back to you in just a moment, but we do have an interview. Kieran McGinley, over to you.
In the commentary box, yeah, after that run, I'm not surprised. But I'm here with BN Racing, here with Sean and Dan. Sean, I'll come to you first. BN Racing, let's talk BN Racing.
So BN Racing is basically the postcode of the area we're from. A group of friends, a growing group of friends that are just into racing, passionate about racing, and we just enjoy it. We're here for fun. That's all it is, really. But we do have a bit of a serious side as well. So it's just about having fun, really.
So let's talk about BN Racing's origin. Where did it all start? Obviously, you've got the postcode in there, brilliant. But how did it all start?
Team sport indoor, wasn't it? Yeah. So we started indoor, just got quite good at it, did a bit of BIKC, and it just sort of grew from there because obviously a group of people that are local, just enjoying it. That's basically it in a nutshell. That is it.
And so, obviously, coming from indoor karting and then being exposed to the element, what's the biggest challenge? What's the biggest step in making that?
Pace, I guess. It's the speed, having to adapt a little bit, and obviously the weather changing. Indoor it's the same every time, and you just have to dial it in. Whereas this, you have to adapt to the weather: cold, hot, wet, dry. You just have to adapt. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I like to think sometimes it is working out. How are BN Racing doing out there?
Right at the moment, I think I haven't looked at the boards, but it looked like we were P3 or P4 in our group in rookies. So we're doing okay.
More than okay. That's really good.
Yeah, I would say we're doing okay. Yeah, we're doing okay.
I will ask you, Sean, you showed me at the front of or the side of your lid, I should say, a little lucky charm. I don't know if you can see that on the camera.
Bit of a story behind it. So the sticker was just a bit of a fluke, really. The dog is my dog, Rocky, and he is a spitting image of him. But it's just a coincidence that he's got the unicorn on his head. The unicorn is a big part of our family because my niece passed away at a really young age, 12 days old, so it's just a really big part. Unfortunately, a friend of mine, I told him about the story, he hit him quite hard, so he made us some badges, so everyone's got badges, and it's my lucky charm. That's it, in a nutshell.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff. I'll come to you, Dan. I don't know if we can get a close-up of this badge as well. It's a lovely badge. Dan, how long have you been a member of BN Racing?
I joined last year, we raced here last year. I suppose we've probably been going, a year and a half now. Officially expanded to 2 teams this year. So we've actually got our main team, Top Deck, racing out there, and then we've got the second team out there, BN. So yeah, really nice group, ever growing.
Ever growing. And does it limit yourself to the postcode now, or is it open to all?
It's open to anyone. Anyone we bump into, we meet different people at different tracks. Keen to get a lot more people involved in it. We've got kids coming up potentially in the next few years that will be joining us as well, so it could be interesting, yeah.
Great stuff. And of course the top deck team, you said, is the sort of challenging for that clubman podium at the moment. What's the sort of feeling right now? I mean, we've got about 19 hours to go, but what's the feeling? Checkered flag, would that be a good day, podium?
It'd be a brilliant day, yeah. There's every chance. Struggling a little bit on straight line speed, but otherwise we've got the pace, we're in the mix. Just see what the next 19 hours brings, really.
Brilliant. And I'll leave with Sean. I'll leave with you with the final word. Any final words to say?
Final words to say. Not much really. I'm just about to go out, so I'm quite nervous and got twitchy feet going. So I actually can't think of anything at the moment other than I'm just going to go out there and just try and make the team a bit proud. You know, it's maybe I put a bit more pressure on myself than I should, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like we said. Ultimately, it's just a group of friends having fun. So that's what I'm going to go out there and have fun.
Yeah, take a deep breath. Just enjoy it out there. You'll enjoy it. But Sean, Dan, thank you so much for joining me, and it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it's back to Yusuf and Adam.
We've had a second dog sticker that has been added to the counter. We're up to 6.
We've got another black flag as well for Team ARD. They just picked that one up, and they were running in they were in 3rd. Now they've dropped back down to 4th and are trying to hunt back TRX OGs for 3rd. Senior Tadpole, 1 hour 53 minutes. So they're not really pushing their fuel loads to the very max, and that's allowing Nameless to actually gain a little bit on them. And I actually think Nameless might end up doing one less stop than them over the course of this race.
Absolutely. It looks like also Senior Tadpoles have been come into the pit lane there. They are already back out onto the circuit, and we'll hopefully get an idea on the gap. 22.6 seconds was the gap when they crossed the timing beam, because of course where the pit lane is, we have floodlights. Oh, how great is that? Yes, going back to the Senior Tadpoles, they currently sit in 2nd place. The gap currently sit at 22.6 seconds. More moves being made on screen there. But overall, I think they've got a really good pace. You know, they can really move their way up. We're just trying to see where that gap is potentially, and I think they should be coming around the final corner now. There's the 15, there's the 25, there's the 20, and the 11, the number 5, 25 in 0.6 seconds. So they have crossed the line. They're just ahead of that battle as well. So they've got a little bit of clear air to follow, before then they can potentially get back onto to terms with Nameless Motorsport. Shall we go back to the takeaway chat? Because we've got
back to food.
Back to food. Because Matt Amos has said, got in chat.
Oh, black flag for Senior Tadpoles. That is big.
That is very big. Let's move away from food chat for a bit. Matt Amos has said something, but let's see what this black flag will be, because now Senior Tadpoles will just come into the pit lane. They are now being brought back in, so they potentially will fall a whole lap behind Nameless, and that will be an absolute mountain to climb.
Well, don't forget that Nameless still have another pit stop to go, so once Nameless do that, then it'll be very close. We've got to fight out on circuit. Not poor position, though, so we're going to hand back over to Kieran McGinley.
Yes, thank you very much. And Johnny Brighton's walked in here, and he's, well, very kindly offered for an interview in exchange for a free dinner. We'll see about the dinner. But Johnny, good to have you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I heard on the live stream that I was going to get a free meal if I came into the room, and I've been forced into a chat with this guy. So here we are. He didn't even know who I was last year. I thought I was serious business. But whatever. You know what? We go again.
Well, Johnny, great to have you back. Obviously part of the Spicy Boys in their title reign last... Oh, there you go. There's your dinner.
Oh. All right, I'll see you guys later. I'm joking. Well, now it was all worth it. Now I'm more than happy to do an interview. Yeah, so last year was great. Obviously, we benefited a lot from the rain, being honest. Like, we got a lot of boys on our team who are unreal in the wet. So we were praying for it this year. We were doing rain dances. I was doing some cloud seeding, all sorts of stuff, trying to get some rain to fall on the circuit. It's not happened. Must be one of the first dry Buckmores in what, like 4 years, 5 years? So it's going to be rough out there, war of attrition, but team's working hard. It's got Cam in the cart right now. Cam Das, maybe you've heard of him if you like go-karting. I hadn't. I'm joking, but yeah. So yeah, I think we're pretty good. We're working hard.
I heard after your victory, actually, the city of Brighton was named after you. So
correct. Yeah. It was previously it was Broughton. If you think differently, you're obviously wrong. And so it became Brighton to commemorate an exceptional victory last year against the Frogs. So shout out the Frogs as well. Shame to not have them here this year. It was great battling with them last year. They need that step up to pros though, and it's a rough step up. I can promise you that much.
I mean, yeah, talk to us about the pro step up as well. Obviously, you've come from clubman into pro now. How's the transition been, and what's been the challenges?
Good. We got a couple different signings on the team. We got Toby McAllister-Brown, who effectively was born, raised, and will carry on living here for the rest of time. So yeah, if you've ever been to Buckmore, you'll know that he's always around. Cam's been a great signing as well. Cam's doing an excellent job out there, just putting in laps, putting in the hard work. And then everyone else has been, like, when I tell you, I must have spent, my mortgage is in jeopardy with how much cash I've spent here over the last few months trying to run laps. So it's been a big jump. The pros are rapid and they don't make any mistakes. So we're praying for a good strategy this race. We're hoping that the kart stays together. The boys stay together as well. I know there's some pain out there. So yeah, hard work. Hopefully it pays off.
I'll leave it on a lid basis. Talk us through your lid here.
Brand spanking new, never to be worn. I started a business called Lid Mods. It basically just does these sweet little visor strips. So I'm breaking the thing here, but these little visor strips and whatever. So started that business like last year, and it seems to be doing quite well. So I thought I would get a little helmet that matches the logo, if that makes any sense. And my friend Dan painted it for me. If you're at the track, come have a chat, because I'll do you a nice visor strip and Dan will do you a nice lid. So
great stuff. And what would be a good day at the office for the Spicy Boys then?
Look, we would love a podium. There are two guys out there who are just absolutely killing everyone, though. So we know we're fighting for potentially a P3, if at best. I want a top 5. Sorry, I would love a P3. I want a top 5. I want the boys to just do a good job. So as long as we put everything on the line, I'm happy.
Well, that interview deserves that dinner. Enjoy it, Johnny.
Yeah, boy, let's get it.
And with that, back to you, Yusuf and Adam.
Well, that was a very excited interview, and now a full stomach as well. It's yours. You can keep it if you want.
Dinner offers.
Yeah.
He's run with it.
So, Senior Tadpoles, after completing their black flag, they've come out of the pits right behind Nameless Motorsport, which is going to make things very, very tasty. They aren't battling for position, but they are definitely battling for pride, and we don't know where Nameless are going to come out after they complete their pit stop, probably in about 15 to 20 minutes at time. So hopefully we get to catch them out on circuit at some point. We were very close to each other a few laps ago, but I don't know if that is still the case now. I would assume it is. Yes, I think it is. So they're making their way over the line. And there is the number 2 of Bo Sullivan. And there's Cameron Das. Now, where is the number 5 of Jamie Tiley Gooden is the question. And the answer to that is, I don't know.
I think also Matt Amos was getting in chat telling Aldas to come and tell us his takeaway order. So I think Kieran might have to go on the hunt for Mr. Aldas.
No, Kieran spoke to Aldas earlier on. Trackside, I think.
He did, but we haven't got his takeaway order.
Ah, yes, true. There is the number 5 of Senior Tadpoles. Thank you very much, production, for finding him. Who is that out on circuit for number 5? I don't recognise that helmet suit combo. It's not Oliver Borg, is it?
I don't have a look, but it'd be pretty lengthy.
Well, it's white and blue, and no one on their list has a white and blue suit, apart from William Sparrow. And that's white and gold. So, Ellis, if you're in chat, let me know who is out on circuit for you at the moment, because I don't recognise the suit currently.
Welcome, Motorsport Magpie. Went to the pub for a chicken tikka and a chocolate sundae. Some
Not really a takeaway then, is it? If you
no, that's more of a restaurant. More of a dinner out on that one. we're really starting to go into the night now, so the clear visors will be more of a feature. Track limit warning there for Cessa Drink Racing, unfortunately. I want to have a look at... No, it's not who I think it was.
George Palmer Mobsby is out at the moment. Yes. Of course he's racing for them, but his details aren't on our sheet. So,
yeah.
George Palmer Mobsby out at the moment for Senior Tadpoles, another one of the Club 100 junior drivers. I think they're all Club 100 junior drivers apart from, well, actually, George, Ellis, and Jamie are Club 100 junior drivers. Oliver, Jasper, and William are not. Jasper and William racing the Buckmore Junior, now the Buckmore Senior Championship, I think, and Oliver is a TKM Owen driver and used to be a Buckmore Junior champion as well. So there you go.
Yeah, so plenty of laps around the circuit, and I think it's really just all about finding consistency, especially when you go around a circuit such as this. It's, you know, there's so many different lines you can take around Buckmore Park, whether you want to go tight, whether you want to go wide and cut in. You know, there's so many lines you can take to the circuit. I think that's one of the things about having so many laps around here. You know, you're able to really get an idea after with the amount of laps to see, you know, what is right, what is wrong. Of course, you've got plenty of time in both conditions, especially if if you compete in plenty of championship with Buckmore Park hosts. Go and have a look at that on the Buckmore Park website. If you want to have a go around the same circuit, 30 of these karts are going around at the moment. You are more than welcome to do so, and check out the website, especially with the exciting things that are coming up here at Buckmore Park with the likes of the cafe coming up near where Simon Sweep is. That's where you've got to be looking. So battle down towards Simon Sweep. There's a whole different set of drivers here, a lot of them in the rookie class. And that is the number 5 there of Senior Tadpoles trying to make their way through. Of course, with the black flag that they got straight after their pit stop, it will be interesting to see where they are at the moment, but only a tenth separate the times there for Nameless and Senior Tadpoles. They head their way down towards hairpin 1. They're just trying to work their way through the traffic. At this moment in time, I think it'll be a bit of a difficulty for Senior Tadpole, but we're really heading into the night stages where really anything can happen. It's going to be all about who has the, who has that energy, who has the grunt in the squishy thing on the seat and behind the wheel.
I've kind of just zoned out for a bit. I was talking to Rory O'Regan, who jumped up, and then I tuned back into listening to you, and now I'm hearing squishy things on bums and something about seats.
So basically, the way like some people describe like drivers is the squishy thing between the wheel and the seat. That is basically another way they call a racing driver.
Oh, okay, right, I see. And that, weighs the cart down and makes it slower as well, of course.
Yeah, of course. So the rookies are really starting to get a little bit friendly with each other. There's the 23 and the 4 having to go at each other. The 4 should just go on through, sending the 23 out a little bit wide there. It's very difficult to go through turn number 10 with too wide.
So I thought of something that we can do in 4 minutes' time. We're going to be hitting the 6-hour mark. We could do a quarter-hour race update.
We can. I think that will be well put together.
So we can start thinking now what we want to talk about. Well, what have been our highlights so far of this race?
I think usually if it was me, I would just do a full rundown of the entire table.
Okay.
And
so you can do the table rundown, and then I'll do the overview of what's happened in the race, like the battles and stuff.
So yeah, the way I'd work it is I would go down this entire table that we have, and I would say like they've done really well. They've had this moment, they've had that moment. Just the way I work it out in RHPK. So like the way I'd start off with Nameless are at the top. They've done 423 laps, and Senior Tadpoles, they've been very, very close, and then you've got TRX who have just kept themselves in third. Moving away, we'll do that in a moment because we have an interview with Kieran McGinley. Who have you got there, Kieran?
Well, I'm up here in race control now as well. One man is just about to finish up for the night. It's Mr. Clint Bell, who's keeping a watchful eye on all of our drivers, I'm sure. Clint, can we distract you for a couple of minutes?
Yes, you can have me for a few minutes.
Right, let's talk us through the race. And obviously look very dapper with the Union flag at the start.
Thank you very much, thank you. It's just for you. It's just for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciated it. How have our drivers been so far?
If I'm honest, I think they've been really good. There's a battle at the top with a couple of teams. I think later on a few of the other pro teams will start catching up. Overall, driving standards okay. A few teams getting caught out with the track limits. I can now see them trying to keep off the red, but you know, I like to catch a few people out.
I'm sure you do. I mean, obviously now Buckmore 24 Hour, it's just seems like it's getting bigger and bigger. I mean, how's it from your side? A lot of prep goes into this?
Yeah, the prep is actually more stressful than the race, if I'm honest. A lot of the time the 24 can be, I don't want to say the word, but boring, where it just goes smooth. So not really boring because there's exciting racing, but because we put all the work in before the event, it makes it easy. So I'll take boring back, but smooth is my new word. So it goes smooth, so I'm very happy with it so far.
We're heading to that sort of stage of the night when 1 o'clock in the morning we start the service stop. So just for the viewers, can you explain what happens in that service stop?
Yes, so once we start the services, we've done a random draw. All the teams know when they're going to be coming in, their times. We bring 2 teams in at a time. Our team will take them down to the workshop. They'll check over the kart, check all nuts and bolts, oil. The front tyres will also be changed, so they get some fresh boots. Just the fronts though, because we know what the rears can do. They can last a little bit longer. They check everything over. These services will last 8 minutes, and that'll be for everybody. And just get those karts over the line. In my opinion, they'd probably last without the service stop, but it's just that extra bit to keep them tip-top so we don't get any breakdowns towards the end.
That sounds like a plan. Right, have there been any particular naughty teams so far?
I'm not going to call names out because no, I'm not going to.
Okay.
I will hint at a few teams, and if they want to work it out, that's up to them. There was a team, I think they were on your stream or interviewed recently. I can't remember the team name, but I think they said their kart was abysmal. In practice, I think they were doing 49 sevens, in the race 49 eights. I think they need to look at their black flags rather than their kart as to why they're not in the lead. I will not say any more than that.
You digress. I like that. Keep it civil. I love it. So obviously we're getting to the night stint now. I mean, you've done endurance races in the past as well, plenty of them. Any tips for nighttime drivers?
Lots of Red Bull before you go out. A clear visor, as I think a few teams might be caught out shortly. Just as long as you're rested before and just keep it on the circuit. Don't need to go crazy. Keep it consistent. Don't make any silly mistakes when you're getting tired. But apart from that, it's just the same under lights. It's the same as what you've been doing during the day. Yes, it can be a little bit colder, but the weather's been all right. It shouldn't be too much. Just keep out of trouble. It's endurance. It's not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Clint, thank you so much for talking to us. Have some well-deserved rest.
I will try. I'm going to get some food and go and chat to the customers, as I've been stuck up here, and I'd like to go and have a chat with a few people, but I shall see you at the end of the event.
Very much looking forward to it. Thank you, Clint. I'll leave you to your last minutes on the shift, and with that, from race control, it's back to the commentary box.
Thank you for that, Kieran, and I really love Clint. He's very on the point, very honest. And yeah, he's always a very good interviewee. But while he won't mention the team, I will, because it was João Gabriel Castro from NFS Kovacs. And speaking of the Kovacs, they've actually made their way up into 7th. So they are steadily working their way up. They're 30 seconds behind
Team ARD and Spicy Boys. They've stopped getting themselves some black flags recently. And, well, with ARD picking up a couple of black flags, they are looking at a potential top 5.
They absolutely are. Of course, they were sitting in third at one stage of this race. And now they've fallen back with the black flags. I think they do have that opportunity to make their way up. I think it's just trying to push their way on through. As you said, going into the night stages, anything can happen. You know, as Clint said, there's plenty of mistakes that can be made, and you know, you don't want that. You want to be keeping your nose clean. It might be a bit of a weighing up of the scales of, do you want to push but potentially make mistakes, or do you want to keep it be slower but keep it clean? It might be one of those ones, but even then, you might unfortunately fall to a moment where you unfortunately get maybe hit off or something along those lines.
And I've also heard that apparently one of our wonderful camera operators has been given an amazing coffee. Apparently it was very sweet and tasty. So to whoever did that, thank you very much. Our camera operator is very grateful.
Lovely, lovely. Let's go through our 6-hour rundown. Nameless Motorsports.
So apparently they're all watching from a pub in Devon at the Pitwick Inn. So Pitwick Inn, shout out to you guys. I'm sure they're now screaming at the shout out. We'd love to hear from you. You can send us a nice video on. You can tag us on Instagram and Twitter, can't you?
Yeah.
Hashtag Buckmore B24
There's a hashtag down there.
Hashtag BP25.
Hashtag
there we
BP25.
go. It's almost like our production team was ready for this.
It's Alpha Live. They're great. They're great. They're great staff. You know, they've done so many events. I've worked with the likes of Watermill Kart Club. Yeah. Of course, this is the first one.
So if they tag us on Twitter, or X as some people call it now, if it's a cool video, we can actually put it up on the overlay as well, possibly.
That would be,
or just on the screen. No, okay.
No,
I think I'm putting words into production's mouth now. That I can only apologise for.
Yeah, also covered the Chris McCarthy charity night, setting purple sectors back in, I believe it was November. And Cameras Das was there.
Cameras I love how that's catching on.
And yeah, our very own Camera Das is very much with part of that. Yeah, I was very lucky to be there. Of course, a brilliant piece that I was a part of. A night in Milton Keynes at the Simply Race studios with the likes of Christian Mansell, Zach O'Sullivan.
Is that the Christian Mansell that Cameras Das overtook around the outside to get a championship?
It was indeed.
Was it?
It's the same one. Yeah, plenty of people involved in that group, and it looks like there will be a second rendition of Setting Purple Sectors. So, well done to Chris McCarthy. If he is listening, yeah, he has been at Silverstone today, so I won't be surprised if he's currently busy at the moment. But if Chris does decide to watch back, then you've done an amazing job on that. It's been an absolutely wonderful event to have, and I can't wait for the second rendition. Hope Silverstone also went very well. I've seen all the stories on Instagram of you with Hugo Schwarzer, with VRD Arden, and of course with Kian Jewis for the 2Cs Motorsport team. I'm sure Silverstone was absolutely incredible, and I'm really looking forward to setting Purple Sectors too.
Team Rango with Red Mist actually just put in a new personal best of 49.69 for the second quickest lap of the race. So they've got their ringer out at the moment. Team Rango with Red Mist and ringer out on circuit. We did say we'd give an update at about 6 hours. So Nameless Motorsport currently leading from the senior tadpoles. It's been quite an interesting first 6 hours to the race. Essentially every single stint from Nameless and senior tadpoles, there has been a change for the lead, on-track battle between the two of them. It's always been very close, and what we have consistently seen is Nameless Motorsport have got a black flag, and then 10 minutes after, Senior Tadpoles then go and get themselves a black flag as well. It's constantly kept things even, but those two are on a different level to everyone else. They have lapped everyone else out on circuit. Nameless are currently a lap ahead of Senior Tadpoles, but they have an extra pit stop to do. The big question is, Nameless are really stretching out their stints compared to Senior Tadpoles, so we're expecting, once we get a good 12 hours into this race,
Nameless Motorsport might have actually gained an entire pit stop over Senior Tadpoles, and this is where that experience that Nameless Motorsport have over Senior Tadpoles will come in clutch, and it doesn't matter how quick you are, Nameless are going to get that extra pit stop, which is about an extra minute.
It will be. It's going to be so important, I think, for a lot of those drivers. You can see there, Nameless Motorsport siding their way through the rookie class karts. And they'll be really hoping to extend. The TRX OGs are now into the pit lanes, so they should be going behind Accelerate Kent Brewery. There, the number 3 karts up into third. We'll have an update there on your timing stands. And there they go, the Kent Brewery up to third. Then we find TRX OG's Spicy Boys with our resident Camera Das.
Cameras Das. As there is the number 2 into the pits now. This is big. Nameless Motorsport then pitting from the lead. Bo Sullivan jumps out of the kart. Who is going to jump in? We'll find out momentarily. But the critical thing is, where did he come out relative to Senior Tadpoles? I was talking to Rory O'Regan earlier. He reckons they're going to come out about 5 to 10 seconds behind. There is the number 5 making their way through turns 1 and 2. And they haven't taken the lead just yet. And now they're waiting for a certain Peter Knight to jump into the kart and will fly out of the pits. And that is also the Reading University driver. BUKC champions as well from last year. They weren't able to win it this year, unfortunately for them. But they have crossed the line. Senior Tadpoles are still yet to cross the line. So Nameless have a big lead over Senior Tadpoles. That's about half a lap's worth. And they've both done the same amount of pit stops as well now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be so important, knowing that they've done a pit stop less. And then following on from Spicy Boys, ARD, of course, they've had multiple black flags. They've had a come in as well. It's not gone to plan for ARD, the number 7 car, currently sitting there in P6. Still 2 laps down from the race leaders of Nameless Motorsport. They have made 5 pit stops, come in 5 times over the course of this race. They were up in a really good position, especially starting 8th place on the grid. That's going to be, that was a really good result to be in, but they've really improved it when they went up to 3rd, but it's just been extra struggles. Maple Motorsport, I think they've kept very consistent. Yes, they've lost a place from their starting position, but they're still up in such a good place. They've got immaculate vibes, I think, with the Canadian vibe around them. And then, of course, you do find NFS Kodaks there in P8. They've been really working their way up high. Of course, went up 4 places from their starting positions. Then we find Ditch Finders in P11. They've had a quiet race, apart from making a few places up from their starting positions. Then we find Team Ranga.
Also, just want to clarify, because a few people have asked in the chat. So the broadcast is going to run for the full 24 hours. Production can correct me here if I'm wrong. However, us as commentators, we won't be here between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So in 1.5 hours, we'll be jumping off the comms, and then we'll be back at 7 a.m. The stream will still be running, so you can all tune into the stream. You can see the cars out on track. The cameras will still be running, as will the live timing, but there won't be any audio from us commentators. It'll just all be trackside noise that you'll hear until 7 a.m. Or maybe if we're really nice, we'll get in half an hour early.
Absolutely. Team Rango with Red Mist, currently in P10. They've got past Falcon. They're doing such a great job. I think they've been doing really good in the rookie class, putting themselves into a position where they'll mix it up with the likes of the pro category karts. Are they doing the same lap times? Well, roughly. They're into the 49.994s last time around, keeping themselves consistent with their best time being 49.694. So, in fact, that's 3/10 of a second slower compared to their time last time. Of course, Falcon haven't had the best time, neither of SRK Championship. I think they've really put themselves in a position where they've done okay.
I do like how Martin Webster in the chat has said that there's nothing Canadian about the Maple team. It's a long story. And it's just reminded me, remember when Kieran was doing his interviews down in the paddock, and they interviewed Losing Daylight, and the guy said, so, got a really long story about our team name, and he proceeded to tell the entire story in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was interesting. Interesting little story, but no, it's still a story. It's what we like to hear on the commentary box.
I should know who that is, but I can't quite remember.
I think that's how we're all feeling at this moment in time.
Wait, this is really annoying me that I can't remember who it is. I think it's one of the drivers from, I want to say NFS, possibly. I can't remember. Sorry, guys. Someone can let me know in the chat. So, good question. Is there a limit to the number of drivers per team? How many is the optimal? How many driver changes, refuels throughout the 24 hours? So, refuels are whenever the drivers come into the pits to refuel. Buckmore Park doesn't tell the teams how far a kart can go. It's up to the teams to be able to figure that out and make an informed decision on their strategy and decide how far into a stint they want to go. So we have some teams that are going over 2 hours in a stint, some teams that are playing it a bit safer and going 1 hour 55 or 1 hour 50. So it is entirely a strategy thing. It's one of the things we really love about the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Usually teams will make a driver change after every single stint. Personally, if I was running a team, I wouldn't do that because I personally believe that a driver will be fastest right after their stint because they're still in the zone. So I would actually double stint. But some teams might want to keep their drivers fresh and change their drivers every single stint. There is no optimal for a number of drivers on the team. It's entirely based on how many drivers you have, how comfortable your drivers are with putting in multiple stints over the course of a 24 hours. So usually you'd say that teams will probably try to do maybe about 3 stints over the course of the 24 hours, or they'll probably at the very least do 2 stints over the 24 hours. So that's 4 hours in total per driver, which comes out to about 6 drivers that you need. But many teams will have more than 6 drivers, some will have less than 6 drivers.
We get cool down room camera.
Drivers have to swap at every fuel stop. That's probably why teams should read the rules and regulations.
Yes. But now we get an indication of what the energy's looking like in the cool down room. Seems like there's a lot of chilling out going on. Lots of food, I'd say. I think that's the
Why
main
are people
thing.
trying to make me hungry today?
But yeah, going through the standings once again. Eden's Motor Group, 13th overall, sitting second in the rookie class. It's been a good day for them. I think SRK have been promoted because of course they've gone up 10 places. They started in 22nd. So they found themselves now up in 12th. And now that's why they're in the pro category class. Fueled by Snacks, 3rd in the rookie class. They've gone down 4 compared to their starting position. Contact warning, nameless motorsport. That happened about a minute ago, so that's something that we missed. And of course, Blue Flag Bandits had a black flag almost 10 minutes ago now. What about Zesty Drink Racing? They're currently sitting in 4th. And of course, they had the dog earlier on in the stream. If you want to go back and have a look at that, that's around about the 22.5-hour remaining mark. We find the Top Deck BN Racing. They're sitting in 5th in the class. They're on the same lap as Zesty Drink Racing, so they'll be really working their way potentially onto the back of them. See if they can potentially seal a podium. And then Thunder Vipers, Kieran's favourite name out of the entire.
It is a great name.
It is a great name. They've gone up 10 places. They have thundered their way through up to from 27th in the field.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. That was a solid pun. Maybe we should have had a pun counter as well.
No, that would have gone off the charts.
Yeah, that would have actually.
Off the paper. I think we would have had to get a whole receipt of paper.
one of those ones that you have to fall about 10 times to fit in your wallet.
Yes. Slimy Swordfish, P18. They've not done too bad. We've also got Black Flag AMG Racing. Phoenix Racing also into the pits now. So they pit from 20th. And it looks like Thunder Vipers have actually now put themselves up past top deck BN Racing. Saw that change happening on the graphic a moment ago. Elite Crawley Racing down there in 21st place. Of course, they'll be hoping for a top 20, similar to a lot of the other karts down here. Harlow All Stars 22nd with BN Racing. So 2 BN Racing teams in here. The top deck team in 17th overall compared to the normal BN Racing in 23rd, losing Daylight in 24th. Exactly what's happened. We've lost all of it with Bomber Kart in 25th, followed by RLK Bandits, Slick and Tired. I think that latter word really describes how a lot of the drivers will be feeling at this moment in time. Richard's Racing Team started last. They put themselves up to 28th. I think their best position at one stage was indeed 25th or 24th. So they'll be hoping for a really good end to this race. They still got to work through that middle stage, I'd say. But I'm keeping in close contact with one of their drivers, Jamie Salter, who of course does Super 1. Potentially might get him in for an interview if he's still around. But I think he's running around out there on circuit at this moment in time. And we find Belly Boys Racing, who are hoping not to be last, but it does look like Blue Flags Bandits, who were interviewed by Kieran McGinley earlier. And they were hoping not to take the wooden spoon. And they're now down there by 2 laps, it seems like. But of course, like a lot of the rookies, it's just about having fun. It is just about getting out there, putting yourself into an endurance race. You know, maybe when you're in your young adult age, you do some silly things. Sometimes, and maybe one of them might be signing up for a 24-hour karting race where you get absolutely thrown around in your kart seat and find out that your ribs are now absolutely bruised for a month.
So just want to give a shout out to Justin Cheesley in the chat, who is watching this from his chair. Absolutely incredible commitment from Justin. And currently out for the number 2 kart is Peter Knight. So he's got his first stint that he is currently up to and doing a decent job. So after all the penalties and everything has been applied, by they I mean Nameless and Senior Tadpoles, that they've made the same number of stops, 5 pit stops. Nameless are 29 seconds ahead of Senior Tadpoles, and they're further into their stint. So Nameless pitted 20 minutes after Senior Tadpoles. So everything is looking really good for Nameless Motorsports at the moment. And for Senior Tadpoles, they currently have George Palmer Mosby at the wheel.
Yosha, W2S is in Senior Tadpoles. No, he is not. Otherwise, we would have seen Harry here at the circuit. And I can confirm he is not here. Otherwise, he would have had about 4 interviews by now.
WTS?
Roadshaw. Harry Shaw.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sidemen member.
See, I rather embarrassingly know nothing about them, really, apart from the fact that some of them do the Buckmore Park 24 hours every now and then. Or they did it for 3 years in a row.
Yeah, you kind of missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Ah, hello.
That's us.
There's us. Got the security camera.
That's,
this is what
that's
our
Kieran
looks
McGinley over there, who's... what are you eating, Kieran? A panini.
A panini. That's
a good shout, actually.
That's a good shout, because I've got to get dinner at some point. So I've still got my... Where is it? I've still got my meal deal. I have to use this. And thankfully, I haven't been stolen yet.
Shout out to Buckmore Park, who have given us some nice meal deal coupons that we can use in the cafeteria.
Yeah, again, we'll say this again for 4th time. Senior Tadpoles is the younger team. They have taken the pit board off Senior Frogs, so the spirit of the Sidemen still live on. Unfortunately, no will not be having a Chippo appearance. unless somebody randomly has one of the Sidemen's number, but I highly doubt it, unfortunately. So, again, if anyone new, sorry to burst your bubble. For the ones that have stayed a while,
it's like the Senior Frogs, but fast.
The thing is, you are correct.
Faster.
You know,
in fairness to Burnt Chip, I've actually been really impressed by how quick he's got over the few years. I'm surprised that he didn't come, like, even if it wasn't to race as Senior Frogs, but just to come and race with a team for a couple of stints, because he's been getting there, and I can't take that away from him because he's been solid.
And then you think, how many laps has he done around here?
I mean, I also have to mention the fact that they have used their ringer to boost them up by, oh, how am I forgetting his name? I literally know him and speak to him every few weeks. This is Matt Plum. They get Matt Plum to do like half the race.
Yes.
And they're like, hey, we did really well. No, Matt Plum, right? I would want to see what Senior Frogs can do in rookies without Matt Plum.
Okay.
Right, as a proper rookie team, right? No ringer to boost you up. Yeah.
We'll have to give Chip back. If anyone can call up Chipper, I'm all ears to try and get him in for the Buckmore Park 24 Hour 2026 edition.
I'm down. And it won't be as confusing saying Buckmore 24 Hours 25 or 2025.
Yeah. Because I'm surprised nobody. Was there a way you could mess up Buckmore Park 24 Hour 2024? No chance.
No. The 24-24.
The 24 and 24.
Yep. 7th year. Next year's 8th. And then 2028 is going to be the 10th year anniversary.
That's going to be great. Because the first time I was here was 2020 as a spectator.
Okay.
So I managed to. I don't know. Am I allowed to say this on stream?
I don't know.
I mean,
I genuinely say if you have to think about it, then don't say it.
Huh?
Is my general rule. But
I
think the first 24 hours I watched was when Lando Norris was racing, because Ed Bars was also racing. He's a chap I know from Club 100. And Ed Bars overtook and gapped Lando Norris, and I was so happy. But then again, Ed Bars is an incredibly quick karter, and Lando Norris has not been in karts, let alone 4-stroke karts, in a very, very long time. So I wasn't surprised to see it, but I feel like a lot of people who don't know a lot about racing would be in there and be like, oh my god, Lando Norris has been overtaken.
They won't believe it. What is the gap between kart 1 and kart 6? Well, that, my friend, is 17 seconds. They lost 0.2 of a second to the TRX OGs last time around. And then there's a further 20 seconds for up to Accelerate Kent Brewery. So it's about 37 seconds between Accelerate Kent Brewery and Spicy Boys for all you Cameron Das fans.
Jambo brings up an interesting point. Could say the same for any team, not just Senior Frogs. Remove your fastest driver and see how you do. I think if you took Nameless or Senior Tadpoles and removed their fastest driver, it wouldn't make any difference. And that's the same for a lot of teams, because it's about, which is one of, in my opinion, the biggest things about a endurance team. How consistent is your team? Not just having one driver who's able to do something, but all of your team, all of your team members. And the same thing even when we race in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, right? We've got a team of 2 or 3, some teams have 4 or 5. You have to be able to set up your kart, and you have to set up your kart in a way that's not just suitable for one driver, but it's suitable so all of your drivers can perform well. And that is the essence of a very quick endurance team. Also, if I'm on track with Lando, he's getting no space. Just do him at the start. He doesn't know how to start a race, right? Lando, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
I think it would be a really interesting champ. Like, let's say we just get like a load of actual racing drivers, and not just like kart drivers, but like professional racing drivers all together. I reckon it'd be carnage.
Yeah. definitely. And just let me race with them as well, because I want to have some fun.
Or we just have like a mix where like a select few, like you enter a raffle, and so all the teams are professional racing drivers. So like to have F2, F3, Formula E, WEC or something along those lines, and then everyone enters a raffle, and if you get selected, you kind of get drawn into one of the professional teams.
So, I don't know why this is reminding me. Back in the 80s, they did an event at Hockenheim where they got loads of Formula One drivers and they put them all in, like, essentially road-going Mercedes something or other. It was just standard Mercedes road cars. So they were all very close together and they got them racing around Hockenheim, and it was amazing. So you had, like, Prost, Senna, all of these guys just whizzing around in Germany. And it was absolutely amazing. If anyone can, it's on YouTube. You can go and watch that. Obviously, not while this broadcast is going on. You've got our puns and memes and racing to watch and listen to. But that was absolutely amazing. So if you ever want to see what it looks like with F1 drivers in evenly paced machinery, that is a really good thing to watch.
Or I've got another method. You go and watch that video now, but then you use us as your night radio.
I mean, the video's only like 5 minutes long. 5-10 minutes long.
True. And then come back to us, and then, of course, use us as your night radio.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the marshals there. Without them, we cannot go racing. That is a very, very true statement. You know, all our marshals have done an incredible job there.
That's Mr. Andy Clark jumping in, who is actually a marshal. I think he marshals at Silverstone. Oh. Goes around to some F1 races as well. Marshals there. So,
was it Nürburgring? It must have been some.
Oh, maybe it could have been Nürburgring GP. I thought it was Hockenheim, to be honest. Maybe they did one at each.
Antonelli, Piastri.
But it was somewhere in Germany.
Lando, Charles, Alex Stewart. They probably don't know what a Buckmore is, to be honest, apart from Lando.
Who?
So Jambo is saying Antonelli, Piastri, Lando, Charles, Alex should enter next year.
They'll know what Buckmore Park is. It's one of the biggest owner karts.
Apart from Lando, none of them probably know.
No, they will. 100%. When you talk about UK karting scene in owner karts, the circuits that you think of is Buckmore Park, PFI, Wilton Mill. Yeah. Those are the ones that will always come up. So anyone who's been owner karting and had to do races in the UK, you probably, at the minimum, you would have heard of Buckmore Park. I can't remember which international series go to Buckmore Park, but I'm guessing maybe one or two come here. I don't know.
I just gave him the big old shrug.
Yeah. But anyway,
17 and a half minutes. Well, 17 and a half minutes. 17 and a half hours remaining. My goodness me, I'd be very excited if there was 17 and a half minutes remaining. Senor Tadpoles now 31 seconds behind Nameless Motorsport. So I wonder if they're extending that gap or if they are potentially, all the gaps coming down. It does seem like that they are trying to work their way through, but they're losing out by less than a tenth of a second. So, yeah, 900ths of a second. Looks like we have another interview ready. Kieran McGinley.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here with Josh Pounds of TRX. Josh, how are you doing? I'm guessing you've just come off a stint, have you?
Yeah, I've been off for about 15 minutes, had a Red Bull, sorted myself out, and yeah, just recovering really.
So is there a night stint? If you've got Red Bull in you, is there a night stint in the car?
There actually isn't. I'm going to be getting some sleep because I'm going back out about 6:30, so maybe it wasn't the smartest idea, but yeah.
I was going to say, having a Red Bull whilst you want to go to sleep, yeah, kind of a conflict of interest, I think. But let's talk less about that and talk more about the team. How's it going out there?
Yeah, really well. Everyone's putting in really good lap times, being consistent. Our cart's a bit of a handful, but it's got pace in it, so we're just trying to extract it. And yeah, we're doing really well. I think we're looking at net P3, that's what we're targeting, and anything higher is a bonus. So.
Now, have you been to sort of Buckmore before? Because I know TRX had 3 teams in there last year. Were you part of that setup last year?
So I was part of the team, but I was actually racing for a different team last year. I was racing for BN. but I was part of TRX, and yeah, the team do lots of stuff across the UK all throughout the year. We're running the Ultimate Rental Karting Championship. Date's going to be announced pretty soon for that, but that's really great sort of community, good environment, and yeah, I think there are 4 rounds across the year and at various different circuits.
So obviously you've been here last year. Have there only been any previous adventures to here?
Yeah, so I've been doing the endurance series with TRX as well, with TRX OGs. And yeah, I've just been here on open sessions as well, done a couple of Pro Series rounds as well, and yeah, but this is the main thing.
So obviously second at least 24 hour. What keeps you coming back? What helps you to come back and say, yeah, I'll do that again?
Oh, I mean, it's got a certain what's the word? Prestige, yeah, to it. It's I'd been watching this online for about 5 years before I did my first one last year, and yeah, it's just a really great event, great community. Everyone's super friendly, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. Well, and that's not even out on track. I mean, it's much more fun out on track, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's good fun out on track. It can be a little bit elbows out at times, but that's the same with every race, really, isn't it? But yeah, everyone's been, for the most part, really respectful on track, and yeah, it's just good fun.
So what's your favourite corner here at Buckmore? To put you on the spot.
It's between Syme Sweep and Turn 1, I think. Syme Sweep is, you see the angle on the camera of everyone coming down and through the left-hander, and yeah, it's a fun corner.
What's about Turn 1 that makes it so good?
It's, on the face of it, it looks pretty simple, but there are so many little differences that you can make with your line, and depending on the condition as well. In the wet, it's really, really difficult. And yeah, it's just a lot more complex than it looks, I think.
I know it's a stupid question. Obviously, a win would have been the target, but what's a good day at the office for TRX today?
Honestly, just finishing the race. I think, you know, there's so much that can go wrong in a 24-hour, but with everyone working together and supporting each other, which is what TRX really try and focus on, you know, anything is a victory. So.
Great stuff, Josh. Thank you so much for the chat. I'll let you go and sleep now with a quarter of a Red Bull in your system.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try my best.
Thank you very much, Josh, and it's back to the commentary box.
And there we go. Into the night we go. There is not a glimpse of sun anywhere else. Fully track lit with the floodlights. And that is an absolute, the best way we can describe them at the moment. The drivers are just sitting back in their race seats, waiting on the sidelines, ready to go out for their nightly stint. It's gone 9 o'clock local time here in Kent, in the UK. The riders are very much being pushed down, lift back up. And it looks like Accelerate Kent Brewery are into the pit lane from third place. They'll potentially have to hand over that third place over to TRX. So, the driver we just interviewed, their team's going to go up to third, up to a podium place. Some of the guys there pushing away here. It looks like Senior Tadpoles gap has opened up a little bit to 32.5 seconds. Slimy Swordfish now with the contact warning, the first of the kind of hour when it comes to 9 PM or on time hour. There you go, TRX OGs now put themselves up to third place in the pro category, and ARD putting themselves ahead of Spicy Boys. So I think Spicy Boys have definitely had a pit stop very recently, and that now means that ARD are going to try and push on and potentially regain their third place that they lost due to black flags. Let's have a look at the rookie class, because it looks like the number 21 of Team Rango with Red Mist still up in 9th place. They've gone past Ditch Finders who are very lucky because there are no ditches about here at Buckmore Park.
Well, they're called the ditch finders, but they're not called the ditch enterers. So maybe they find ditches but don't necessarily jump into them. So who knows? But then again, if you do see a nice ditch, you do just want to drive into it, right? I don't know, maybe that's just me and my intrusive thoughts as I drop my phone onto the floor, rather embarrassingly. Someone who's not embarrassed though, Nameless Motorsport, who are 33 seconds ahead of Senior Tadpoles, and they're doing well to actually, I think they're extending that lead, but your top two laps clear of everyone else. Things are looking very good for the pair of them, particularly so for Nameless and Peter Knight at the wheel.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Kieran.
Thank you.
How was your run?
I'm never doing it again.
Oh,
I'll put it like
I
that.
loved it.
Yeah, I know you did. Everyone seemed to. It's on the Buckmore story now, so it's all good. It's all good. Check it out if you want to. Buckmore Park on Instagram. You can see me run. I know you'd love to do that. Right. I added a dog to account.
Did you?
Did I miss anything else? I see. What's this here? Sticker now has 2 under it.
The dog sticker, because there was one on the helmet of the driver from Top Deck BN.
Oh, okay.
So,
and chat said stickers count now, don't they? I haven't forgiven you, chat, for doing that. I have not forgiven you. Let that be a warning to you, chat. I've not forgiven you for that. There we go.
I mean, chat's just a bit weird sometimes, isn't it?
Don't provoke chat. That's the worst thing you could do, Yusuf, is provoke chat.
I've done it enough times with scarier chats. So I feel like I can bring on their wrath. Plus, when you think about it, we've only got another 53 minutes.
I mean,
they'll forget by tomorrow morning.
I don't think they will. We're still getting references to the oil chat from last year. So
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Where?
hours ago.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
We kept it from you because we thought, well, the less Yusuf knows, the better.
Yes.
But no.
Do you want to talk about racing for a second?
Yeah, I'd love to.
New personal best from Nameless Motorsport, 49.6. Peter Knight really trying to show off right now.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I did bump into Jack Goldsmith as well.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Had a chat with him. Nice guy, of course.
You know, the first time I ever met Jack Goldsmith? Last year, just before I interviewed him for the podium presentations when they all came in here, and he didn't have any sleep, and I genuinely thought he wanted to kill me. He just looked deranged. I was like, I've never met you before, and you look really scary.
No, Jack's lovely. It's very, very quick as well. He said as well that, Senior Tadpoles, they're coming for them, but they've got a couple of quick drivers out there. So, that's the way to get respect as out there as a team, to just be absolutely flat out.
Yeah.
There's no better way to get your name on the radar.
And for anyone wondering in YouTube or wherever about how much do drivers push, is it like Formula 1 where you've got to save the tyres? No, this is real racing unlike Formula 1. You push 100% and you do it every single lap.
All right. He's entering the final. What is it? We're live. The mics are live, I should say, until 10 o'clock, and then we'll change over the stream.
Yes.
The overnight, and we'll have some cameras there.
I'm going to sneak back in at 2 a.m. when no one's watching and come back on the mic, and we're going to be talking about oily silverback gorillas and Conor McGregor with a lightsaber.
Oh, no.
Chat, it's a date. I'll see you there.
What better way to come back?
Oh, I'm just trying to make chat wake up at 3 a.m. and then I'm not there.
It's like we never left, Yusuf.
Exactly.
It's like we never left.
They should just build us a little home in this room and we can sleep here. We can commentate on like random races that happen.
Yeah, I suppose
it's so much fun.
Yeah, I suppose we could. It would certainly be a change from briefings.
From the briefings?
Yeah, I used to sit in this very room and give briefings.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I used to...
I thought the briefings the other room.
Well, it could have been. Both were used. But now today it's our lovely commentary box, and I get to run. Yay.
But that was outside the commentary box.
In fairness, yes, you've got me there.
Yeah.
I was outside of the commentary box.
I've got my trainers on because that way I can run.
Yeah, I mean the boots are okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the interview, so it can't have been too bad.
Yeah. I feel like they gave up quite quickly. They kind of ran around the corner and they thought they were safe out of view, and then you came around the corner and they were like, oh.
I'll be honest with you, it's a bit like I'm trying to reference a scene of Jurassic Park, but you know when the guys with the gun and he's looking ahead, and he's got the dinosaur behind him, and it's clever girl. I felt like it was that moment. I peered around the corner. They thought I'd give up. I didn't.
But you were the clever girl.
Yeah, I was. I was the clever girl. So you'll have to catch me up because I've been here, there, and everywhere with a microphone. 32 seconds between Nameless and Senor Tadpoles. I did see Senor Tadpoles did Senor Tadpoles have a black flag, or was it
They did get a black flag.
They did.
Yeah. They both had the same number of black flags now in the race. They've done the same number of pit stops as well.
Okay.
So they both made 5 pit stops, which includes those black flags.
Right. Someone's waving at us outside the commentary box.
I can't read lips, so I've got no idea.
Go out there and see him, Yusuf. Go on. I'll hold the fort. It's okay. Nameless Motorsport at the top of the standings at the moment. 477 laps down. Plenty more to go. Senor Tadpoles in second place with the fastest lap of the race previously. It's like a Scooby-Doo chase show. Honestly, Yusuf's gone out one door, and then the person who's trying to catch his attention has just come through the other door. It's like Scooby-Doo in here. What's next? What's next? Like Green Goblin Man. We have to unmask him when we find out it's me all along. TRX OGs in third place then. Fourth place is ARD. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in fifth. Spicy Boys are in sixth. NFS Kozaks in seventh place. Maple Motorsport in eighth place. Ninth place and leading the rookie classes right now is Team Rango with Red Mist. 10th place overall, 9th in class are Ditch Finders in that pro class. 11th place overall, 10th in class, number 4 Falcon. They've done superbly well to just keep going, keep grinding away and get that result back. And they've actually moved up to 10th place, which is 9th overall. 10th overall, 9th in class. There we go, got it right. Ditch Finders now down to 11th for number 11, 10th in class. And rounding off the top 10 pros, we've got SRK Championship in the number 10. Second place in the Clubman Rookies is Meaden's Motor Group. Third place in Rookies is Fueled by Snacks. Fourth place in Rookies is Slimy Swordfish. Fifth place in Rookies is Zesty Drink Racing. Sixth place in Rookies is Top Deck BN Racing. Seventh place in Rookies is Thunder Vipers. 8th place in Rookies is Black Flag AMG Racing. 9th place in Rookies is Phoenix Racing. Rounding off the top 10 in the Rookies is Harlow All-Stars in the number 30. I was just saying, Yusuf, whoever was trying to find you, it's like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, no, so I was trying to run away and escape from them. But it turns out being fast runs in Peter Knight's family because that was Peter Knight's mum and she caught me.
Fair enough.
Also, I've got to give a shout out to my boy Callum Tanner. No, it's not the dreaded trainers. You'll be seeing those on Thursday, Callum. The super fast trainers that only show up for BPEC races. Essentially, the underside of the trainers has come off. It's lost the glue.
Yeah.
So I've duct taped it together. And those are like my work kind of get oily trainers.
Nice.
So they make fun of me for having those trainers out for some reason.
Well,
but they've been winning races, so it does the trick.
Yeah, I suppose it does. I suppose it does.
And he spelt my name right as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to burst your bubble, Tom Justice. Respect for the commentators doing this 24 hours. We're not going to be here for 24 hours, don't worry.
No.
And we do, yeah, hence the players say, yeah, we do rotate. Don't worry, we're not mad like that. We're here until 10 o'clock with the mics. Then we'll go to part 2 of the stream, which is going to be rotating cameras. So you'll still get footage of the track. It will be stationary cameras around the track. Commentary will start again at 7 a.m. and then 9 a.m. we have the start of the third and final stream, and the production comes back, the roaming rights come back, and it's all going to...
Three-way battle brewing here. We've got 17 seconds separating TRX OGs, ARD, and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. That is not too far away. We've all seconds separating TRX OGs, ARD, and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Now that is some spicy action that is not too far away. We've also got Spicy Boys, NFS Kozaks.
I stayed clear for hour and 3/4, so it was good.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, the pressure weighing on you when you've got 2 warnings hanging over you and you think, I have to drive my absolute best, I have to be on my best behaviour.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do nothing wrong. So, no, I've done well.
I mean, how is it out there? I mean, we heard from Clint earlier on that the racing standards have been pretty good out there.
Yeah, it's pretty clean. The tyres are starting to go off, definitely. So looking forward to that service stop and getting some new tyres on it.
Get some new fronts on it and see how we go. But
looking forward to that service stop and getting some new tyres on it.
Get some new fronts on it and see how we go. But I mean, we've already spoken to a couple of members of your BN Racing team. I mean, what's your origin? How did you get a part of the BN Racing team?
Invited me along. I've been here plenty of times, many laps around here.
So what's it like, you know, combining that with a 24-hour? How have you found it out there?
24 hours grueling. Like 2 hours in, my arm, can't move my arm at the minute. So I'm hoping by the morning with some painkillers it'll be fine. But the rest of the body's all right. I've been training, so yeah, plenty of push-ups on the running machine. But yeah.
Great stuff. So when's your next stint in the kart?
6:30 in the morning.
Ooh, nice and early.
Nice and early. So I'm going to go off, have a little kip, and then get ready to go out again.
You've not made the same mistake as some drivers and have a quart of Red Bull in your system before you go to sleep?
No.
Good.
Morning.
Good timing. Okay, final thing, let's talk about your lid here. I mean, talk us through it, because it's a lovely design here.
Big Nigel Manson fan, and it's along the lines because he had a Unijack helmet. So I've always had a Unijack helmet. My old one I've passed down to my son, he's got it. And yeah, I'm carrying on the Unijack theme. And the orange, it's on my work logo. So my camper van's orange and grey. Love it.
I love it. You see a theme and you stick to it.
Stick to it. Yep.
Absolutely. Is going to be a burning question as well. Favourite corner on the track?
Top one, wherever that is.
Turns 1 and 2.
Turn 1 and 2 because it's so quick. It's good because you're on the limit.
That's going to be a popular one. Simon Sweet, the right-hander downhill.
There's nothing can beat it. When you're out there, all your worries, everything goes. You just concentrate on that.
Ahead of your half-6 stint, but yeah, look forward to seeing you on track.
Got up.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to chat. And with that, back to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Kieran. However, I'll have you know that Red Bull before you go to sleep is apparently a hack. Because if you sleep, if you have a nap right after you drink Red Bull, the Red Bull doesn't go into your system. And then when you wake up after the nap, it then hits your system and then you stay wide awake. Plus you get a bit of sleep. And, right, the way I know this is because my mummy told me that, and my mum... However, I'll have you know that for you, Mr. Papa, we love racing. And we are here for a while yet. I don't even know what chat is going on about, so we're going to ignore that for a moment, as there is a marshal running across the circuit, presumably to sort something out. NFS Cossacks, they have overtaken the Spicy Boys. They are up into P6, and they are now trying to hunt down Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, but they're over a lap down, so that's going to be a while and a half before they are able to close in and go for that overtake. But we're kind of getting to the point now in the race where there is almost a battle kind of dotted around everywhere on the circuit, but not too many battles all at once. So once one battle starts, we can maybe catch that, see the battle unfold out on circuit, and then go back to just chilling for 5 minutes before another battle might pop out. Yes, it was really torrential rain. I remember there being a lake across the start-finish straight. I got absolutely soaked. Honda Cadet 30. So this guy posts some amazing videos at Rowrah Karting Circuit. So if anyone's going to Rowrah, go check out H Cadet 30's videos. Why am I not racing? Actually,
why
Kieran,
racing?
it's so because apparently I was so fast last time. They thought if I raced again, I'd just put everyone to shame.
Yeah, I don't think it was that, and I specifically remember it wasn't that. I think it was because...
Was it not?
Yeah. No, I think it was because you...
I'm a bandit and I'd probably get too many penalties.
No, bless your heart. You tuckered yourself out,
I
and whenever
did.
you're on the screen and made a mistake, we all went way, because that's what we would do.
But I'm an attention seeker, so I like that.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But also, we got a shot of you last year sleeping in the corner.
Yeah.
Again, great stuff, great content. But yeah, I don't know.
I sent
Kinda
Senior
like-
Frogs into turn 1, which was amazing.
Mm.
I think it was... No, it wasn't Super GT. I think it was Matt Plum.
Yeah, boasting about being the Senior Frogs. Bold strategy used.
USC.
Yeah,
And that way...
We've got live timing in front of us. We've
Yep.
got you guys in the chat. We've got you up there as
Also,
well, keeping us
shout out to
entertained.
Kieran McGinley and
where?
Adam Reed as well for bringing in laptops, because I don't bring in a laptop. You need to invest into getting like a commentator's tablet, don't I?
I'll tell you something. I had to have a bit of a tech. What was it? I had to sort out my tech. Here we go. Number 27,
Box.
filling in the box now. It's got to be done. Blue flag bandits, colouring in the box there. Does that make it clearer? Because obviously you've got the lights down there now, and now we need to see if those LED lights that are strapped on
Yes.
work. We need that in action. And is Laura down? I think Laura might be down there.
Yeah.
We need her to get that shot of the LEDs in action.
Absolutely. I don't even know what Tom Justice is requesting me to do to fix this.
Yellow flag up to...
So careful, whether it's at Buckmore Park 24 hours or any other event, to make sure that you know what those rules are. So careful, whether it's at Buckmore Park 24 hours or any other event, to make sure that you know what those rules are, because you might do something that's okay at one circuit, not okay at another, or even at the same circuit, but if it's a different event running, could be different rules.
That's why it's always said, at race director's discretion. You know,
Yes.
the race director in the briefing, I think it's toxic to them.
I mean, it's toxic to us.
But don't start chat. Will you ever see a sticker or a photo or something and you think, that's where it all started? I look at that now and think,
Yeah.
covering Anthony Jordan, Chaz covering